Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link or prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the after show here. Once again, we're coming over from Standing for Truth. Jackson Rowe, who's supposedly on COVID sick leave, but has managed to cram a whole bunch of after shows, late nights, debates, all this kind of stuff. I don't know. It may be a facade. We don't know. However, another awesome debate over with Standing for Truth channel with the one and only Raw Matt, also known as Matt Man, on basically, can people live longer than what we currently observe as the reasonable amount of time here on planet Earth? In just a moment, we'll be getting into the after show. If anyone wants to join, the link is pinned in the side chat up at the top. Just click that link. You can do it on a phone or a computer. You don't have to have a camera. all you have to do is have a microphone and come on in and have some conversation. Be willing to engage in back and forth and hopefully have a good time. Okay, so for anybody who's their first time here at one of my after shows, here's kind of what we do. Kind of do a initial round robin, thoughts about the debate, who won, lost, best one-liners, best comebacks, best zingers overall, and just, hey, what were your general thoughts? And we'll kind of do that in round robin format. And then once we get done with that, if nobody new has come in, then we'll go into a little more open conversation back and forth. Before we want to do that, I want to give a big shout out to, we got Keith is in the house. He's one of our great members. Appreciate you very much, Keith. I think Argatha might be a member too. I forget. Did you join membership too, Argatha? I can't remember. But Staying for Truth's in the side chat. He may come in. We don't know. We can't ever know. We never know with him. Sometimes he says he will. Sometimes he won't. Yeah, he comes in late when I'm about to fall asleep. Try to take over the streams. It's amazing. SFT always tries to do that stuff. But SFT, as always, you're welcome to come on in, and hopefully we'll have some good time. Genesis girls in the side chat as well. Good to see you. Christopher Silvus is here. Hurricane Havoc, as always, in the side chat, having a good time. C Science Film Labs, how are you? Dirtbag Action Cams, what's going on, everybody? So, all right. We'll keep doing some intros as people come on in. But without further ado, I believe, as usual, Jackson managed to get in the backstage first. So I'll let you share your thoughts. Also, as one of the debaters, you get to go first as well. So what'd you think? How'd you feel? What were your thoughts on the overall debate you just got done with?
Well, it was a fun debate. Honestly, after every debate, I don't really remember 90% of it. So I'm going to have to go back and watch it to tell you how I actually did. But my biggest stumbling block was not being able to say what would prove that people live to be that age. And I didn't think about that, and I'm not sure what would do it. I'm going to have to find that answer. So, but yeah, fun debate. Raw Matt's a nice guy. He's turning purple, so he was kind of proving genetic entropy a little bit that way, I think. But yeah, anyway, that's all I have to say.
Right, I will appreciate that. Yeah, I was joking in the side chat during the debate that we need to find out if Matt was actually being sponsored by T-Mobile, because I feel like he was really showcasing the Magenta Max plan, and we might need to find out if he's a bought and paid for shill for T-Mobile. But I thought the debate was pretty good overall, and it was very interesting back and forth between you guys. Okay, up next I believe it was Richard was back, and then we got Bob, and then we'll have Sal. What's up, Richard? How you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while ever since we talked. Hope you've been doing well. What are your thoughts on the debate tonight?
Yeah, I've been working a lot. I apologize. I love you guys. I love your channel, LPP. Thanks a lot, John. I appreciate everything you're doing here. Jackson, nice debate. Very cordial. Very well conducted. I thought you were honest. You didn't try to cover up when you hadn't yet looked into some topic that was brought up. That was awesome. That's respectable. People might think less, but those who think less are less thinkers. So, that's all I got. Oh, I think it's pronounced nice girl, John, not Genesis girl.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Gniess by memory.
I need to re-look back at her name, see if I.
It's a great debate anyway.
Oh, okay. I see. I can see that. The silent G. All right. Okay. All right, Bob. What's up, man? Good to see you. It's been a while as well. Hope you've been doing awesome, and 2022 is treating you well so far. What are your thoughts on the debate?
Well, I caught about the last half, but mostly I agree with Richard. Very cordial debate. I appreciated that Jackson. I noticed that there were some topics that Matt was more familiar with than Jackson, and Jackson was willing to admit I'm not super educated on those, and I thought that was really honest. And while I think Matt may have had more sway in the debate, I'm looking forward to when Jackson starts doing more research on the topics that were discussed and maybe comes back again.
Right on. And up next, we got Sal, and then Jungle Jargon. So, by the way, folks, in case you missed it, Jungle Jargon simultaneously was having a OEC, YEC mano a mano against Gavin Herleman over on Praise I Am's channel. while Jackson and Matt's debate was going down. So it'll be interesting to find out how that went as well. I was hopping back and forth between the two a little bit. But what's up, Sal? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. By the way, folks, if you're unaware, a couple days ago, Sal was giving a presentation at the Discovery Institute conference, I believe in Dallas. And the night before that, he did a rough go through of his presentation on his channel, which is very interesting, worthwhile to go and check out over at Evidence and Reasons, which is his channel. But what's up, Sal? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? And I think, hey, ladies and gentlemen, is this magenta trend going across? Because and maybe my eyes are just so blinded by Raw Matt's Magenta Max plan, but I think that Sal may be getting a little bit of a tinge of magenta as well.
More
Sal,
genetic.
have you been out getting a tan, or like what's happening right now? It's you're looking slightly magenta.
No, that's because StreamYard's processing, trying to get my fake background to look right. So it makes me look funny, but the background's good. So no, I'm not. I look in the mirror and I don't look like this at all. So
well, I mean, I was wondering. I mean, we never know. I mean, Sal was on the road. Maybe he went through, left Dallas, went to California, had some cosmetic surgery done. They didn't go well, given the fact that Gavin Newsom is governor. There's no telling what might happen if you go to California for anything. So, maybe that was the fallback. But enough of my jokes. What's up, Sal? How you doing? And I don't know if you got a chance to see the stream, the debate tonight or not. Or if not, if you have any thoughts on the whole "could we live to 900," which was kind of the topic.
I only found out about the Aftershow show. So Jackson Rowe, I'm sorry I didn't get to hear your debate. Although I was, as John alluded to, at both at the Discovery Institute conference in Dallas, Saturday the 22nd, and on the 21st, I was at the Institute of Creation Research, and I talked to one of the geneticists there, Jeff Tompkins. I actually worked with him on what we call the chimp human assembly. We were trying to do it independently, and he also gave me some data that may be relevant to this discussion. As far as the youth of humanity, which is very exciting. Some arguments I didn't hear about, that most of our diseases have appeared in the last 5,000 to 10,000 years. And that was in the prestigious scientific journal Nature. And like, Jeff, you just made my day. So that's some things. I didn't present at the Dallas conference. I presented at before some of the people at the Dallas conference at a separate event this past Saturday for their engineering CELs group. But I'm pleased to announce that you all know I've worked on the topoisomerase enzyme with Joe DeWeese. Joe DeWeese was published in the prestigious scientific journal Nature, and he's doing a webinar February 12th, and they're releasing a brand new video on topoisomerase. So for the last 2 years, I've been talking about it, and we knew it was going to be a good argument. The Discovery Institute's picked up on it, and they spent the last year and a half making a video for this. So I expect it's going to be a real doozy. It's going to be great.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware of the topoisomerase, it's worthwhile to go and do a little research into that. Sal's done some great lectures on how it all works, and has plays some really interesting videos, animations to kind of show the general principles. However, the discoveries have been being made about the topoisomerase 1 and 2, and let's just say it's rather important in the context of your very existence. And so long story short, it'll be worthwhile to check this out. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happening. But
I'll drop a link in the channel. In the chat. So thanks for having me on.
Of course. And then we've got a few jokes in the side chat. Hurricane says, Sal, stop blushing. I haven't even complimented you yet. But all right, up next we got the one, the only Jungle Jargon. How are you, sir? How was your debate? I'm assuming it was an interesting back and forth between you and Gavin. What are your? I'm assuming you didn't see Jackson and Matt's debate since you were involved in your own. But how are you doing, brother? And it's good to see you.
No, I had to skip out right at the beginning to jump over to Gavin's debate. But it was interesting because I didn't realize that the old old Earth creationists also basically have to believe in a local flood too. I didn't realize they believe in a local flood, and that's just, I mean, way off. But anyways.
So I think that Bob may be trying to channel his inner Jungle right now. He has went and busted out the sunglasses, and I gotta say, Jungle, you are looking very chill tonight. I gotta give you some serious credit for the laid back, got the glasses on. You've elongated the beard a little bit. It's
Yeah, just let it grow a little bit. Yeah, since I
Looks
had to
good.
cut it last time. Since the last time I had to cut it, I haven't really cut it. I just trim it a little bit.
I think Jungle is getting a little bit more zen the longer he stays out in Missouri by the lake. He's getting a little bit more. He's getting more and more chill.
I'm definitely feeling a lot more. Yeah, not so stressed.
I mean, he's wearing his, ladies and gentlemen, Jungle is wearing his sunglasses at night, folks. I mean, this is a very significant moment. There is a song about this. There is a song. I know, I missed it, but it's like he's on camera. It's black behind him. He's wearing the sunglasses at night. There is no doubt that Jungle is definitely relaxing. But appreciate, good to see you here. Good to have you here, and I'm looking forward to watching that debate between the entirety. I jumped back and forth on it some, but I'm sure it was an interesting conversation. Was there anything that really stuck out to you other than the flood, both having a local flood aspect? What's the or both having a flood?
Well,
there's local, yours global, but anything really stuck out to you?
I did introduce the they say theory, but it's not really a theory. Well, it is kind of a theory, but it's the observance or the noticing that time runs at different rates in the universe. And if you're measuring the speed of light with time and distance, and the rate of time isn't constant, then that means that where there's no gravity to slow down time, you're going to have time going by really fast. So between us and the stars, there's no matter to slow down time, which makes time go by really fast, which could explain why we can see light from the distant stars and galaxies.
I think you meant light, not time. The light goes really fast, right?
No, he meant time
No,
because of gravity
time.
wells, and time is affected by gravity wells.
So it is billions of years, but the billions of years go by really fast.
I guess it's
Because
synonymous.
Because the time, yeah, it's basically the same thing, but because that's what gravitational lensing is. It's light is going slower in one place and going faster in another place, and that's what makes the lens effect. It's just like the same thing as a glass. Glass slows down the light where it's thicker and not so much where it's thinner, and that's what focuses the lens. That's what makes the lens. It's the same thing with gravity. Gravity slows down time near it, and farther away, not so much, and that's what makes a lens.
Well, I heard there was a study, and you guys may know more about it, that they had taken all of the measurements of the speed of light for the last 100 years or so, 100 years or less, I think. And they came to the conclusion that the speed of light had slowed down up until the time they created the atomic clock. And then once they created the atomic clock, it was constant.
Constant, yeah.
Well,
Could be.
that's one way to look at it. That's not actually completely accurate, and I'm not blaming you. Like you said, you haven't looked into it very much.
Right.
It actually was fluctuating, not on a regular basis, but on an irregular basis. We have record of that more than 3 times in the last 100 years. The atomic clock, you could say something like human observation is creating a stable environment. You could say something like that, but it'd be hard to show. The atomic clocks are fairly young, you know.
Mhm.
Okay. So it happens to have not changed recently.
But you can't deny the dilation of time. You can't. There is time is variable, and distance is variable too.
But the other thing is, I mean, the thing that I found interesting was the speed of light did not continually, when measured, return the same speed until after the atomic clock was made.
This is
Yes.
exactly why the not meteorology society had to redefine a meter. So now the meter is based on the speed of light. The speed of light is based on the meter. That's the same as having a rubber ruler. Now neither one can ever be wrong.
Well, I think, in my personal opinion, if you get into the discussion of is the speed of light variable or is C variable, I think the real question you have to ask yourself is, are all of the ratios that are dependent upon C, if those also change at the appropriate ratio, then it wouldn't cause all of the collapses that people talk about in terms of, why there's so much supposed debunking of a variable speed of light. Is most of that is dependent upon, like, well, if that changed, then all these other things would collapse. All the other constants and such would.
Right.
Yeah, I talked to Sal about that, I think last year. Do you remember that, Sal? There was a constant. You were saying that was a problem if the speed of light wasn't constant.
Yes, Planck's constant, but one could just as well invoke a different theory. So I've seen that where you see H and C in the same equation. So one could still postulate a variable speed of light, but then you'd have to modify other theories. It doesn't necessarily, it may suggest that our current theories of the coupling is a little bit more subtle.
So you thought about it more.
Oh yeah, this is hard. Now there are a variety of variable light speed theories, and there's so many. And one reason I'm a young Earth creationist is when I went to grad school in physics, studying cosmology, as I got to know the details more of what they actually profess, I said, that's young Earth creationism's no more outrageous than modern cosmology. They just don't want to admit it. But they're talking about like the inflation model, where galactic quantities of matter are moving apart at thousands, if not millions of times the speed of light. Of course, they'll say it's not really accelerating. It's just space being
is
inverted.
expanding.
I'm just like, still, guys, come on. So at that point, I said, I was an old Earth creationist. I deep proponent, and I was kind of halfway into young Earth creationism. But I said at that point, I think all bets are off. Everyone's theory is about equal at this point because we don't know. And I've been studying alternative theories of light. There are experiments even in the modern day that are being ignored. I actually tried to construct a laser interferometer to measure variations in the speed of light. It was Reginald Cahill's at Flinders University. He constructed it, and I got the cheap version. And I said I couldn't get it to work. The results were inconclusive. He said go to some of my other experiments, and that's where we left it, because his other experiments involved getting like some oscilloscope time, and these oscilloscopes cost anywhere from $60,000 to $500,000. And so right now it's inconclusive, but I think he has really good theories. Also, someone I worked for, Dr. John Sanford, he's still my colleague. I work with him.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, we published, well, actually his work was relevant to the debate topic today. He and I published in secular peer review in a math reference work this past year. And he introduced me to someone named, he mentioned a name, Ron Hatch, who's his friend. GPS won't work without the Hatch filter. He doesn't believe in Einstein's version of relativity. He's a different kind of relativist, what we call a neo-Lorentzian. And I'm like, how did Ron Hatch end up on the US government GPS council? He doesn't believe in Einstein's relativity. He believes in one form of relativity, not Einstein's. There are more than one version of relativity. And it's like, oh, my former boss was also in the GPS council. I said, that's a pretty prestigious position, because you're influencing the Department of Defense and all GPS applications, and the policies of the whole GPS network of satellites.
Missile defense.
And they said, well, I guess they had to, I realized they had to give him a seat at the GPS council because GPS won't work without the hatch filter. And I'm like, okay, this is, my eyes just kind of popped out. I was like, thanks, Dr. Sanford, for telling me, because I'd known about Ron Hatch before that, but I didn't know he sat on the GPS council, and I didn't know that he created the Hatch filter. And it was the Hatch filter that he says it influenced him to be able to start to question kind of some of the finer points of relativity. He's still, well, a lot of creationists believe in relativity. It's just which model do we accept? So,
but what's the difference between like classical, like the classical relativity and this guy's view? With the difference?
Oh, the fundamental thing is, and you can look, there's a wiki page on this. Look up time problem, and it'll give you a wiki page. There are, general relativity says there's no absolute clock. Quantum mechanics wants an absolute clock. Everything actually works better if you assume that there is an absolute time tick, and that the only reason we have effects with our clocks, like in the Heffel-Keating experiment or any other experiments where the clocks slow down or speed up, is because the clocks slow down. There is a point when you can't speed it up anymore, and that's the absolute clock tick. You won't get that part of the last like 30 seconds of what I said in the wiki article. But so it would be kind of a return to the ether view, which people have poo-pooed, but not even Einstein said it was false. And there have been also reinterpretations of the famous Michelson-Morley experiment and other experiments, and then also redos.
Isn't dark matter basically a rehash of ether?
I don't know, but dark matter may not be real. We've tried to experiment with it, and we've established it would have to be smaller than the electron. And I keep saying, well, a lot of people have been saying, at what point do you just decide it doesn't exist if you're not able to detect it? And I think that's a really pointed argument. So there are a lot of things that, especially in 2019, they had this whole thing. You just Google cosmology in crisis, and it's like, I totally saw this happening, that the Big Bang would start to get more and more criticisms. A professor at my school, last name is Roy. I think it's Cicero Roy, or his brother Makibula. They're both professors at George Mason, my undergrad alma mater, and he was published recently in a prestigious astrophysics journal criticizing the Big Bang, and I'm like, whoa, they're allowing criticisms now of the Big Bang to come true. It's starting to become fashionable now. And then also the inflation model, Nobel Prize winner Roger Penrose criticized the inflation model, which paves the way for variable speed of light. So that's as brief a summary as I could give.
Now, Sal, I'm just going to have to go ahead and kibosh everything you just said, because according to Godless Engineer, the inflaton is proven beyond all doubt, and that just solves all of the questions that have ever been raised about the Big Bang theory. Okay,
that's something serious.
So listen, if you guys don't just accept that the inflaton is like a totally real thing.
DNA is not a code.
It's
just code.
I just listen, guys. You're getting overconfident with the premise that somehow somebody like Roger Penrose might question the inflation model because Godless Engineer knows how this works. Okay, so all right. Before we get back into conversation, we got a new guest here on the stream. We got the Pale Galilean. What's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I think it's the first time you've been on my channel, or it's been a while. How are you? What are your thoughts? Did you check that debate, or are you just joining the after show for some fun? If so, what's on your mind?
You may be muted.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on mute. I'm not seeing mute.
Well, he may be muted
on
on
stream,
like
yeah.
on his headset.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I caught the very last ending of the debate, and I came onto the after show for some fun. As far as being on here before, I actually have been. I'm.
I just looked. I see you. Yeah, what's going on, man? How are you?
Are you Jamie's friend that I talked to the other day?
I was on. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I didn't click on see your YouTube account. Yeah, yes. This, ladies and gentlemen, we've had some fun late night. We've had some late night interactions. There's absolutely no doubt. How are you? Good to see you.
Do it very well. Hold on. I might be more recognizable using this one. There you go.
Yes.
Yep.
John, if you don't mind, not to disrespect Jackson Rowe, but I have a question for Sal, if you have an opinion on it. I'm wondering, what do you think of the anomalous galaxies observations by Halt and Chip Arp?
I'm not familiar with it, so I can't.
Okay.
I really can't comment well. I will tell you there are tons of anomalies.
Yes.
One anomaly that really does catch my mind, my attention, and everyone's attention. There's stuff, anything to do with quasars.
Yes.
I don't think we have a good model for quasars, but it may be casting doubt on the entire idea that redshifts imply velocity. Cosmological,
Right.
There may not be cosmological redshifts in the Big Bang model.
Just to try to pique your interest, there was found physical material in a phi spiral generated from known near galaxies out to what are assumed to be quasars.
Yeah, quasar. Yeah, thank you. Yes, anything with quasars is going to be. I would point the reader to the website laserstars.org, and it has some really interesting stuff saying they may not be as far away as we think. That the redshifts may be apparent based on the lasing action in the plasma of the quasars. And we know that plasmas and even in stars can generate laser action. It can give misleading signatures of intensity and redshifts. And this is going to be a fun time in the next 10, 20 years.
You knew a bunch about it, actually.
James Webb Space Telescope might answer a bunch coming up. I'm excited for that.
I'm not gonna lie, I got no idea what you guys are talking about.
So I got a question for you. So you mentioned the interferometer there, which they use as the speed of light, right? And they're using the speed of light to measure gravitational waves. You still agree there's gravitational waves, right?
That's actually not outside of my field. I'm sorry. And those are good questions. We get so specialized in physics or any other discipline these days. Hard to keep track of everything. And
I thought
you
it
could
was
tell I really
fascinating.
I miss talking and studying physics, but biology has been such a boon for me the last 7-8 years. And I may be moving out of the biological discussion because I feel like at least as far as intelligent design, we're winning so badly. It's becoming a repeat of James Tour versus Dave Farina. Like, if you learn a little bit, every debate on abiogenesis is going to be that way. We have no excuse for losing that debate. The next stage would be eukaryotic evolution, and then we just kind of climb our way back up. So there's not. There's going to be I'm expecting there's going to be more and more people. We won't need to be focusing on that part of the debate for those who are young Earth creationists. We're moving on to other things, and so am I. I'm going to miss it because, now I'm going to be entering a field that's much more difficult. But biology's been fun. I mean, it's been fun pouncing on the other side, just watching James Tour beat up Dave Farina. That was just glorious.
Yeah, that was awesome. But if it's strong, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like how is that information going to get out?
So are you talking about like James Tour? That's a good question.
Well,
I don't know.
That, but also just because you were saying that we're just beating them, right? It's so easy to win an argument about intelligent design based off what we know. How is that information getting out to the public?
Can you share my screen, John?
Oh, is Jamie here?
Like what we're doing here.
Hey,
YouTube
Jamie.
and
Hey, guys.
informal channels. It's certainly not spreading easily into universities. And by the way, sadly, I don't know if you knew this, John Maddox. Change Tan got fired from her university. She was author of the best. Yeah, I'm serious. I only found out. I was in Dallas It's Change Tan wrote probably one of the best ID books ever. Stairway to Life with Rob Stadler. Both are Harvard trained. She's a professor of molecular biology at University of Missouri up until December. She was a tenured professor chosen by a Nobel Prize winner in George Smith. And, you know, the official word hasn't come out as to the reason why, but I think we all have our strong suspicions why.
I thought if you were tenured, you couldn't get fired.
Wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, they took, yeah, they agreed. I don't know what's going on, and you know, I'm not going to try to. It may be a very painful time for her, and unless she volunteers more information, I'm not going to probe.
Jamie, this is a picture of what I was talking about. Yes.
Yes, this is that's the measurement here is the redshift. I'm not sure exactly how that's what that I couldn't translate that for you, but the obvious implication here is that one, it should be according to the Big Bang model distance recorded by redshift. These are two that happen to be in line of sight. That one of many anomalies he found, but their measurements are redshifted at those differences, which are very large. And you obviously see that they appear to be connected, which would totally be anomalous and not congruent with the Big Bang understanding of redshift.
Yeah.
So do we have an alternative?
Sure. We have
I've heard some,
galaxies.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
We have galaxies that are boring other galaxies, born of them. And they're actually approximately close in distance. And the distance equals the heat, and the heat is being read as the redshift. The heat, Sal was talking, the laser, blah, 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 etc.
The heat changes yeah.
Like the infrared is being read, it's just the redshift and an anomaly.
Real quick, guys. Thank you very much, George, for your generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that very much. It says 2,000 epic subscribers for Mr. Epic. Congrats, John. Yes, yesterday I finally tipped over 2,000 subs, which probably means tomorrow I will drop below 2,000 with some atheists who decide to get revenge on me. And given the fact that I'm going to have on Wednesday night, I'm planning on having a 2,000 subs party stream. So they'll probably try and unsubscribe just before the stream, and then they'll resubscribe the next day after they've laughed at me. Oh, look at how Maddox is always doing these sub party streams before he actually has the subs. Well, right now for witnesses present, I did have them. Yep, I'm currently looking at that 2K right now. It's
take a screenshot.
Oh, I have.
There you go.
I have. Well, here's the thing. I'm wondering if I may get a slight break because putting Brain in the gang, I've come back out of retirement slightly, and they're starting to have some more content to actually review, but not just dependent on Sal and Emery and a few other folks. I'm coming back, so my after shows give them content to review, even though they embarrass themselves when they're reviewing it, but it's all good. Anyway,
so is Putting Brain. I don't watch any of his. I haven't watched any of his videos for the last 4 months. Does he cover my stuff still? Is he still stalking me?
Occasionally, yeah. I mean, yeah. You've been relatively. I mean, I don't really pay that much attention to him, but I've checked him out a couple times this past week and a half or so, and I've seen you making quite the headlines on a couple of different occasions. But those guys, it's a bunch of cranky old men that don't have much else to do with their lives apparently, and sit around and whine and complain. I guess it's very sad.
Top dog Shadik.
Sal, I'm not familiar with your channel, but you seem nice. You seem like a nice guy.
Oh yeah, Sal is a very nice guy. He's one of the nicest dudes on YouTube, and all these atheists can't handle the fact that he's nice. So they think that he must have some underlying sneaky psychopathic tendencies that's covered by Mr. Nice Guy, and they just don't know. They just don't know. Okay, let's be honest. When Sal's version of Fury is my normal state. So let's just.
Hey, John, I'm telling you, you need to take gabapentin.
I need to do what
all the time.
Oh no, I'm actually not angry all the time. I'm saying from the
I'm just kidding with you. I know.
from the perspective of the atheists of me, like they think that I'm always just like Mr. Angry when I'm eviscerating them. But that's
Well, you get pretty intense pretty fast.
yeah, but see, intensity does not mean anger. And the vast majority of my intensity stems from the identification of a moronic talking point that's being spewed, and the clear and decisive evidence that my opponent is a moron and doesn't understand what's being said, and is just regurgitating talking points they don't even understand. So in that case,
says in his heart there is no God.
in those contexts, I'm going for the jugular. There is no mercy, and don't come unless you. I mean, I say this in my opening statement. Like, this arena is not for the weak. So if your argument's not going to be logical, plausible, and probable, like don't come in unless you want to get obliterated.
Hey,
You better come out swinging. What's up?
What did you think of my the calculations I did on the mutation rate thingy?
I actually missed that portion of it, so
Oh,
I cannot give an honest response to that one, unfortunately.
Can you give a recap?
Yeah, I'll recap it. I did based on the mutation rate of HIV, kind of equated it with the mutation rate of humans. See, HIV has 10,000 nucleotides. Humans has, and so they have one mutation per replication cycle. That would be equivalent to 650,000 mutations in humans. They replicate every 2 days. They've been in the U.S. for 40 years. So that's 14,600 days times 650,000 divided by 2 comes out to 4.7 million years, which is...
Are you saying that's like the equivalent? Is that what you're saying?
The equivalent of how long humans could exist without genetic entropy causing any problems. Unless I'm wrong, which I could be.
Well, I mean, if there was, so I'd have to look at your math, but it's possible. If your math was correct, my immediate knee-jerk reaction would be to say that the genetic bottleneck of Noah's flood would have altered that significantly. But I think I would need to see your math. And so did you take into account the difference in not lifespan, but when, like, how long it takes before the animal, human, whatever, gets to the point where they can then produce another replication age?
No, I just did, kind of. I just did it takes 2 days for each replication cycle, so it's kind of like a generation.
All right. So, and that's, I'm trying to figure this out. So you took, what did you take from HIV?
Its mutation rate based on its genome size.
Is that mutation rate per generation?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. So then did you?
It was 0 to 3 mutations, but it averaged out 1.1. I just said 1 mutation.
Hey, so
I'm guessing that you took the mutation rate of HIV,
mm-hmm.
and then you said, well, okay, that is how many mutations occur before a human gets to reproductive age and reproduces. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay, I would suggest that the rate at which the mutation rate for HIV is how quickly that genome gets messed up, degrades, and then possibly human genomes may degrade at the same rate. Okay, so because we reproduce ourselves constantly, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. I was kind of trying to equalize it and then extrapolate that.
If that's the case, then you wouldn't multiply. You wouldn't do a factor. You wouldn't say, well, okay, HIV reproduces at this rate, humans reproduce at this rate. HIV generates this many mutations, therefore humans generate this many mutations at their own reproductive rate. Because presumably, if we know that a large part of the mutation rate is generated by solar radiation, then that solar radiation is presumably affecting humans similarly throughout that entire period of time before they hit reproductive age.
Okay, I'm not sure I follow.
Okay,
I mean,
if
my
I
math
could-
could be wrong.
If I could weigh in, because I did work for the pioneer of the genetic entropy hypothesis for 7 years, John Sanford. The figure that's been cited by both sides is about 100 mutations per generation per
Yeah.
individual for humans.
That's what I took into account.
So I don't know if that agrees with your math, but
Yeah, it does. I took that into account. Yeah.
by the way,
Okay.
100 per individual per generation is kind of a nice number to work with because it's nice and round, and you can use, like, if you convert the percentage of the bad, it translates into the exact number of mutations per individual that are bad. So it's kind of a nice coincidence that it's around 100.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying,
I think the other thing you have to remember too is that if you're trying to make a comparison, right, is we know beyond all doubt now, due to peer-reviewed studies that were published, in the past month, that mutation rates vary by specific portions of the genome. So, and secondary to all that, viruses do not have the same, necessarily have all the same mutation prevention or repair mechanisms that we would, right? So I don't necessarily think, I would argue that comparing virus mutation rates to a eukaryotic organism mutation rate, I don't think that would necessarily be a totally valid comparison. Would be my general position on that one. But before we go down this rabbit hole, folks, we've got Wesley has joined us, and Slavic came in as well. Wesley, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Did you catch the debate? If so, what are your thoughts? If not, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I caught part of the debate when I got off of work, but no, I didn't see the whole debate. From what I could tell, looks like a really interesting discussion. I'll be watching it over again tomorrow. So I'm always fascinated when Jackson Rowe's having a debate. He's always bringing good points.
Thank you.
Right
Trying
on.
to use talking points like all the other people tend to do.
Yeah, Jackson seems to be very respectful and thoughtful.
Well, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The complete and utter debunking of my position that most atheists on YouTube do nothing but spew talking points. There is an exception. I always agreed there's an outlier in any context. There's not an absolute in all demographics. Jackson proves to be the exception in the YouTube atheist world, but not the norm. What's up, Slavic? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. How's your evening going? Did you catch the debate? If so, what did you think? If no, what's on your mind?
No, I actually missed it. I saw the notification for your stream. I was like, oh shoot, is there something going on? But I actually jumped in because I was listening to Sal explaining that cosmology thing, and I was like, wait a minute. It's been a while since I looked into it, and I'm like, do they have another theory for instead of Big Bang, or they're kind of like, we don't know what's going on?
Unfortunately, there are a number of theories, and some of them I don't like eternal universe. The one thing they do not want to go to is the idea, of course, of a specially created universe. So maybe, because I'm a young Earth creationist now, I think that's the one option they'll never accept, the secular world.
Well, I think you could say there could have been like a deistic type God that created the universe. I don't know if you could ever say which God it was,
I thought...
One interpretation of quantum mechanics would say God exists. In fact, the mentor of two Nobel laureates, John Archibald Wheeler, kind of gave the impetus for that idea, and it's very reasonable. It's just like the mainstream just doesn't want to talk about it. So I'm just like, okay. So what I would pose to them, just corporately and individually, what would it take for you to accept that there's an all-powerful being that created this? Because they're willing to accept multiple universes that they can't see or test. I mean, if you're getting to that point where that becomes an acceptable option, and I'm even seeing it in explanations for abiogenesis now,
Must be.
papers on it. I'm just like, okay, if that's what you'll go to before you say that God did it, what would it take for you to say God did it? So, we'll just see where it plays out. I think what's going to happen is all these, God made the universe such that all these theories that don't affirm his creative hand, they'll start to look stupid, really stupid at some point.
There
So
was a theory that you mentioned that sounded to me like the steady state theory. What was that?
it's one, eternal universe is a steady state theory of sorts.
Yeah, I thought that was debunked with the Hubble telescope when Hubble invited Einstein over.
Well, it can be debunked on other grounds than that. And it's been a while since I have it in my cosmology book. So if the Hubble law is true and the creationists doubt that it's true, but if it were true, then the steady state model couldn't be correct. So we have kind of strange bedfellows in the young earth creationists kind of siding with the old eternal universalists and saying that the Hubble law is probably false. What's helping them and us is around 2019, there's if you just Google crisis on cosmology, they keep getting different values for the Hubble constant, and they both can't be right using their best methods. And they said, we can't
be a constant.
Yeah.
It can't be a constant if they get different values.
What people do not want to touch at this point is maybe the whole law is wrong to begin with, and maybe that's why we're getting conflicting values. So it's a fun time right now because there's absolute anarchy, and everything's on the table except God's creative act. But all the other theories, they're looking kind of stupid to me. Now, when I went to undergrad school, before I studied biology, I studied physics, and my professor of supplementary quantum mechanics, James Trefel, if you just Google him, you'll see his Wikipedia article, James Trefel, his Wikipedia entry. He wrote a book, The Dark Side of the Universe. Chapter 4 is the 5 reasons why galaxies can't exist. And that was a really cool chapter because he was talking about just the difficulty of cosmology solving obvious things, that the galaxies shouldn't be up there in the sky, and yet they are. But everything we know about physics said they shouldn't be. He tried to solve it with dark matter, but dark matter theory is under severe pressure right now after all these very expensive experiments were conducted trying to actually detect it on the Earth. Couldn't find it.
Is that its only flaw? Like, does it mathematically work if they apply this theoretical concept? Are there flaws with like the math, or is it just that we can't find it?
We need dark matter to make the galaxies exist and then the Big Bang to work. And so they postulated it, not because we had any physical evidence. So we have lots of evidence that ordinary matter, we're made of ordinary matter. We could see it, we can measure it, we can determine its properties. And so they just concocted this thing like dark matter that we don't know much about it. And we're making all these guesses. And I could tell you the sentiment kind of among some faculty and grad students in the physics departments were like, that's just all bunk. That's not science.
Right.
And
it's like the Oort cloud.
Right. So at what point, I mean, it's okay to speculate, but what point do you give up and say your speculation's wrong? Because now they're saying it has to be smaller, made up of stuff smaller than the electron. It's like, okay, when are you going to quit looking and decide maybe it doesn't exist? And that's what is a little bit scary, is because now you have to rework all your theories and the Big Bang could be wrong. And a lot of people have lived their lives for it. The reputations and mortgages have been paid on the Big Bang. So
Well, listen, folks. There's billions of years to work with. Therefore, wow, we're getting a weird echo. Who's echoing? What's this here? Okay, are we getting an echo still? Okay.
It's usually Bob.
Yeah,
I
Bob,
don't
you're echoing. Okay, you're on mute right now. Here's the thing, folks. If you have billions of years to work with, even things that shouldn't exist, i.e., galaxies, well, it's called cosmic evolution, folks, and it happened. Galaxies exist, therefore, the probability is 1 that they evolved. I mean, I don't know how many times we have to repeat this to all of you creationist types, that if something exists, whatever the hypothetical theory put forth by the general scientific consensus of the day must be 100% true until it is proven to be false, or somebody else decides that it's not true, or comes up with a better model to account for all the stuff that they weren't aware of they need to account for, which tends to be the trend, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of like, oh, it's just these little blobs of goo, and those things evolving into new things wouldn't be that big of a deal, because it's just a bunch of globs of glue.
John,
Yes.
Back to the James Webb Telescope, if they see back 13.5 billion light years and they see fully formed spiral galaxies just like ours, then I'd say you probably have a point. But if they see some kind of primordial, primitive-looking proto-galaxy, or even no galaxies, just clusters of stars, just small clusters, then I think that would answer some questions. So within the next year or two, we might have some answers. But right now, I think you're kind of right.
Yeah, but the interesting part about it is that the whole point is that you can never postulate that there's a creator or designer, because science will we will eventually find out that it's all just material. That's our the God of the gaps, except it's tied to the gaps. Let's say that way.
But they're just trying to figure out how it works. They can't even figure out how it works, right? Just from observing it. And like Sal was saying, there's so many different things to consider. One of them, I think, is magnetism. I don't even hear anybody talking about magnetism except for the electric universe people. Could be a lot of things.
I've unmuted myself for a few. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt the conversation, but I've heard that since I started using my phone that the echo is gone. Have you heard an echo since I unmuted?
Not right this second. But
Okay.
Treasure, I tested all that. Right now it's fine. Oh no, there it is. It's there. It's coming again.
Is it me? Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, let's see. We'll mute Wesley real quick. He was the only person.
Must be an external speaker you have. Do you have an external speaker somewhere?
I'm just using my phone, so it's the speaker on the phone and then the mic.
It shouldn't do that.
Well, sometimes things can get slightly out of sync. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna mute. Jungle is muted. Wesley's muted. Slava. Okay, everybody's muted except myself and Bob.
Test.
Let's see if the echo comes back in. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's coming through.
It is me.
Yep.
Oh man,
it's okay, man. Just it's all good, man. Just make sure you mute in between. It's all good. Like when you're talking, it's not echoing. So, like, as long as when you're make sure to mute. It's no big deal.
But then when we start talking, then it's echoes like crazy.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Regarding Nice Girl, you actually have to go into your community panel and remove her from blocked users. It can't be undone from the moderator side. The owner has to.
I don't think I thought they just timed her out. I didn't think they hit her. I'll check just in case. But I could have sworn I'd seen her be timed out, not hidden. But I'll check.
Is there any not proof, but is there any merit to that electric universe thing? Because I only saw a little bit of it. I heard some people talking about it, but is there any merit to that, or is that just?
The creationists. I talked to one of the senior creationists at a conference, Russell Humphreys, and he said The invocation of what they call Birkeland currents would not generate a strong enough magnetic field to do what electric universe claims. There've been some. I'm sympathetic to where they're headed in that it's talking about an alternate model for the formation of it's like strings of galaxies. I don't know what the proper term is for it. It's filaments of galaxies. It does look like there was something like electricity involved, but with our present laws of physics, there's not enough of a like a magnetic force to create. If you go through the numbers, and Russell Humphreys actually worked with large-scale electromagnetism for his job with like an electric company or something, so he's familiar with the math. So he said he couldn't get the numbers to work. There have been other criticisms of the electric universe, even though I've always been sympathetic to it, and I've always thought they might have something going for them. So I'm not saying to give up on the idea yet, but we would need some other things to get it to work.
Listen, I got an email from the Archangel Gabriel, okay, and he informed me that the electric universe is correct, and God is actually a power ball of energy, all right? And I just need you guys to know that the Archangel Gabriel, actually, he emailed both myself and SFT to make us aware of this, the reality of the electric universe. So I may at some point stand before the judgment seat of Christ, and he will let me know that I was given some insight from Gabriel, and I just ignored it. So if that's the case, Father, I apologize. I did not mean to ignore that very obvious evidence. I tell you what, to me, I think that the simulation hypothesis is way easier to, not easier, but a much more rational concept than some of the other things people are coming up with. When you really start to dive in. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's the big advocate of that is Ron Garrett, the simulation hypothesis. Can you believe that? Amazing.
Now, is he from the perspective of like the future generation, or like the future times that we're a simulation, that kind of stuff? Is that where he's at?
I don't know, but it was really funny. Liberty, a young Earth creationist university, was showing a video on the simulation hypothesis that's actually very creation friendly. Right in the middle of the video, there's Ron Garrett talking to Google about his theory.
I've seen his lecture at Google.
Okay.
Which very interesting is like you're 100% correct. Like that whole lecture, I'm like, okay, this is at Google. What I'm listening to, it's like, oh, right, this seems kind of, to your point, like in favor of my worldview. But then like at the very end, he tosses in a few like hypothetical, like a few little caveats to basically like debunk the premise of any kind of like lending any credence, I guess, to, as you know from your debate, I know from my debate with him, and so on and so forth. Like obviously, he's not actually in favor of from the ID or intelligent agency perspective, but I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's kind of the funny thing is he'll fight against it, and then he has the simulation hypothesis, which is very friendly to ID. And for those who don't know, Ron Garrett and I are acquainted, and I introduced him to the YouTube sphere and the debate sphere. He was one of the founders of Google, so we were really lucky to have him talk. He was like the founding 40 members of Google. He left after the first year, but he ended up obviously being very, very successful, and he engaged in exploring ideas like this. And he's a filmmaker, just an all around really wonderful person. He's one of the nicer atheists I like dealing with. There's some like I don't want to be around with, period. But I was thinking, Ron, everything you're studying kind of points to God, including your simulation hypothesis. And I just, it's just doesn't want to go there.
See, John, you got that email, and I got other proof too. I was eating this bag of jelly beans, and I grabbed two of them, and there was a blue and a red one. I knew it was simulation.
So anything to do with Ronald Reagan?
Hang on, what?
Ronald Reagan liked jelly beans.
Oh yeah, that's right. And hated broccoli, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, I just like a couple weeks ago I read The Simulation Hypothesis. An MIT computer scientist shows why AI, quantum physics, and the Eastern mystics all agree we are in a video game. And it's a pretty comprehensive book that dives into all the different aspects, not all, but the vast majority of the aspects of the simulation hypothesis, and then puts it directly in relation to computation necessities, and then like basically how, as our technology improves, then more and more of the supposed barriers to entry for the simulation hypothesis being plausible are just getting completely obliterated. And like each step along the way, it's like, well, yeah, we were said this type of programming couldn't happen, this kind of computation couldn't happen. And then now we're looking at, are we looking at the, is the three-dimensional world, is the projection of that from a simulation perspective into like actual real three-dimensional objects, is that completely implausible? And basically what he's getting into is like, no, we are actually working on creating technology that could be the bridge to where like the rendering of three-dimensional objects in a simulation is actually something that's plausible. And for those of you who've been paying attention to my shows for a while, you've heard me go on tangents about, how something as simplistic as, I say simplistic, something as basic to the existence of life, an mRNA sequence is the direct equivalent to a 3D print script. And irony of ironies, this guy read the books, the hypothesis, he came to the exact same conclusion, and then took actually multiple steps further in relation to the simulation hypothesis and how it could actually become feasible to actually render all of that in the world that we're observing from an external source. It's pretty interesting stuff. It's a very interesting read, and it kind of tosses a lot of the standard talking points we hear from the atheists on their ear. And so anyway, long story short, I recommend taking the time to go read that book. Enough of my diatribe there. Anybody else want to hop in?
Chuck Missler said the same thing.
Oh, sorry.
Chuck Missler said the same thing. He had been saying it for years that we live in a simulation. And I think that if you could prove that we live in a simulation, who designed the simulation?
Could be a god, or it could be aliens for all we know.
Always says real fabrication. It's a real fabrication.
Well, your point. Let me respond to Jackson real quick, Sal, and then let you go. Or it could be aliens. Okay, if the alien has to be external to the simulation that we're in, then it would be not bound by the rules that govern the simulation, no, would it?
Sorry, say that again.
So if whether you want to call it an alien, you want to call it God, you want to call it whatever label you want to apply to it, right?
Well, if whatever it would be God.
If it's external to and the creator of the simulation is not bound by it, then whether or not you want to call it an alien or otherwise would still make it the creator, right?
Right.
Okay, so then why did you immediately try to go to, it could be an alien?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know, but you're right. Whatever it is, it technically would be God.
And I think you've been involved in one of the streams where I was going off my tangent about like physics engines and how you can have like God, quote unquote, could live in another plane of existence and have a different set of physics rules that govern him. But just like what we do, and me and Bob talked about this before in earlier conversations last year, in relation to a video game, we create the physics engine that governs the game. So if we are in a simulation and God could have created whatever freaking physics rules he wanted to have govern this universe, this simulation. That's why I get so irritated with atheists on YouTube, who like act like the premise of God creating the laws of physics and all that kind of stuff is some kind of completely outlandish premise when we literally do it in computer games right now. Like, okay, so if I'm the creator of the freaking cosmos, I'm pretty sure that I could code whatever the physics rules are going to be for the universe that I'm creating. Just like it would be a moronic to go if you go to like the programmers that were writing, Call of Duty or whatever, and be like, so I don't think that you guys have the capacity to be able to program the physics engine rules for the game. I mean, they would look at you and be like, you're a moron and you don't know what you're talking about. Get out of our office right now before we got to stab you to death with, what,
and I could create any exceptions. Like I could set up the rules for how everything else in my game operates. But I could program back-end functions that let me do whatever I want. So if we do live in a simulation, I love the simulation argument. Maybe it's true. If we live in a simulation and somebody programmed it, that being that programmed the thing that we live in, the thing that we are, the thing that we experience, if that being says, you know what? If you just believe I did this thing for you, which is that Jesus Christ died for our sins and he was buried and he was raised on the third day according to the scriptures, if you believe that, then I will give you eternal life. What's so hard to believe about that? A programmer could do that for his program.
It does, to me, the stuff that we're talking about now does not require, especially with what we're now observing on our own technology, this type of concept does not require some extraordinarily leap of faith to be plausible is the point. And ultimately, for me anyway, is, and this kind of correlates with what Bob was just saying there, is whether it was a pre-existing hack or backdoor cheat code, right, for like miracles to occur. Like, okay, what's your point? I'm the sole author of the code. Are you telling me that somehow I wouldn't be able to do that? That doesn't really make much sense. Like, again, this goes back to the whole point of like, are you actually telling the programmers?
Simple function.
It's baseline stuff for the coder. And again, the coders would like laugh in your face if you told them that there was no way they could write a function that would enable them, or a script that would enable them to like have a workaround. That's just ridiculous. And same thing with like, well, if God violates the laws of physics, then blah, all the usual talking points. And it's like, well, you also have to remember that being able to modify or control something on the molecular level is not actually a violation of physics. It's just a controlled manipulation of something inside of those rules too, right? So like changing the chemical composition of X into Y, theoretically, if humans had enough ability to do so, we could change X into Y. We're trying to do all the time. And heck, we've been trying to do, the alchemists have been trying to turn lead into gold forever. And there's actually a way to do it. It's just not financially viable to do, right? So my point is that if we're observing that, hey, if you know what you need to change on the atomic level to turn, X element into Y element, if you know what has to be changed and you have the ability to do so, which, oh wait, we kind of can do that too. To me, that's why I laugh. I honestly just like laugh at people like Dillahunty and stuff when they go on their tangents about like how ridiculous the premise of water into wine and all that kind of stuff is. I'm like, okay, so why don't you go tell that to chemists that are doing all sorts of stuff? And
Dillahunty has said, I turn grape juice into wine.
Dillahunty has said that he would rather believe it's aliens than God. And I'm like, so what? Like, if it's an alien, if it's some greater being that's beyond us technologically and offers us eternal life, what's your problem?
I got a stupid question.
See,
if God doesn't live here, God can act on reality, God is intelligent, isn't God an alien?
Pretty much. I actually was thinking there's kind of a couple ways you can look at it. I don't know if you guys know the soul building theodicy. The idea that you know how it's super similar to how we right now design not machines, but artificial intelligence that tries to be specified. You know how we let it go through life cycles to become better at doing its task. It's literally similar to a soul building theology. If God lets us grow up, or in this environment full of evil, we learn to hate evil. Unless you learn to love it, and then he just gets rid of that program, or whatever. But if you learn to hate evil, then you get to spend the rest of eternity with him.
No, that's a great point. It's a great point.
That's
Okay,
an interesting idea.
Before I forget, Sal 10 minutes ago had something to say, and I cut him off and said 1 second, and then we ranted. Sal, what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Would any of you be interested in the stuff I got from the ICR, which is really devastating to the other side? And the other side has been, the evolutionists, they've been ranting. And I could share some things that I found. First off, relevant to the debate tonight, I talked with one of the geneticists there, and he pointed me to this paper that was in the prestigious scientific journal Nature, possibly Nature Genetics. And if I could share my screen, so this might mean something to you, Jackson. Let's see, share screen.
While that's happening, just for clarity, Jackson, are you an atheist, agnostic, or do you believe in God? You're just old Earth, or like what belief set would you claim?
I mean, I'm open to the possibility of a God, but I think there probably isn't one. Yeah, so technically atheist.
Okay, so there's been a lot of stuff between Dr. Dan and Nathaniel Jeanson and SFP. I've actually, even though I work for John Sanford, I actually know more popular. I'm more, I was hired to do the math end of it. And we did publish in a secular peer-reviewed venue, Springer Nature, by the way, on population genetics, but I never studied the question of like common ancestors. But C Science Lab said chapter 45 is the best. Are you referring to my book, to the book John Sanford and I published in? Anyway, so I've been kind of like, well, I think there's a lot of uncertainties, and even in the work of John Sanford, there was uncertainties pinning the date. So
Sal, if I could for just real quick, I'm sorry, John, can you put us under the share screen, please? Thank you.
Okay,
I just couldn't read it. I'm sorry.
I said I wanted something independent, and Jeff Tompkins delivered. He said, "Look at this, Sal." And I want to highlight. I don't know if you could see it here. Okay, I'm going to interpret this. We estimate that approximately 73% of all protein coding SNVs, these are mutations, and these happen to be mutations associated with diseases, predicted to be deleterious arose in the past 5 to 10,000 years. We estimate that approximately 73% of all. So what this would, we could take this down for now, just so. What this would mean is that if we evolved from like ancestors from millions of years ago, 25% of all the disease-associated variations, what they call single nucleotide variations, happen over those 4 million years or millions of years. Then suddenly, the overwhelming majority happened in the last 5 to 10,000. Another way of interpreting that is this argues in favor for both the recent creation where our genomes were in much better shape and they've since deteriorated. And I was not aware of this paper until Jeff Tompkins pointed it out. He also gave me a second one. I haven't had a chance to read through it, materials and methods, but this is very strong evidence that would support Nathaniel Jeanson's viewpoint. Now, Nathaniel Jeanson and I know each other. We were persecuted together at Lipscomb University when we made a presentation. But he has tried to explain it to me, and I just like, I'm a math guy, I should understand this, and I couldn't understand it. So, I said, well, I'll just move on to other things, and maybe it'll pop up. So this is really the sort of evidence I was looking for. It's independent, even though it doesn't address the youth of humanity directly. It's strong secondary evidence. The other thing is, that's why Dr. Sanford did recruit me to work on reporting on the ENCODE results. And in the process, I did find really good evidence that we're deteriorating genetically. And I've heard some on the other side in the YouTube sphere argue that we're getting more intelligent. That is not the mainstream view. Almost every major geneticist I know says we're deteriorating genetically. And
look up
getting younger.
speech impediments.
Oh, all sorts of things. So this is
I think
also, by the
speech
way, this is
impediments
a
is
testable
large.
hypothesis. Okay, if over the next few generations, now that we're able to measure genomes, we'll be able to confirm whether we are indeed deteriorating. And I don't think the evidence is very promising that we're improving. So that's the first data point. I also asked permission for Dr. Brian Thomas at the Institute of Creation Research. He actually got published in peer review, but only 153 or so people saw his publication in the last 4 years. And I said, is there some sort of gag order? Are you afraid that you're going to be suppressed? And so I will show this. It was published in the journal Expert Review. And I'm sharing it now. His co-author, Stephen Taylor, is a respected chemistry spectroscopist, and the editor approached him and said, just write about whatever you want, which is really rare because most of the time you're just pleading that the editor will accept your paper. This time the editor said, you're so respected, just write whatever you want. It's accepted, So thankfully he knew Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas was a very quiet creationist, sailing under the radar at University of Liverpool. And this paper is available, and it talks about proteomes of the past, and it reviews it. But the more important document is his dissertation that was awarded at the University of Liverpool. Presumably, this is where he also met Dr. Taylor. And on page 2006, oh boy, I'm going to have to scroll. Page 2000, that's 122, 189. He gives data of collagens that were extracted from, here it is. I'm going to explain this a little bit. So collagen is a protein our body makes. You can also buy it, collagens from the beauty store like Walgreens. It's a real protein, and proteins are made of amino acids, and here's the listing of all 20 of the canonical ones and kind of their properties. And you can describe a protein by spelling out its amino acid sequence. So here is a collagen in humans. This is how it's spelled. It has a signature pattern that you could see here where every other third position is a G. It's very, very noticeable. And the point here is that the collagen's made of amino acids. The amino acids have carbons in them, which means they can also have carbon-14. If you have a large enough sample of collagen, you'll be able to have, you should expect carbon-14 if it is there, or if the sample is relatively recent. So let me bring up Dr. Thomas's paper here, his dissertation. So this has been kind of quietly talked about, not talked about, I'm sorry, it sailed under the radar. So they have this Triceratops femur, a hadrosaur femur, and the upper column is the amount of carbon-14 in the collagen. And you could see here that these tissues, I'll take this down for the time being. These tissues, you know, they keep, on the YouTube sphere, you'll just say, oh, it's contamination, and Mary Schweitzer's figuring out a way that it could be preserved. Well, that's all moot now. It doesn't matter whether the chemical structure can be preserved, because we're talking about atomic carbon. So if we can extract the collagen out of the bone and get pure collagen, this whole nonsense about any sort of contamination, bacterial or whatever, that's moot, because bacteria don't make collagen, neither do fungi. The most reasonable explanation is it's the collagen that belongs to the dinosaur. And also we can sequence the protein, the amino acid sequence, and at some point we ought to be able to identify unique dinosaur species, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, for the last, ever since I got on the YouTube sphere, they kept saying, well, it's contamination, and Mary Schweitzer is working on, you know, how iron can preserve this. That's all moot now. That's all moot. It doesn't matter that, you know, if the collagen's preserved as, you know, in molecular form, we're looking at the atoms inside the collagen. And there's a well-known process called gelatinization. So when you eat Jell-O, like from the grocery store or, you know, in desserts, it's made from, it's basically collagen, and they extract it from cows. They subject the bones to weak acid, and there's a process. So when you can extract the pure collagen out of the dinosaur bones, you have, it's contaminant free. We measured the C14 levels, and I showed the table there, 2 to 5%. Our accelerator mass spectrometry can detect that. That means the bones aren't millions, not hundreds of millions, not millions of years old, much less hundreds of millions of years old.
Sal, in carbon dating, have we gotten to being able to measure 11 half-lives, or are we still stuck at 60,000 years max?
Oh, we can. All right. Good question. Depends on who you ask, because the accelerator mass spectrometry can theoretically go beyond that up to 100,000, whatever that number is. I can probably, hang on, I'll tell you about how much that is. That'd be 20 half-lives.
Okay.
20 and they were even speculating amazing. It could go up to 200,000 years, which would be like 40 half-lives.
Right. So,
but the important thing is this measurement is 5%. You can measure 5%. You can measure 2%. Yeah. We're not talking at 5% is about four half-life cycles, 4.12.
And I need clarity on one other thing. That far right column, PMC, that's parts per million carbon-14. Is that what PMC? What is that?
Percent modern carbon.
Percent modern. Thank you.
So what you do is then you can. So if you have like 4 half-life cycles, you take 2 raised to that power for the number of cycles. That's like 2. That's equal to 16. So you say 1/16 of 100 is about 5%.
Right.
So that's how I know it's about 4 half-life cycles.
And hey, Sal, is that much like the cycle I put my metronome through when I start grooving on my drums?
Just like that.
This is Kenny Rhodes, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you, Dr. Rhodes. Thank you. So the important thing is this is a testable hypothesis. That nothing's stopping people from, you know, unless there's a shortage of quality fossils. We really need quality fossils. I did talk to Brian Thomas. It's like, well, we have lots of clamshells. Can we do those? He said, yeah, I'm not really familiar with her. They have a certain chemical. And I said, okay, I'm going to ask around to see if we could find chemicals we could kind of do the same purification process, because then we could find possibly even more stuff. So this is going to be interesting where this goes. So I think it's just been funny to hear all the banter over the last 2 years and all the speculation. And, you know, I just said, I'll just wait until more data comes in. and it's coming in droves now. There's too much to keep track of. So this should be heartening for the young Earth creationists out there. And people ask, well, what's this all about? Well, if I asked even some people that are evolutionists, I said, okay, notwithstanding there are Christians who are old earthers and even those who believe in evolution, but I said, just from a physical standpoint, if the fossil record is shown to be young, would that lend credence to Christianity? And they all said yes. So I would say it's not a necessary condition to be a Christian. I was a theistic evolutionist once, but it would be a sufficient reason to be a Christian. And so
for those of us
that's
who
what I
aren't
wanted to
great at
share with
math-
you. Thanks for giving me the platform there,
No,
John.
you're not done, Sal. You're not done. Hold on. For those of us who aren't great at math in our head, would you translate into age those numbers in that column?
Sure. See, I'll share my screen again. If that's okay, John, if he's still there. So,
You know, the 2.5, 5.0, would you tell us in real terms what age that means?
okay, so I'll show you how I did it, and if I screwed this up, someone correct me. So, if you have like in this column, let's start with 5.59 because I'm more familiar with that. So, with 5.59, let me kill all of this. I'm just going to do it right here so you can see how I actually do it, and it's be good to get correction if I got this wrong. So we have 5.59%. So all I do is divide 100% by 5.59%, and that's 17.88%. And I mean a factor. Anyway, here so I'm sorry. Plus one. That. Okay. So what we do is we take the logarithm of this to the 1/2 or the 2. So you get 4.16 cycles. Okay, that's the better way to do it. So you take the logarithm of that 5.59%,
right,
to the logarithm base 1/2, or you can work the math differently. But then the half-life of carbon is 5,730, and so then we just multiply the number of cycles times 5,730, and you get 23,842.
For what kind of a bone was that young?
Okay, let's take a look at it. That was for a hadrosaur femur.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so let's try the Triceratops femur, 2.36, and just put it in the calculator here. 2.36, and that one dates at 30,000, about 31,000 years.
Yeah. Thank you.
So someone, I don't know who it was, who asked how many cycles are we dealing with? They said, have we gotten beyond the 11? You know, can our mass spectrometers measure beyond 11 cycles or 16? I would argue yes, but in this case, it may all be moot because these numbers are on the order of 5.
Right. We've been able to measure that for some time.
Yeah. So why? So I said, Brian Thomas, no one's talking about this. How come other people are getting all the headlines? And this led to some interesting conversations with the other staff. I said, you know what? The other side would like to debate people that are not kind of the top tier, like Brian Thomas. So that's why in modern day debate, you get like the flat earthers representing Christianity, because it draws a lot of views. It makes the viewer base, which are mostly anti-theists, makes them feel good about themselves because they like to mock and laugh at
Just like
Christians.
in Hollywood, you only get Catholics.
Well, and we all know that Jackson is the epitome of the modern day debate atheist who goes up against flat earthers.
I might have never been on there.
I'm curious.
Jackson didn't even pick up on the fact that I was not actually making fun of him. That was more of a jab. That was a quasi backhanded compliment, Jackson. Actually,
okay.
Because the audience actually knows that you're not that, so they knew I was joking. But hey,
would my butt hair, lack thereof, on top of your head and the quantity on my behind, would that be a similar kind of a comment?
Listen, Kenny, if you keep making fun of the fact that I'm losing my hair, I just don't know if we can continue to be friends, because this is just
how old are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the other night,
How old are you?
Kenny sent me a picture with his
I'm 50.
with his locks.
And look at that lock of hair.
Just everywhere, like spread out, and it's like, while simultaneously making fun. He's like, in chat, he's making fun of the fact I'm losing my hair, right? And then sending me pictures of like his locks while playing guitar and stuff. It's like, dude, just stop rubbing it in, okay? Listen, as Sal's been talking about, the majority of genetic decay has been happening within the last 5 to 10,000 years. And what can I say? I am the result. I am the proof of genetic entropy. Okay, it's just a fact.
That's not true.
Would that possibly be the rate accelerated nuclear decay phenomena you're going under through, though, specifically as of late?
Man, I don't know. At this point, I think.
Oh, I know how to. I was the best of the young earthers for many, many years. I know how to flip all this on you there.
Well, regarding my hair, listen. This is a very sensitive topic for me. Okay, I finally decided that I have reached come over status. So that's why that's why the
Trump.
That's why the head. No, that's why the head is shaved, man. Like it's.
Oh well, yeah.
It's not.
That's right. Claim it.
I'm glowing my flap early for when I lose my hair, which would probably never, but at least I'm prepared. I'm an ultra conservative.
That's
prepared
true.
for everything.
Well, Kenny could go ahead and Kenny could pull off the Trump right now without, like, he might be able to have like a flip forward and a flip back.
I even have to undercut my sides because my hair is so thick. My sides are literally undercut, like Jason Newsted had of Metallica back in the day. I mean, and my hair is still that thick. Sorry, just a side point.
and it's not a toupee.
It's not a toupee.
It's
touche toupee.
Kenny just likes to come in and rub in the fact that he's got more hair. I get it. You're superior in hair.
Yeah, John is 25. I'm 50.
So if you guys don't mind, I will be
30. I will be 38 this summer. I am no longer a child losing his hair. Okay, I have actually survived longer than most people who are going to be going bald. So, but
you're a year older than me.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, I'm 37. I think I'm pretty sure.
Hey, John,
I'm old enough to be your obnoxious older brother.
No, I'll be 38 in June.
Yeah, I'm old enough to be your very obnoxious older brother.
I'm 28. Does that make me the youngest person here?
My oldest sister is actually, let's see, she is 53.
Yeah. Well, I'm exemplifying the obnoxious older brother as we speak.
Well, that's true. That's true. Okay, so Richard, what were you saying? You were wanting to challenge Kenny? Is that what's going on?
No, Jackson.
Oh, Jackson. Okay.
So Jackson, you said during the debate that you don't know what you would accept as evidence or what evidence would persuade you or something like that. Do you remember saying something like that? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it. I need to figure out what that would be.
Yeah, I think it's important to me as a believer that I know exactly what would destroy my beliefs.
Yeah.
You know,
I know it would destroy the evolution, but I don't know what would destroy man living to 900. I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't have everything, but I have something to offer you right now. Most of us here, I think, understand evolution well enough without strawmanning it that we can say something like the first placental animals should have been somewhat overlapping dinosaurs and then developed from about that time frame, and you'd be correct. Okay. What
Kylo
about
Ken. Bisexual reproduction.
Sorry, I didn't
What's
hear
that?
the last part.
Oh, that's sensual apologetics, ladies and gentlemen. Just listen to that voice. Very sensual.
Yes, the father of Kylo Ken.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Han Solo.
Peace and respect, Rob Rowe. So I'm wondering what would your mind think if we had this anomalous 3 times older than that, well predating, showing up in Queensland, Australia, in the Cambrian explosion, a placental animal.
If a placental mammal showed up in the Cambrian, that was
Not
what you
mammal.
said? Huh?
Placental animal.
Oh well, I don't know.
Do you have any thoughts about it right now?
It would be strange.
Okay. Would you if you find the time and interest and remember the name, would you look into Mater Pisces Attenboroughi?
I'll look into it.
It means mother fish named after David Attenborough.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you spell that? I'm gonna write it down.
Mater Pisces, Materpisces, Attenboroughi, Attenbourughi.
Richard, is that contagious at all?
Okay.
Being able to spell stuff?
No, that the disease you just spelled sounds serious.
It's a placard fish.
Being able to spell, that was funny.
Who is the XO of the RO has been trash talking me this whole time?
A troll?
Yeah.
I thought it might interest you anyway. It's not conclusive. It's a piece of evidence amongst many.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll look into it for sure.
All right, I'm going to head out. Good night, guys. Love y'all.
Good
1
night.
Corinthians 15:1-4, the gospel by which you are saved, that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. He was buried and was raised on the 3rd day according to the scriptures. Believe
Amen.
that, and that's all it takes.
So
Amen.
why the heck
Amen.
is this topic debated?
All right, Bob.
So if I might point out the obvious real quick there, Father. I'm sleep deprived and I have ADHD. So just a little warning. Look at my hair. Yeah, look at my hair. I'm actually working on a photo memoir of my titration off of all pharmaceuticals, with daily photos of how I wake up after a few hours of phantom limb pain, followed by profusive sweating for another 4 hours, and that's the way I look in the morning. But look how good looking I still am after all that mess. You know what I'm saying?
You need to join season 5 of Cobra Kai. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But like father, like son, as they say. Look how good looking Rob is. I just don't quite have the voice. I got the looks, not the voice.
I think that Danny was here earlier, but Kenny, I think that Danny may be getting jealous because I think you and Rob flirt more than he and Danny do. I mean, I think there may.
Well, it's actually it's more of a familial, mutual complimenting that goes on. We're kind of like the Volacheks from Saturday Night Live. Remember, anybody know what I'm talking about?
There's no.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
Please speak up if they know what I'm talking about. The Volachek Saturday Night Live skit where they overly kiss one another on the lips when they walk in. Let's say it's Nakasuchi on steroids.
I'm aware of the. I remember the skit. Which is why I said Danny may. I mean, listen, in the modern era in which we live, familial.
Danny wants us to adopt him, maybe.
so quick sidebar. It's kind of interesting how from the evolutionary perspective, the premise of sisters, brothers, and such is like considered just ridiculous. However, the dominant types of porn that are being
wait. I'm from the
right
Appalachians. Now. You can marry your relations.
Right. The most dominant new types of pornography that are being produced are some kind of family porn is what's being
nice
generated.
Way to make all this disgusting. Thank you very much. I want to go throw up now.
I mean, hey, I'm just bringing it full circle to the guy from Appalachia, man. I mean, I figured it was might be something you're aware of.
Shaming you. No one's kink shaming you, Kylo.
What's
I don't
Rob,
even
man?
know what that means, but it sounds serious.
What's up, Rob? How's everything down under? Are you still surviving?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just been quite busy this first month. Well, actually, yeah, last month actually. It's the 1st of February for me right now. So I've been all over the place. The COVID situation is not looking good in East Australia, but I'm still West, so I'm still blessed, I suppose. But soon it's going to take over, the Omicron variant.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're in the primo demographic to have nothing to worry about. So,
isn't that just a serious case of the flu? Really,
at this point, yeah.
I thought it just already took over everywhere.
And how do you vaccinate in yearly flu? I don't know how you do that.
Well, they do have vaccinations for the flu every year.
Yeah, that's not a vaccination, though.
Just coming back on topic here, like I've been out of action on YouTube for a bit. Like why was this topic debated?
No idea. Jackson, why was this topic debated?
I don't know. They were like, "You want to debate this topic?" And I was like, "Sure." That's pretty much how it went.
Okay. Well,
you know that it was in
I
stages.
guess I'll have to catch up on it.
It was in stages that their lifespan was cut in half by the flood down to 500 years and less. And then it was cut in half a second time in the days of Peleg. So it wasn't just like random, change. It was in 2 stages. I mean,
that's right, Kylo Ken. It was in 2
reasons.
Right. Is that Wesley there? Guys, he's going to be in 1st grade this year, I think.
Yeah, it was Wesley.
Look at that baby face. Of course, I need new glasses.
Well, that's probably true. I don't know. Wesley, how old are you?
Oh, his mom must have put him down for a nap.
He's afraid to share his age. It's okay, Wesley. We understand.
Sorry, I was listening on my phone. I was listening on my phone for a second. Then I hear Kylo Ken start making fun of me. I'm 22.
That's right. See, told you. Just graduated kindergarten. Now he's going to 1st grade.
Yep.
Now I'm about ready to go to the old folks' home myself.
So Jackson, how did you approach the topic using the Bible?
I didn't really use the Bible. I kind of used the mutation argument. I just kind of argued that genetic entropy wasn't a thing. That was pretty much my angle.
Okay.
And I just said the biblical ages don't make sense. Like a lot of them are even. Like Shem was
exactly, yeah.
Died.
Mm-hmm.
Noah was 950. It just doesn't ring true that they were really that age.
It's like Lamech at 777. He only at 777 he dies, right?
Yeah.
Another one dies at 365.
Yep.
Maybe they're not coincidental.
Oh, so Rob, you don't think that we should read those ages literally?
Nope.
Is that correct? I'm sorry?
Nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, I would disagree with my father here on this one too.
Respect your elders for a good long life.
Yeah, I
Honor your mother
respectfully
and father.
disagree.
There's
Honor
a
your mother and
passage in
father.
Genesis where Pharaoh asks, how old are you to Jacob when Joseph presents, and some renderings, some translation says Jacob said, "But my ancestors lived much longer." So do you how do you respond to the age of Jacob listed in Genesis?
Because that saying in the ancient Near East is in the context of the differentiation between Genesis 1 and 11 as proto-history, meaning think of it like the Elep in the Exodus, like 600,000 Israelites coming out of Egypt. The 1,000 there is the word Elep. So in other words, you could see that as clan or tribe. And then on top of that, you have to take into account the use of base 60 for all the numbers. And so therefore, when Jacob is just recounting that, it's a way of saying the quality of life, or the importance of the clans per se, with respect to the given ages, because that's exactly what you see in the Sumerian king list and all the other king lists that have like 10,000 years apply to this guy and 10,000 years apply to that guy, and it's just a polemic. It's the author of Genesis is using that as a polemic. So Enoch 365, Enoch in Second Temple Judaism becomes a symbol for the 365-day calendar.
Hey, Sensual, is this that Michael Heiser heresy that you've been talking about lately?
No, Heiser's like late in the game, because people well before him have been making the same thing.
So just for the
viewers, I think a lot of that is crap, right? You do know that.
Well, you're a bad Jedi. That's why.
So the passage in question is Genesis 47. Then Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, and stood him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. This is the English Standard Version. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my sojourning are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their sojourning." So you don't think that 130 years is how old Jacob was when he said that?
Nope.
Is that correct, Rob? Okay. Thanks.
Yep, I don't think so.
No. He just counts everything. Just nope.
There are good
and what do you
reasons
base
for it.
that on?
So I would not.
By the way, what
I
do you
would not
base that
accuse
on?
his yaps as being,
And I did want to ask
arbitrary
one other
or.
question, Rob.
Because I base it on the fact that Paul thinks Abraham was dead, as good as dead, to use the Greek phrase literally, in Romans 4, when clearly then the Genesis text says he lives beyond 90 years old. So Paul in Romans 4 says they are as good as dead at the age of 90. 90 in itself is considered, even in Paul's day, to be excruciatingly, like for example, he's aware of the Psalms that speak about, well, an average lifespan would be 40, 50 years old, but you would be considered blessed to live till 80. And so, but then the Genesis text says Abraham lives on well into the hundreds plus. And this is a polemic between Pharaoh and Jacob.
So
I have one last question, Rob, and thank you for answering. Do you think when Jesus turned, how do you interpret when Jesus turned water into wine? Do you interpret that literally as a miracle?
Yeah.
So you would consider that? Would you consider that a miracle of special creation?
I don't consider it a miracle. I consider it hypernaturalism, but not a miracle.
So the miracle at the wedding at Cana is not a miracle in your view, but you do believe the water was turned to wine.
Yeah, it's just a hypernatural act of incarnate logos.
I think Rob may
Thank
have
you.
three
Thanks
distinctions
for answering.
in God's moving, and as opposed to where I might have been a student of John Whitcomb, where I would see Class A miracles and then Class B miracles, and I would make a distinction that Rob is making, where he sees not really a miracle, but a speeding up of a natural process. I apologize. I think I have a short in my headphones here.
Can't hear the short.
Did everything come out clear there? Did I describe what you're suggesting, Rob, clearly, in the sense of not a Class A miracle that would be, and a Class B miracle would be providential, like I see the entire Exodus as providentially grounded in things that we can discover scientifically, a wind,
So in line with that, would Lazarus be Class A or Class B?
Oh, that'd definitely be Class A. But Rob makes a third distinction, and I don't necessarily make that distinction that Rob is making, that kind of a both and thing.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is that word supernatural is more superstition than honoring God as the regulator of creation. In other words,
I'd have to agree there for sure.
The Greco-Roman gods have to act supernaturally in order to oppose creation, to do something about it. Whereas why would God need to oppose creation when he's the creator? He can just work with it.
So when the feeding of the 5,000 or any of the miracles where they fed, to me that's creating matter. Do you interpret that as creating matter?
See, I have to agree.
You think that's natural? You think that's natural? Is that correct? You think that's a natural thing? You think that's natural for matter to come out of nowhere? Or you could take matter and multiply it.
If you take the analogy of the Banach-Tarski paradox, that 1 + 1 = 1, you could sort of like, a lot of math jokes use the feeding of the 5,000 in that sense.
Well, wait, you're not suggesting, Rob, that God is adding any more matter to the universe, are you? Because that's a fine-tuned parameter.
He's adding information, not matter.
Right. Okay.
There's a manipulation of it.
You can't apply the Banach-Tarski paradox to the sort of ordinary matter we deal with. I mean, that's why that's why you have conservation of energy laws. So don't, I'm just pointing that out.
No, I said
you're going to argue that it's not miraculous for him to create matter. Is that correct? You don't think that's a miracle?
No, it's not a miracle in the supernatural sense. It's a hypernatural act of Jesus.
Okay. Well, thanks for
Rob was using different terminology than you and I would, Sal. He's affirming what we're saying, but not using the same term, if I'm getting it. Because there is a sense that we see this Cartesian bifurcation of the spiritual and the natural in such a way that the two never meet. And I'm suggesting that there's analog. There's this real give and flow between the corporeal and the incorporeal.
Well, the thing is, the miracles were there as signs. However, it's classified. It was something special that's not accessible to humans. That's reserved for God granting the miracle. I mean, however we might use the word, when it says that God granted signs and wonders. So this is not, in the sense, I don't know what this thing is, hypernatural. Whatever word you use, it was meant to demonstrate that Jesus and the apostles had access to something ordinary people don't. And so we could mince words or redefine them, but I think the sense is very clear that when the 5,000, when these people were fed, they noticed, and when waters turned to wine, that isn't something you would expect. So call it what you want. This is meant to be something to confirm.
Well, I'll go a little bit deeper than that. just to clarify, the literary techniques of the authors of the four Gospels. So, historical Jesus scholars will point out that all four Gospels mention this story of feeding the 5,000, which in itself is significant because there's a lot of things in the four Gospels that are unique to each Gospel. And that's why it gets a little bit more granular. But this specific event happens.
Rob,
in all four Gospels.
would you mention also the notion of Jesus walking on the water as a sign as well?
Yeah.
I know you're going to go there, but I don't want to forget to say that.
I'm not going specifically to the actual like how he did it. What I'm saying is the fact that there's a mention of 5,000, and again in Mark's Gospel especially, there's a mention of 4,000, one to a Jewish audience and one to a Gentile audience. The figure 5,000 fits into, because Mark is written to a Greco-Roman audience, and the Greco-Roman, the audience would be very familiar with the type of Pythagorean math that they're used to. So what they would do is, and again, this is published in peer review, you can take the 5,000 figure, and you can actually dissect the math out using Pythagorean triples to then come up with a picture of basically the loaves and the fish in a geometrical sense. So it's to then the irony is it's a polemic to point out that, look, just as your own creator gods and your own deities, like for example I think it's Apollo and Zeus in one tradition that talks about how they're able to develop bread and they're able to develop fish at any given instance. Mark is writing to that audience and saying, look, the true God incarnate is able to do the same thing. And you can do like just, and in other words, just as I know your tradition, here's me showing off that verifies that I know your tradition, because look, you can do a little bit of like mathematical geometrical tricks using this figure 5,000 to verify that I'm aware of your tradition. So I could go down that route, just like you have the numbers earlier in Genesis, as a polemic. I could suggest, how do you actually know it's exactly 5,000? Unless you go down the literary form of Mark's audience, that the perspicuity that they would have understood.
How about the food left over?
Yeah, and that comes to a whole 12 full baskets full.
So there was
which means matter was created,
right?
Or something was some miracle, sign or wonder, whatever you want to call it, not accessible to ordinary people, happened. And you're fine interpreting that, we had more than what we started with. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm agreeing that it was what you would call a quote-unquote miracle. I'm just shying away from the word supernatural to describe it, because supernatural seems to bring Jesus down to nothing different to the Greco-Roman deities. I'll give you, for example, the walking on water, since Kyla mentioned it. In Greco-Roman tradition, the other gods also walked on water. But the key difference between Jesus' walking on water and Apollo and Zeus walking on water is that they necessarily required supernatural speed to give the impression that they are walking on water. But Jesus just simply walks on water. That is a much more advanced ability than the best that Zeus could demonstrate in Homer's Iliad.
Not to mention there's allusions to it in Job as well.
Yeah,
so,
and
Kylo,
there's that Old
do
Testament connection.
What's that sound?
Kylo, are you fine with the word miracle then?
Would I define it?
No, are you fine with the word miracle to describe?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not. I just don't like the idea that he's somehow putting more energy into the universe, since it's a design parameter of the Big Bang.
Yeah.
A common illustration: one dime more, one dime less, you've got a problem.
He's working with what's already there.
Yeah, he would have to have borrowed some empty space, 0-point energy or something in order to congeal that energy into matter. But as information, definitely organization of the parts into this whole through the divine agency of Jesus.
Well, if he's the creator, he can override. Isn't that a fair statement? I mean, there's nothing constraining him.
Yeah, but
I mean,
overriding is
the laws of
why.
physics don't constrain the Lord because he's the creator of the laws of.
Right, but he created them, so why would he defy them? It just seems like you're fighting against yourself.
Yeah,
if I'm going to lay a foundation,
Genesis,
I'm going to work with
because Genesis 1 starts with the spirit hovering and maintaining chaos, not trying to overrule it because it's intimidated by it.
Well, there's nothing in the Bible that says that I read that says God is constrained to physical laws.
Well, he created them, so why would he defy them all the time?
Jeremiah 31
that's my idea.
Says he's made a covenant.
Okay, that's a fair question, but that's also a way that the Lord can demonstrate he is governor of the laws of physics when he breaks them, because he is above the law of physics that he created. That's an excellent way to demonstrate it. There's nothing that says this is some moral law, that.
Why would you think he's defying the laws and not working within his own parameters to do a miracle? He doesn't have to define, he's not defying the laws of gravity or electromagnetism. He's still working in those confines.
Well,
because Romans 1:20 makes
the laws of physics.
Yeah, Romans 1:20 makes it clear we understand God's invisible attributes proportionally through the visible creation and its parameters. And God clearly says, I made a covenant with the laws of nature. If they were to break down, then I might as well give up my covenant promises for Israel.
But it's out of the ordinary what he's able to do, regardless of how he's doing it.
If C.S. Lewis writes a novel, he's not going to go outside of the novel in order to prove to the people in his story that he's as mighty as he is. He works in his story, reveals himself in his story, not outside of the story he's laid down, which is the framework upon which any agent is going to lay down first. It's necessarily philosophically. And then he's going to build his world. This is world building. You're not going to go outside the world you built in order to reveal you're the author of this world. That's what we're saying.
It's still out of the ordinary.
Well,
no,
for the viewers,
it's his story. He can do with it what he wants.
For the viewers, the reason I was going in this line of question to Rob, and I thank him for responding, he can believe that water is turned into wine. He can believe that the loaves are multiplied. But he believes in evolution theory. So the idea
that's not fair, Sal. That's not fair. That's poisoning the well.
The idea that man could be made from the dust, he rejects. I would be curious what he thinks.
No, he doesn't. He actually doesn't.
What he thinks about the, he could be created from the dust instantly. The other thing is how about the staff being converted to serpents? Do you think that's literal, Rob?
There is Egyptologists that'll point out that there are very unusual snake tricks that did take place in the Exodus account, like back in those times in the 19th dynasty. And it would have given the illusion of not actual staffs turning into snakes, but actual snakes being as stiff as a staff. The only interesting thing about Moses' staff is that it did turn into a snake according to the text.
Right.
So
And it ate the other snakes.
Do you believe that the staffs bloomed? Was that also the one that was a snake? Am I confusing that?
That would be the staff of Aaron that bloomed.
Okay, so which one became the snake?
That would be Moses.
Okay,
the
thanks.
one by Moses.
Yeah. staff of Aaron that budded.
If I may jump in, I think this is a great example of what we need to not do and do. Because, Sal, I don't know you very well, but I consider you a good, mature brother. The word evolution has this connotation with this younger creationism, and it's used as a poisoning of the well effect. I don't agree with Rob at all, but I'm not going to be involved in things that are going to make a brother look like he's wicked or evil. I think grace, understanding, humility has to be a part of this conversation. Real humility, not false humility. Real humility that has abiding effects.
How does that even relate to my initial question to Jackson about how he approached the topic about the ages? That has nothing to do with any of this other stuff.
Oh, that's correct. I just wanted to ask you these. I've been dying to ask you. So thank you for responding.
Are there any mods in the chat that could get rid of that bot, please?
Genetic entropy. Yeah, something happened at the time of the flood. It cut people's lifespan in half. And then there was something else that happened 100 years later. It cut the lifespan in half a second time. If you look closely at the ages. I mean,
Jungle Jargon, there's something cool about your voice. I don't know what it is.
With the breakup of the continents. All right. I would like people to listen to what I'm saying more. But anyways, that's okay.
If I may suggest, just speak with a little more confidence, and sometimes, being very methodical in the way you pronounce your words and stuff. I used to be, a quote unquote slow talker or whatever, and then you got the guy from Duck Dynasty. He's a slow talker, But sometimes slow talking is seen as maybe lack of confidence. And so balancing that confidence, asserting what you're saying, being yourself, that's what I would say.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah. Well, good thing, because I lived a long time trying to please others until I realized that we're all got issues. Their issues are different. I'm not going to please them anymore. I can please myself.
Yeah, I lived a long time too. I'm 63 years old, going on 64. So.
Well, I'm 50, going on 13.
And I'm not about to change too much right now, unless you give me a good reason to.
Are you doing force healing to yourself, Kyle or Ken? Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
instant rejuvenation.
Exactly. Yeah, on the
I'm
outside
13 again.
On the outside, my outer man is, decaying, but on the inward man,
that's right.
I'm being renewed daily.
Day by day.
And I have hair in my head too. I still have hair in my head, so no, there's that. Whatever.
My father-in-law's bald, but he says it's because there's more activity in his brain. It can't nourish the hair.
I heard radon helps. Radon.
At the age of
Miracle.
I'll be 34 this year, and I'm noticing my hair is graying already.
Oh, that's just dealing with young earthers.
How old are you, Rob?
Gives you gray hair.
Rob, how old are you? Do you mind telling me?
I'll be 34 at the end of March.
Oh, okay. That's about right. I figured.
Speaking of a 34-year-old man going on 7. Hey, Jamie.
Hey, I'm 38. Brother man.
No, you look 34, but you act 6.
Thank you. No, 6. Come on, I was.
Okay, 7.5.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a little older. I'm going on 13. I'm still 12.
So Wesley's the baby here, literally.
How old is Wesley?
I kissed my first girl.
Wesley's 8 or 9, I think, right?
22.
Wesley? Oh, yeah, he's 2.
What
22.
What does Rob think about? What does Rob think about the table of nations, the ancient civilizations? Do you have any thoughts on that, Rob? The ancient civilizations?
The Table of Nations in Genesis?
Yeah. You're familiar with that, right?
It's just you can count it up to it mentions 70 in number, and
16,
that correlates.
16. Well, yeah, but
Well,
you're
depends.
always looking.
It depends.
You're always looking for some secret message, but just it's 16 grandsons, right?
No, it
16
depends. It
grandsons.
depends on.
There's 7 sons of Japheth, right? 5 sons of Shem and 4 sons of Ham. You don't need to spiritualize anything. Just
No, what I'm saying is, if you count the nations in Genesis 10, it all adds up to 70 nations.
Well, there was grandsons. There was grandsons too. Yeah, there was.
Why can't it be both very poetic and very literal history?
It's not. It's literal. It's not poetic at all. It's not. It's literally 70 nations in Genesis 10, and that correlates with the 70 sons of El in Deuteronomy 32. It's exactly the same sort of thing.
Yeah, both are true. I would
civilizations, the real civilizations, right?
Yes, that's the Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's all the civilizations that there were at the time. I mean, there are no other people, right?
That was the known world. Acts chapter 2, Pentecost, Luke lists all the nations in Genesis 10 as coming to hear Peter's message.
So you think there were other people besides the 16 grandsons of Noah? You think there were
How many
other
nations
people?
are listed in Genesis 10? That's the key question.
No, the key question is, were there other people? Is what I'm asking.
Jump in.
Were there other nations?
Obviously, because humans are already around the globe by then anyway.
Okay.
There's Aborigines in Australia by
What
then.
if I told you that each of those 16 grandsons of Noah can be traced as to which haplogroup, Y chromosome that they have of all the people that live in the world today?
When did the Aborigines migrate to Australia?
And the Aborigines are C. C is in the Middle East or Asia. C is in Asia, and K is in Australia as well, right? K is Tubal, settled in Italy.
Australia is not Australia, America, and all these other
outside
lands are not even in the Bible.
Listen. They have the Y haplogroup chromosome of K in Australia and in Italy.
Can you show me where Australia is mentioned in the Bible?
And in Italy, you don't have to. You don't have to. All you have to do.
I see.
All you have to do is know that Tubal is K, and his descendants settled, and some of them in Italy, some of them in Australia. And C is Nimrod, some of the descendants of Nimrod.
That is not what Genesis 10 says whatsoever.
Who is Nimrod? Is a Cushite, as a matter of fact, a Cushite, and his descendants settle in Australia as well. Aboriginals.
No.
Yeah, that's a C, and the C paternal Y chromosome is in the Polynesians.
Show me one Genesis. Show me one scholar who commentates on Genesis that mentions Australia in Genesis 10.
No, you don't need to mention Australia. It's the same haplogroup. It's the same.
Can I get a moment? Can I get a moment, gentlemen? Just a real quick moment. I just want to say I love you all as brothers, and peace and respect to you all, and good night. And John LPP, if you're listening in, you got SFT in your chat trying to come in, probably backstage too. Peace and respect to you all.
All right.
Oh, great! Another young and good-looking guy coming in. Thanks, Donnie. Stay out, please.
So K is in Italy. K is in Australia. C is in Asia. C is in Australia. What's the problem there? It's the same people. It's the same Y chromosome. And you can do that with all of the Y chromosome haplogroups.
I'm using my Jedi mind tricks to keep Donnie out.
Q is Madai.
You can't overcome my force.
The
you might have
Medes
John's
is
number.
Q.
Text him and tell him to let Donnie in.
If I texted him, I would have to go out myself because my stupid phone kicks me off every time I try to answer a text.
And you can't do
So-
that.
Check the private chat, Henny.
So there's
It's
nothing
horrible.
special. There's nothing different about the Australian Aboriginals. They're people that live elsewhere in the world, according to their Y haplogroup.
It seems
Jungle.
it
as
seems
well.
like nothing
Yes,
has
no
changed.
context
Even though I've
for any of what you're saying.
even though I've stayed away from these discussions for nearly 2 months now, it seems like it's still the same. There's no
but you're
progress being
changing the
made in any of
subject.
this.
You're changing the subject, though. We're talking about Australian Aboriginals who have the same paternal Y chromosome as people living in Italy and Asia. And the
Yeah,
only
you need to
one,
biblically show me how Australian Aborigines have any relation to the descendants of Noah.
no, I don't need to. All I need to do is show you that they have a CY chromosome and a KY chromosome, which is what people have elsewhere in the world.
So when the Bible, like in Nehemiah 1, when the Bible says that the farthest land that they were aware of was Babylon, literally Babylon is at Earth's horizon. That's literally the phrase in Nehemiah 1. That is like not even 1,000 miles away from Israel. Australia is
Okay.
like,
So,
south, way down under the
but they
equator.
have the same. You know what a paternal Y
So like,
chromosome is?
if they were aware of Australia, they should have mentioned it.
You know what a paternal Y chromosome is, right?
What you're describing actually correlates well with human migration.
Hey, may I
Aborigines
suggest
coming into
may I
Australia
suggest that
50,000
somebody
years
in the
ago.
chat asked us to stay on topic, and if I might say, I didn't actually know what the main topic was tonight, but
Well, it's not me doing
I think
this.
it's lynch and heretics.
It's a good old jungle jargon.
It's DNA. But you can see how they're the same people. They have the same lineage, paternal lineage, going
I'm gonna
back
mute
to the
myself.
same original ancestor.
In the meantime, love you, Ken.
People in Australia
thank you, Sensual.
have the same paternal ancestry as people living in Italy and Asia, Mesopotamia, actually, where he originated from. That's where Nimrod was king. And he's the only king in Mesopotamia, land of Shinar. And his father was Cush. Nimrod's father was Cush, and Cush's father is Ham. So it's Hamitic. And the Neanderthals are Japhethite because it's the Japhethites to have his.
Hey, Donnie.
Hey, it's standing. Nice to see
There
you,
he
man.
is.
Happy New Year.
Gentlemen, Happy New Year. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing all
Good.
right.
Good. I thought you died.
I'm back, baby. I'll be living till about 900 with all this coffee.
Well, your body will, maybe.
There you go. There you go. But you got to reverse both the days of Peleg and the days of.
Is that
blood.
living 900 just on one cup of coffee or two?
No, you need at least 3 a day to
Okay.
make it into your 900, into your hundreds.
All right.
Okay, guys. For the
All right,
sake of
I'm going to
illustration
bed.
here,
Hang on. I'm going to bed, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I know this is about to turn into a dumpster fire. Try to maintain calm.
John, you sound like I look.
Begins.
I'm exhausted. But,
LPP, it sounds like nothing's changed, even though I've been away for 2 months.
Yeah,
I mean,
we missed it.
I've been gone for 2 months. I didn't do anything. I don't think I streamed like twice in November, I think twice in December, and then a couple times in January.
I've been drunk for 2 months straight, going on 3.
Oh gosh.
Well, we figured that. Okay, somebody else trying to join. I'm going to bed. Have fun, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Keep the dumpster fire, at level 2 or something.
Crackling.
Good night.
Yeah, John gave me control, so I'm on his.
Yeah,
I'm running.
Why
his
don't you change that to
account
bod?
now, so if
Donnie.
anybody acts up.
Yeah.
Again,
So anyway, let me
Look
give
at
a
you,
little
Jackson.
life lesson for you younger gentlemen. So My back is in pain, which everybody knows. So I'm adjusting myself because I'm laying down here, and I accidentally, my thumb hits the iPhone, and I swipe right, and it takes me out of the stream. Lesson: never swipe right.
Oh wow! Never buy an iPhone is the lesson. Dirty heretic.
Could be. I'm on a laptop right now.
Jamie, unfortunately, I got to ban you. Nobody calls my boy Kenny Rhodes a heretic except for me.
Damn it.
And my mom.
And Kenny.
And my Aunt Ruth, for sure.
I'll be good if you change your thing to Bod. Downey Bod. I'll be good, I swear.
Bod, yeah, it's still there from earlier. How's the discussion coming along? Rob, long time no talk. Good to see you. Hope everything's well. Hope you are having a good New Year so far.
Yeah, man. Nah, the COVID stuff is pretty gnarly east of Australia, but praise God that at least West Australia is still running relatively safe. So
good.
That's basically the big focus right now, is just working through that.
It should run itself out pretty soon here.
Maybe.
Hopefully it peters out.
So Jackson,
already.
how'd actually, before I ask you how the debate went, since that's the after show, Kenny,
Yes.
I'm working at setting up a pretty epic debate between your boy Hugh there, Dr. Ross from RTB, and Joe Hubbard from Creation Research. So I think we're gonna
cool.
It's gonna be fun.
I don't know who he is. Is he a newer guy or
Kind of?
Guy.
Well,
Yeah, he's a sharp guy.
he's with John Mackay. If you've seen him, you'd remember him.
Oh, okay.
Is it true that Lord Ross actually affirms the long ages of Genesis of the patriarchs?
We actually have to call him Emperor Ross when we come into his office.
See that?
And then he's constantly asking me if I've ever heard of the story of Darth Smokey the Wise. Constantly asking me.
I heard he's Darth Semi-Pelagius. He's the first Darth Sith Lord. Semi-Pelagius.
Yeah, that's how my kids address me, Emperor.
Yeah.
Nice.
SFT.
Yeah.
Bob's wife calls him Master. I know that.
Actually,
he's a
Jackson.
true Baptist.
Actually, Jackson, for our debate next week, I want you to refer to me as Emperor SFT throughout, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Would you go for Supreme Leader?
I'll call you Donnie.
So what's your call?
The Democratic Republic of Gehenny.
Apprentice?
Padawan?
Padawan?
What you call yourself and what other people call you is not the same.
That's what he calls Little Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny, you were cracking me up in the comment section today during the debate.
Oh, again, I've been drunk for 2 months, so please excuse me.
You must be feeling really dehydrated. 2 months?
Yeah, delirious. Yeah.
Can I suggest the title I give Kylo Ken?
Say what?
Can I suggest the title I give Kylo Ken?
Sure.
Whenever I address him in a letter, I say, "Hey Kylo, my daddy god emperor rabbi high school girl crush."
I'll never live it down. I sent him a picture of me in the 80s when I was playing bass for a Christian rock band, even though I'm a drummer.
yeah, that picture kind of reminds me of the picture Smokey used in his Schmear video.
Which one was that one?
I don't know. I didn't see it up, but I don't even know how he got the picture. Honestly,
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Never mind.
ADHD moment, so they changed the channel on me.
Sorry, sir.
What was that?
Grand Doo-Doo Wizard. I think it's never mind.
So I was going to ask Jackson to kind of bring it back on topic, I guess, to the topic of the debate in the after show. Jackson, one point that you made that I'd be curious in terms of your response was you made the point to Matt when it came to genetic entropy. You and I can't remember exactly how you said it, so maybe you can reiterate it, but it had
Yeah, I
something
don't
to do
remember
with
90% of what I said.
it had something to do with the neutral mutations that build up, right? That are invisible to selection. You made the point, I think in your rebuttal or somewhere in the discussion, that since they're neutral, who cares if they build up? I mean, what's the issue? Like, you didn't see an issue.
I did actually say, I do remember I said there were some that were nearly neutral. I did actually use that word, that phrase.
Right. So when you made that point that these nearly neutral mutations are insignificant because they don't do any damage, therefore they can just build up without any harm. Can you kind of elaborate on what you meant by that?
Just neutral mutations. I mean, they just don't do anything. Otherwise, it'd be called not neutral mutations, you know? I don't know. I'm very tired.
No, that's okay. So I guess, and I don't want to put you on the spot because I know we're going to be debating this in a few days.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts overall then when you have well-known, respected evolutionary population geneticists? For example, here's a quote from this paper, The Distribution of Fitness Effects of New Mutations, Iyer, Walker, and Keatley, where they say it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. All mutations must have some effect, even if that effect is vanishingly small. So these nearly neutral mutations are effectively neutral mutations. The fact that they do build up, the fact that they do have very small effects on fitness, how to you is that not an issue when it comes to the health of a species?
Well, wouldn't it depend on the environment, whether it's neutral or beneficial or harmful? Or is there a strict definition of what harmful? And I mean, obviously there are harmful ones, but like neutral in the sense of it doesn't really matter in a certain environment.
Right. The point is, if you look at, let's say, humans, for example, the mutation rate is 100 new mutations per person per generation. Some say as it goes as high as 100, 170. So if, as these population geneticists are putting it here, these mutations are slightly deleterious, very slightly deleterious mutations, I believe is what Kondrashov calls them, then that means they build up over time. And something you said in a video was that these nearly neutral mutations, they are subject to what? Do you remember what you said in a video?
I think genetic drift, that's for the smaller populations, right?
Well, for larger populations, let's say humans, what's there, about 7 to 8 billion people on the planet today. So when these mutations build up and they're subject to genetic drift, what does that mean?
Well, maybe subpopulations of humans can be subject to genetic drift. I mean,
well, if every single human being is inheriting roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation, and most of those are just very slightly deleterious, like rust on a car or a single spelling mistake in a book the size of an encyclopedia, but then you're admitting that they're subject to genetic drift, that means they spread and selection can't do anything about them. So what happens over time as they build up and spread through genetic drift?
I'm not sure what you're trying to get me to say.
I guess the best question to ask then is, what type of selection could you present that can rid the population of so many very slightly deleterious mutations that are pouring in to the genomes of, say, humans, but realistically all animals, higher mammals especially, if they build up, leading to disease, degenerating the information systems of biological organisms? I mean, that puts shelf lives on genomes, because you were making the point that, well, they're just completely neutral, so who cares? They're subject to genetic drift. They're not really doing anything. But no, population geneticists are recognizing that they are doing something. Most of them are just slightly deleterious. So that means over time, they degenerate, right? And species descend into more and more sickness. So the point is, what kind of selection, I guess, would you look to that can remove really that which is invisible to selection to begin with?
Well, I know.
Can I interpret this for you there, Standing? I think what you're trying to say is that you need to join him because it's really the only way to save Padme. You need to learn from his teaching, right? Something like that. Is that where we're going? I'm sorry.
Kenny, never be sorry. Never
Got
be
sand
sorry.
in his britches. I hate sand.
Mutations can be reversed, right?
Of course.
No, the mutation rates, once it gets beyond about 100, if it's functional, there's no selection that'll solve it, not even in principle. And this is, SFT showed the picture of John Sanford. I published with him recently this year. I'll put a link to our publication. It was accepted by Springer Nature, which is a respected scientific publisher. I'll give you the formula there that deals with the Poisson distribution that points out exactly the problem. So there is a point when the number of mutations is enough that selection will not clean it out. And I'll put a link in the chat to that publication, so you don't have to buy the book. You could see an older version of our paper that it's very close to the one that actually got published, but the book is about $1,500.
$1,500 for a book.
I never thought that our selection would clean up mutations anyway.
Well, and exactly what Sal is saying is the thing is these mutations that build up, and I showed the paper earlier that it's about 100 new mutations per person per generation. They build up, and you have population geneticists, for example, like here. This is from Dr. John Sanford's presentation at the NIH, which I have uploaded on my channel, Jackson. You should check it out. I think it's got like 10,000 views right now. Okay. And they point out, for example, Crow's concern. The typical mutation is very mild. It usually has no overt effect, but shows up as a small decrease in viability or fertility. The decrease in viability for mutation accumulation is some 1 to 2% per generation. The whole point is species clearly cannot go on for millions of years into the future because of mutation accumulation, which means they could not have gone on for millions of years into the past. Mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes. And the simple question is, if they build up, there has to be a type of selection that can stop the degeneration process. It's a simple.
Now, moderator moment. Let me jump in here for clarity. Now, Standing, would you say that in favor maybe of Jackson or maybe in agreement, we could possibly say that it, to quote a great scholar, Wayne Campbell, that in a certain way that Star Trek Generations will never be superior to the original Star Trek. There are some superiorities in it that's clearly an advancement, diveration from the original, but yet has actually gotten better evolved. Could that fit in here?
By intent and purpose and
don't mess up my joke here. Come on, give me a little bit.
let's debate Kenny's joke there. Essentially the problem
isn't that kind of the argument that evolution is in a certain sense getting better by mutation rates, by scrambling existing data. Remember, I'm a theologian and philosopher, so bear with me.
Well, the evolutionists would say that the driving force of large-scale change is mutations. They'll say mutations are the source for all genetic diversity and variation that natural selection can act upon, right? But what we find is mutations, rather than being the source for new genetic material and novelty, actually degenerate, actually destroy genetic functionality, destroy organisms. So it's quite the opposite.
Now, by the way, naturalistic evolution is philosophically absurd.
Right.
Do you believe in de novo mutations?
What's that, Jackson?
Just philosophically, evolution, naturalistically speaking, theistic evolution is logically grounded. Young Earth front loading is logically grounded, but naturalistic evolutionary theory is logically absurd to the core.
The problem is scientific evolution is now looking absurd, and so there are the quotes there, and it's getting worse. Starting first with eukaryotic evolution, but then we have these other things that are being indicated here, and SFT. I don't know if you saw my earlier slides. I talked with Jeff Tompkins, He gave me even more papers from the journal Nature that indicate we're deteriorating, and most of our deleterious mutations associated with disease, the overwhelming majority have happened in the last 5 to 10,000 years. It's very consistent then with the more literal interpretation of the ages of the patriarchs and the ages of Jacob in Genesis 47, which says Jacob was 130 years old.
Yeah, something is cutting down the lifespan.
I think, Sal, you're slightly cutting out there, brother, like just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what paper you're talking about, Sal. That's a really good. Are you talking about the paper where it shows that all genetic mutations have showed up for the most part in the last 5 to 10,000 years? I thought I had the paper here somewhere.
Even Noah lived like 800
yeah.
years, right?
It is the paper from the journal Nature. Analysis of 6,515 exomes reveals that most human protein coding variants emerged. Yeah, recently.
Yeah, that's a good paper.
Yeah, reveals the recent origin of human protein coding variants. Human protein coding variants there are disease-associated mutations. So mysteriously, they all just showed up 5 to 10,000 years ago. That is more consistent with the literal reading of Genesis as far as the ages of the patriarchs.
Yeah.
And it is also consistent with our understanding of, what they call mutational load. You can call it the problem of genetic entropy, but there's hardly a geneticist now that thinks we are biologically improving as a species. The human race is not improving. Each generation is a little sicker and less intelligent. And natural selection is actually contributing to the loss of IQ and neural function. It's not helping, contrary to what Darwin said.
Well, speed of sound specifically proves exactly what Sal here is saying. IQ is getting worse. We're going down, not up. I know that's mean. I'm just kidding. Well, not really. So I think this is kind of what you're referring to, Sal, which is a fantastic line of evidence and data points supporting Genesis. Harmful protein coding mutations in people arose largely in the past 5,000 to 10,000 years. I mean, what a coincidence there. Gene mutations began showing up in the last 5,000 years of, so-called human evolution. So it goes back to, and what Sal was...
Standing. Yeah. May I point out that this is all this evidence is perfectly consistent with the RTB model of a young, human, special created man,
right?
Not evolutionarily evolved, but special creation. Yeah, young Adam.
Yeah.
It specifically destroys human evolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because what I was going to point out here, based on what Sal was saying and how consistent this is with Genesis, I like to point out that Genesis, the Bible claims to be the history book of the universe, and yet it's validated more and more every single day with incoming scientific data, specifically in genetics. And I believe genetics is the best way to answer this question of ancestry, because it's genes, traits, and genetics that are inherited sperm and egg, not a rock, not a fossil, not geography, but genes, traits, and genetics. So here, going back to the topic of the debate tonight, Jackson, if we take this point of most accumulating, let's say, genetic load or genetic damage, 100 new mutations per person per generation, take that back to a point in time of least increasing genetic load, of least mutation accumulation, where essentially there's no mutations. Okay, that's a point of what? Perfection. A point of, let's say, Adam and Eve, who would have had nothing but, as we like to call it, front-loaded genetic heterozygosity with no mutations. Okay, and then obviously they start accumulating from generation to generation after the fall. But here on this graph, that's exactly what we see. Is we see that lifespans decrease exponentially. I mean, to you, Jackson, is this just all coincidence that it just so perfectly correlated with this biological decay curve based on mutation accumulation. I mean, you
Well,
can.
Standing, can I?
Well, I brought that up in a debate a little bit.
Coinciding with the global flood.
Yeah, like look
My
at the
beloved
like,
Standing, can I ask
yeah,
you a
yeah.
question on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Putting aside the mathematical hypothesis here,
and
what
putting
about
aside the fact that RTB model's right.
looks like I have a tougher job here because I'm opposing both RTB and Standing.
But you know what? Hey,
The
let me
bone
give you a
was
little
there.
bit of encouragement here. Okay, Rob, here we go. You got a friend in me.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got a friend in me. There you go. Toy Story.
definitely. I think we've all become friends in this room,
One of my
which I
favorite
think
movies.
is a blessing of God. So anyway,
I have to say, I cannot wait till I have grandchildren because my grand dogs are not getting how funny VeggieTales it really is, and I can't wait for some human grandkids.
Donnie, I have something of an
What
answer
about-
for you about the Y chromosome thing. Do you hear me?
Oh yeah, but I'm not sure who wants. I know Rob had a.
I think people are still tripping on the fact that this 50-year-old man actually watches cartoons more than anything else.
and we all seem to talk over each other, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's go one by one. Whoever wants to speak next, go ahead, and then we'll just kind of take turns.
All right. So
Maybe
my
Rob,
question
go
to you
first.
is, this is my question.
Hey, Rob. Hey.
Yeah. What, my
Go
son?
ahead.
What?
Go ahead. You can talk.
Sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead, talk. Go.
Yes, I'm about to talk.
You can talk
Okay.
now.
So, what about those scholars in, say, linguistics and biblical studies?
Hey,
and ancient
Rob.
Near stuff?
Hey, Rob.
You're funny.
They are doing their own thing in their own speciality. They're not like doing any form of guesswork. They're doing legitimate, research and so on. And they're not aware because some of them may not be statisticians and biologists and all that stuff, right? So they have no clue about any of these calculations that you're doing at this level, right? So in other words, they're just engaging the text with the literary context of, say, that ancient culture. So what if they come up with a hypothesis on how to explain those long ages very comfortably in that literary form? In other words, you obviously don't take those ages as literal, but rather as a polemic in light of the ancient Near East. And then simultaneously, you're coming up with this, unaware of their research, and vice versa. Like, shouldn't there be some form of discussion then, like a sharing of details? Like, hey guys, look at the calculations I've come up with, and then they'll respond back to you and say, well, actually, why did you go through all the trouble doing that when actually it just means this? And it's a simpler explanation.
Yeah, the literary explainaways.
Well, I don't even think we have to go. Well, I guess if you get into linguistics and even the origin of languages, for example, in Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins' new book, Chimps and Humans, which I highly recommend. Sal was just talking about how he met Dr. Tompkins, and they discuss some solid lines of evidence, kind of confirming what we're talking about here. He's got
Standing, there is another book I would highly recommend, and I'll give you 10 guesses.
about what book it is.
Yeah.
Is it by Dr. Kenny Rhodes?
Yeah.
The one in
I
the
have a
mini.
feeling.
There you go.
Hey, Rob, are you saying that the scholars don't?
Well, real quick, AJ, I just want to answer this real quick, and then Jamie, you go ahead. It'll be quick because there's a whole section, chapter 12. It's called "Dispersion from Babel," and it's a very thorough chapter, and he talks about how while languages and DNA sequences are passed along differently, they are inextricably linked. So he actually shows that like the origin of languages, as well as mutation accumulation here, and even allele frequencies in populations around the globe correlate beautifully with just really a plain reading or understanding of Genesis.
And for clarity, how many Lils are there these days?
How many alleles are there these days?
Allele.
Yeah, but I think,
yeah, their frequency is
let me-
increasing. So how many alleles are there in total now?
There's a lot.
42.
Let me rephrase my question. What I'm saying is, try and put yourself in the shoes of, say, I don't know, say John Walton, because he's a common name, all of you know. And he's absolutely not a statistician or a mathematician. He's a languages guy. All he does pretty much nearly every day is he'll go into some cuneiform script and decipher it and translate it, and then as a Christian, and also as an Old Testament scholar, he sort of like shows the parallels and writes commentaries. That's all he's doing. And then he, for the sake of the lay people in the church that might read his material, he will explain and say, look, the long ages in Genesis 5 match this so-called sexagesimal, this base 16 number system that they used to use, and all the author of Genesis is doing is comparing it with the Sumerian king list, and that's all that's happening. So, like, what Walton would then come, if you were to present this to Walton would turn around and tell you, but hang on, Standing, in the Sumerian king list you have, kings with ages that far supersede Adam by like tens of thousands of years each name. And then how do you explain that? Like, do we take those numbers literally or not?
I can explain it if you guys want to know. I can explain that.
Please share my screen, please.
Yeah, that means what?
This is my good friend Dr. Kenny Rhodes' book, The One Who Is. He's a scholar and a real swell guy. So I just wanted to share that.
You real butthole.
Kenny is indeed the one who is. So okay, come back to my question. So
I'm proud. I'm sorry, I am.
I would say Walton's argument there on the significance or the meaning of the ages listed in Genesis are underwhelming, and I think they have been at least analyzed or scrutinized by other PhDs that hold to the young earth creationist position. For me, just a plain reading of scripture, I see that the Bible records a time when people had extremely long lives. We understand the science of mutation accumulation, and it just so turns out that when the lifespan of these early biblical patriarchs and their ages are compared, the biblical data clearly reveals, as I pointed out, an exponential decay curve. And this curve can only be described as what? As biological. So why would I have to then, in my opinion, and I understand you would disagree with this, and that's fine, compromise the Bible and say, well, these ages don't really mean that they live to, 900, 300, whatever, so on and so forth. When it so matches perfectly with the scientific data. I mean, I always like to point out, to fabricate this data that we have would have required an advanced knowledge of mathematics, as well as a strong incentive to show intentionally exponential decay curve for it to match up so perfectly with what we know about mutation accumulation today. So since we understand that a major reason why we die is because of mutation accumulation in somatic cells, and then we understand that many of those are passed on through the germ cell lines, which means populations degenerate and descend into sickness. If we take this back logically to a point where there's no mutations, no disease, it fits perfectly with Genesis. So I don't understand why I would have to be like, well, Walton, I guess you're, I'm sorry.
I'd like to add to that when Rob's done.
Take your time.
Yeah, share my screen and I'll show you this. So this is a quick wiki search. Here's a Sumerian king list, and there's a table already given here where you have the 10 names right up until you have Utnapishtim, which is the so this guy here, Ubara
Noah. Utnapishtim is the Gilgamesh Noah.
Yeah, so he's the Noah of the flood in this epic. And then notice you have the phrase, then the flood swept over. Now notice the ages. So Alulim is the Adam of this list. he's 28,000 years. Alangar is 36,000 years. En Men Luana, he's 43,000 years. Like, these are all long lifespans, and then you go into the first dynasty of Kish, and notice very similar lifespans to the Genesis 5 lifespans. But all of these match. Yeah, they're nicely like round figures, and they all match what's called a base 60 number system, which we still use. I mean, see, units of 60. We still use this with clocks today, like 60 minutes in 1 hour, 60 seconds in 1 minute.
Now, may I suggest that maybe the Samaritan King list is giving us ages of demiurges? For example, Gilgamesh, who a lot of scholars think could be Nimrod. So possibly, that would fit an old Earth scenario, but that would explain their expanded numbers, and while allowing for the big numbers for humans,
Yeah,
just a thesis.
But Standing, if you went back in time, and imagine you encountered some, I don't know, religious scholar of the Sumerian side of things, and then you presented them your model. Right. Or in fact, let me turn it around. Imagine if you were an apologist for the Sumerian King list. How would you then utilize these years if you took them as base 10 numbers, like actual literal years, in your model? Would you also say that there's a decaying curve after the flood?
Well,
because it jumps straight down to these figures, which is a lot smaller than these figures.
As an old earther myself, I would take the literality of both lists. One being biblical, giving us only human kings, which are relevant for our salvation, and then possibly the Sumerian king list, because they were so intertwined with the fallen ones, that those are indeed literal reigns for what could be the Nephilim, the giants, or even the fallen angels, Enkidu,
I mean, it has. I mean, the Sumerian king list has the Apkallu sages corresponding to each name.
That's problem.
That's why you have the Apkallu mentioned in the very next chapter.
Well, there's an article here on creation.com, the antediluvian patriarchs and the Sumerian king list. And you can go through it, but he concludes here: the fact that numerical elements of the biblical antediluvian account appear so distinctly in the context of a secular Sumerian historical document, such as the King's List, is strong evidence for the historicity of the early chapters.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree.
And the antiquity of the earth, by the way.
This is all evidence for the biblical narrative.
Who copied who? Who tried to be better than who?
Well, one's older. The written record is this one. The King's List.
How do you know? How do you know?
The King's List is older. That's the point. All I'm saying
much
is
older than the biblical account.
This doesn't disprove the historicity. Oh, definitely, it is showcasing the historicity.
But the Bible names the ancient civilizations before they became civilizations.
But it's recording history after the fact. It's not. We didn't have the Bible as the stuff is unfolding, which I do. I take a Toledo theory of the generations. So we might have some historical history. Yes, but it's written after the fact. After the fact.
Before the Sumerians.
Sure, right. But the Samaritans show that the Bible has a historic core, and we know as Christians the Bible is an inspired, inerrant, infallible word of God.
Can you link that?
We can agree on that.
But who copied who, though? That's the thing.
Pardon?
It doesn't matter who copied who.
Paper in the private chat?
Because general revelation is true as special revelation in this case. The Bible just specifies the numbers and the names and everything. But it doesn't need to be some sort of supernatural revelation, quote unquote, that nobody knew, and somehow this is brand new information for the world. No, this is solid information for thousands of years.
We can agree on that. We can agree on that.
Hey, Donnie, what did you think of my math problem about the HIV?
Real quick, before we get to that, I just wanted to highlight this part, that the two documents are numerically related is strong evidence. We talked about that. The fact that the Sumerian account shows up as numerically rounded, incomplete version of the Genesis description, lacking the latter's moral and spiritual depth, is a strong argument for the accuracy, superiority, and primacy of the biblical record. In addition, the parallels between the Sumerian and biblical antediluvian diluvian data opens up the possibility of establishing chronological correlations between the rest of the king list and the book of Genesis. Is your point, Rob, that the king's list from the Sumerian records are superior in a way to? I mean, can you reiterate your, like, I don't understand how this is.
No. I'm not. There's no trumping. I think maybe whoever wrote that maybe is misunderstanding. Say someone like what Bolton would say. Why this is important is because, okay, we've encountered this. Say we're encountering Genesis 5 for the first time. It's like, whoa, 930 years for Adam and 365 years for Enoch, and then you start digging more into the ancient culture. You start to discover cuneiform tablets like the Sumerian king list that also gives very long ages. And then you start to realize when you analyze their culture, their language, and basically their math.
Yeah, but look at the ages we're getting here. I mean, the range. Let me get my bit. 6,000 years.
Yeah, so they utilize a mathematical schema that fits what we still use today, like a base 16 number system, which is not base 10, and we use base 10 to make those calculations.
So what was the real age then? What was the real age? And
that is not the. But here's the point. That is not the point of the list. That's not the point. That is the point. That it's not the point.
So
we're not trying to figure out the ages of these people. Rather, we're talking about the let's just say the epicness of that particular individual and the reign and so on, or maybe a sort of symbolism, like Enoch 365 matches the 365-day calendar.
But he didn't actually live 300. I mean,
yeah,
there it was.
Kenny said yes, so he did. Okay.
So in other words, standing, it's a polemic. It's not trumping the other. It's rather saying, you ancient people have this tradition, well, we Jews have this tradition, and our tradition is more historically true than your tradition. That's literally the point.
How much money would it take for you just to admit that I was right there, Central?
I don't care about money. I care about pursuit of truth.
Yeah, but we're talking about me, so it's money to say that I'm right, not these guys. I'm right.
So you don't think the world was better before the flood?
Wow.
No, I think the world was just the same before and after the flood.
Somebody changed the channel on me there. Goodness.
Boom.
How the heck does that relate to this?
Well, can I point something out? It's like my one thing I have a little bit on. So it seems like the text indicates that the ages correlate to dates, like with the flood and Noah and Methuselah dying the same year of the flood. That seems to be some kind of something about what's going on there. Like, did they make that happen on purpose? It would seem so, or it actually happened. And it seems like maybe the King's List is maybe older in recording, right? But
God said that he would reduce the age.
Well, my point is just that the age, maybe the epicness. So that's actually the story. I understand that it's not as old. The biblical written text may not be as old as far as what we have written down. But if it actually is true and the ages are real, maybe the Sumerians knew about it and they're thinking they're wanting to like outdo it because they were like amazed that it was, it had
no. You're assuming something that is
it's
true.
Speculation. Indeed. I just mean like if we suppose that it's just like a literal reading or whatever, however you want to say it.
Well, just like stories were taken after Babel, when different people groups migrated to different parts of the world, after enough time and enough generations have passed, you're going to get a lot of times perverted or exaggerated stories from the original story, the original source. So for me, the account in Genesis, the real history of the universe, is the original true story. And from there, you get a lot of exaggerated examples, exaggerated stories, myths, things like that. But I have no reason.
It's a polemic.
Can I add something here?
Yeah. Sal, jump in, brother. Go ahead.
The book of Numbers gives lists of the counting of people. It's a census. We have lots of numbers in the book of Genesis, from even the measurement of the tabernacle and the number of rings. So we have this very elaborate number system to count things for measurements and counting people. But then when it comes to the number of years that someone's alive, we have a different number system because Walton said so based on his research. So I would just say a natural reading, if we were, maybe 100 years ago when Darwin's theory was very strong, yeah, that I can understand that would be appealing. But when new facts come to light, that should have a bearing and could supersede everything he said. And earlier in this discussion, I pointed out Dr. Brian Thomas had shown me credible evidence, and I know the collagen protein, I'm writing papers on it. The collagens can be extracted in high purity from the dinosaurs. They have a C14 signature indicating they're not millions of years old. The mainstream will absolutely reject this. They're suppressing it. They're firing professors. I know that personally. But the data, for people willing to look, suggests that Walton could be wrong. And so, I commend him for trying, but he could be wrong. And there could be more data in the future that's going to affirm this. The mainstream may reject it, but it starts to become difficult to suppress. So some of us just find it just too difficult to believe in light of the data we're having in hand. And there are professionals of very good qualifications that are on the young, people who believe the fossil record is young.
Can I ask Sal a question on the numbers census? Because again, in an indirect way, this sort of relates to all of this, how we approach the data. So my question to you, Sal, is if you take the 600,000 men in the numbers one census, if you include women, children, and other things, even the exiles from Egypt, even the Egyptians that joined the Israelites, how many total would there be if you were to estimate, if you include women and children into that census?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Why don't I read a little bit from the book of Numbers, chapter 1. The number from the tribe of Reuben was 46,500. And then there was another one. The number from the tribe of Gad was 45,650.
Yeah, so go to verse 46 because it gives you the total number. Numbers 146.
Okay, 603,550.
Right. Now, that's just men with respect to each of the 12 tribes. So if you include women and children, what do you expect? Like if you were to estimate it, what would you expect the number to be if you took it literally?
How about 2 million? What figure do you come up with?
2 to 4 million, exactly. So now, Egypt's population in the New Kingdom was, if you're talking about the entire New Kingdom in the 19th dynasty, is about 3 million. And P. Ramses, which is the location of where the Jews were slaves, was only about 300,000. So you basically what you're suggesting is 2 to 4 million Israelites. There was an exodus of 2 to 4 million Israelites from P. Ramses, who had a population of a mere 300,000. That is logistically impossible.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that it was Ramses? How do you have the figures?
Because Egyptologists
you have a
who
historical
investigate
figure here. You're going to take. Okay, so I'll grant that you think that, but I'm just saying.
Well, what's the size?
So you're saying that
what's
those
the
numbers
geographical?
in the book of
One
Numbers
second. What's the geographical size of P.
Right.
Ramses? How many square kilometers?
There is question about which pharaoh was involved, but are you going on record and saying you don't think that those numbers are meant to be taken anywhere near literally? Is that correct?
Again,
is that correct?
Remember, no, actually, I do take them literally. It depends on how you translate the word alep for 1,000. So since the geography, the size of P. Ramses is about 10 square kilometers, you can't fit 4 million people in 10 square kilometers with the Egyptians and the buildings and all the stuff that they had. And so people like, say, James Hoffmeyer, who's an evangelical scholar and probably the foremost authority on the Exodus narrative, will point out that if you take the word Alep and throughout the Bible, Alep can also mean clan or military unit. So then that figure, and I'm quoting him verbatim, he goes, so Numbers 1 to 46 should be translated as 600 military units of 3,550 warriors. And then if we multiply this figure by 3 or 4 times to account for women and children, a more manageable and plausible population is in view. And that makes a whole lot of sense logistically and, with respect to Egypt, with respect to the size of the place and all that.
No, I appreciate your response. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, Rob.
So all I'm saying is notice how, there are people that are aware that if we just take it woodenly, like just an English translation, 603,550, then obviously that leads to obvious logical problems. But hang on, how could 2 to 4 million Israelites live in that area? And then because of the scholarship involving the analysis of how terms are used, like the Hebrew word alep, we then realize, oh, hang on a second, no, this is 600 units of around 4,000 warriors, which is obviously a lot smaller, but at the same time matches the story very comfortably in its historical setting. Otherwise, if you go with the literal 600,000 view, now it becomes this mythical tale that somehow 2 to 4 million people had a mass exodus, which is not at all historically plausible.
Well, you're going by what the estimates of the numbers are from what they think of Egypt and the pharaohs. So what you're doing is you're constraining. Let me, if I could finish. You're constraining your interpretation of the Bible with what you believe are physical facts and numbers. All that we have done here is also do the same. But the genetic information is a very good ancient record as well, probably better than what the archaeologists can determine. And so if we have all these genetic indications about the youth of humanity, that would take precedence over, these archaeological rocks and inscriptions on clay. And so it's a matter of which physical data point will take priority to help us make decisions about how to interpret the Bible. So,
but doesn't the Bible, as Hoffmeyer says, doesn't the Bible actually clarify to us how to translate certain words? Like, for example, the word alep elsewhere in the Old Testament.
I'll tell you something. Jesus said, if you don't believe me, believe the works. There is a sense that the observations of the physical world will give us some information about how to understand God's creation and even history. So,
I don't think you heard what I just said. I said the Bible. If I'm going to take a faithful appreciation of what the Bible says, I will allow the Bible to dictate to me in its original language that I should not be forcing the text to read a certain way. Rather, the text is telling me that the word alep can mean a military unit or like a clan, not literally 1,000.
On the larger issue, you're appealing to these, what I call the ergoritic hermeneutic, these pagan cultures to help try to understand the Bible. I'm just suggesting
not necessarily that affirms the history of the Bible.
We have genetics. We have means of inferring maybe some of the dates of the fossil record. And 40 years ago, when I started in creationism, I was a theistic evolutionist. There wasn't the data we have now, and things are getting clearer. So, we could say maybe Walton could be wrong. Do you think he's absolutely right, or he could be wrong?
I think he's right based on the research he's doing within the parameters of his research method, around the subject of his research. Because he's dealing with translating these texts and analyzing these, basically comparative literature that practically everyone in this room, and myself included, don't know how to translate these cuneiform texts because we're not specialists in that field. We don't know Sumerian. We don't know Akkadian. And this person that's saying, how does determining ages to a base 60 rather than the base 10 change the exponential degradation? That's assuming that the author of the Sumerian king list is aware of base 10. So since they're functioning in a base 60 sense, why do we impose a base 10 sort of like a, retrojecting back into the text? Like, what would it be like if we convert a base 60 to a base 10? That's nonsensical. You can't, that's a form of eisegesis on the Sumerian king list.
So, do you believe those ages, the Sumerian king list?
Obviously not, because they're not literal ages. I just said they're base 60.
I believe the Janus view that the Earth is quintillions of years old.
So how old were they then?
You can't determine that because they're not meant to be converted to base 10 numbers.
Well, I'll say this. Walton should study the literature we've had here. You're encouraging us to study his stuff. He should study ours that we put forward. Maybe he might learn something.
I'm using him as an example, by the way. He's not the only one saying this.
Well, they should study it too. This is important stuff.
Oh, I agree. That was my original question for Saturday, by the way.
Their interpretation is stuff that no one knows for sure. We have genetics here. We have a preservation of the genetic record in our genes across all the people here.
That was
and this
my
is a testable hypothesis, which I could say we have. This is a testable hypothesis in that we can see over the next generations if our genomes are deteriorating according to models like what John Sanford had that SFT brought up. I mean, if that starts to show genetic decay, what are the scholars going to say? Were the workday priority what we're actually observing in our genes?
Yeah. I already told them about the table of nations, the 16 grandsons of Noah, that there is nobody else.
And in this article, which I highly recommend reading, goes into exactly what we're talking about here with the Sumerian kings list quite thoroughly. And they go into a pretty detailed hypothesis for explaining the similarities in numerical structure and magnitude of the two totals as follows. For sake of time, I'm not going to go through it all, but I think it's pretty strong. A strong hypothesis. And going back to what Sal said, it's the Bible that the holy men spake as they are moved by the Holy Ghost. It's the Bible that claims to be the inspired word of God. It's the Bible that claims to be the true history of the universe. So we have no reason to take what appears to be an exaggerated account here with the Sumerian kings list and the original source for the history of humanity found in Genesis, which just so perfectly matches up to this data that we've been talking about in genetics. I mean, we know what causes disease. We know what causes aging. We know why we die. I mean, all the information points us right back to a time, the golden age, which you find legends and legends and legends about, where people did live to 900. And here's the thing, the biblical account is not exaggerating these ages to the point of like 36,000 years like the Sumerian king list. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, we have Adam who lived to what, 900. We had, for example, we know that's possible based on the genetic data that Sal, for example,
but standing with all due respect, how is that an exaggeration? I mean, aren't you straw manning the author of the Sumerian king list? Because the author of the Sumerian king list will turn around and say to you, "I'm not writing in base 10 here. You can write exaggerated numerals in a different base system. So base 60 obviously is an exaggeration, if we're thinking in base 10 terms.
Hey, Don, you have an explanation for the Y chromosome deal from the last discussion we had?
The Y chromosome for the chimpanzee between humans?
Yeah, if I'm pretty tired, but I'll try to relay what I remember. I'm already drawn a blank. Hang on a second. Let me think. Something about gene death and substitution, and
you want me to reiterate the argument?
High sperm gene death and substitution, and high sperm competition in the genus Pan. Something like that.
Here, just a second. I have a few people. I'm not sure if you want me to answer that question, or it looks like Jamie wants to say something on screen. I don't want to. Do you want me to reiterate the argument, or Jamie, did you have something you wanted to add, my good man?
No, go ahead and finish what you're saying. I can wait.
So the Y chromosomal dissimilarity between chimpanzees and humans, Jackson, why they're only about 35% the same when we consider overall gene content, architecture, and size differences?
Yeah, I was saying it's because of substitution, gene death, and high sperm competition in the Pan genus. So you're subject to change.
So you're saying the odd man out is the chimpanzee?
Well, no, the paper I read, it was talking about all the grade A Y chromosomes. I'm just comparing the ours and.
Well, because you know that the human Y chromosome and the gorilla Y chromosome is actually more similar when you consider overall architecture, gene content, size differences than humans and chimpanzee Y chromosome. But apparently we're supposed to be closer to the chimpanzee than the gorilla.
Well, the rest of the genome shows that,
Right. So your point is the human Y chromosome and the gorilla Y chromosome are not rapidly changing, but the chimpanzee Y chromosome is.
You can't do the rest of the genome because the Y chromosome is non-recombining. It's a paternal.
Not,
it's a paternal line, father to son, all the way.
Right. But Jungle, Jackson's argument here is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jackson, you're saying the human Y chromosome, the gorilla Y chromosome are not rapidly changing in the same way that the chimpanzee Y chromosome is. Therefore, the chimpanzee is the odd man out. The reason why the chimpanzee Y chromosome and the human Y chromosome are so different is because the chimpanzee is their Y chromosomes rapidly changing due to increased substitutions and sperm competition. Is that your argument essentially?
Something like that. Yeah. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just what I read.
But see, here's the problem though, is we have very low Y chromosomal variation in the human population. Every single male Y chromosome nearly identical. But we also now know that the Y chromosome mutates extremely fast in humans. Okay. Some say as fast as 2 per generation. And there's only, I think, roughly 300 mutations separating any 2 male Y chromosomes on the planet, which means it only takes a couple hundred generations to rack up that amount of DNA differences in the Y chromosome. So how in the world do you have a Y chromosome that's mutating so fast in humans, but you also have a Y chromosome with incredibly low variation? That means the male Y chromosome cannot go back hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years. It has to be young. If it's mutating fast, but then there's like low variation, that means it could not have been mutating fast for very long. There's really only a couple hundred to a few hundred generations max in the Y chromosome is my point. So how do you stack that up with your argument here?
I don't know. I guess I'll have to do more research. You've got me again.
No, don't worry. No. It's a technical argument. It's a good line of evidence. The chimpanzee, there's chimpanzee populations you're saying that are kind of like polygamous. They're a little crazy when it comes to reproduction, right? So there's a lot of sperm competition and therefore a lot of See, I've read those. I've read
pressure.
those papers because
Yep.
that was Gutsick Gibbons' argument, and other people tried to say, well, faster gene conversion, things like this. But at that point, it's just a hypothesis, because in the papers and then feedback articles that I read, according to in terms of that explanation for why the Y chromosome is so different, they admitted like this is our story, this is our hypothesis, but they haven't really tested it. I mean, I haven't seen any numbers to account for, let's say the common ancestor between humans and chimps. The chimpanzees apparently are our closest cousin. We go back to a common ancestor between 6 and 13 million years ago.
Something like Pithecanthropus.
Yeah. So if that answer you're providing is empirical, I mean, for it to be any more than just like a story or, a rescue device to explain why the Y chromosomes are different, we would need empirical data, numbers. How can we get such massive differences in architecture, gene content, and size differences within this 7 to 13 million years? It needs to be accounted for. You can't just say, well, maybe this, and then consider that scientific. Does that make sense, Jackson?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because even for sake of argument, if that was the case, can that really account for such massive differences? I mean, there are like massive regions in the Y chromosome of chimpanzees that's not even found in the human Y chromosome, which means at some point since the split, there must have been like these massive gene deletions. There must have been so much that there's really no evidence that we even.
Well, bacteria did evolve to eat citrate, so that's probably enough.
What do you say?
Never mind.
Oh.
Just let me know. I got my screenshot when you're done.
No. That's a good argument though, Jackson, because that is the argument that I've heard and I've read. I think everything that I could on it to see if there's really any backing to it. And from the last time I checked, they haven't really tested that hypothesis. But yeah, they're saying.
Hey, can you all hear me? Is my mic functioning?
Oh yeah, it's functioning.
Is my mic functioning? Okay.
Kenny, listen up because I want you to tell me how I'm retarded later, but you can help me.
Okay. Gotcha. Hey, standing with all of this genetic entropy talk and stuff, how can you tell, say, like what a person might be, or say possibly like get insight into who they are by, tracing them back to maybe closer ancestors? For example, let me use myself an example. I traced myself back through Ancestry.com to Noah, but I have closer relatives by the name of Richard Simmons, the exercise guru. Okay, he's a cousin. Billy Ray Cyrus and Miley Cyrus, cousins. Also, an anomaly there, the very handsome Clint Walker, the cowboy star. Does that mean I'm just kind of destined in my hillbilly status and can't really get above it? What does that say about me?
Everybody's got relatives like that.
It sounds.
I mean,
like
I am the.
It sounds like
my father-in-law says I'm the first generation to wear shoes. So,
listen, Kenny, you should be very proud of your genetic composition.
The hills have eyes.
Ancestry, that's.
Yeah.
It sounds strong, brother.
If you go back 10 generations, we're all related, or even 5.
Actually, another little insight into the mysterious Kylo Ken. Who is he anyway? But I am a descendant of Francis de Rhodes, who was the right-hand general of William the Conqueror. That's why I put fear into people when I open my mouth these days, but that's the ground of it all.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Exactly.
And the Queen of England is my 10th cousin.
That's kind of cool.
Alexander
my best friend's related to Robert E. Lee, so there.
And George Bush is
my wife's related to JFK.
Eighth removed George Bush. So everybody's like that.
6 degrees of
I'm a there you go. Yeah, Big Bill Taft also, who was the president and the only Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. That's why I try to boss you around and file legal suits against everybody I know. But president and lawyer, or president and judge.
Richard Dawkins is my cousin.
All right, so here, Rob, this is God sent me to test your patience, but hold on a second. So give me a second to flesh this out before you interrupt me, anybody. I think the flood story.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah. Thanks, dude. That really helps. So the flood story is obviously used in the New Testament or you could infer that it's a picture of Christ, being the ark and all that. Right?
Oh, wait, hold on. I just inferred that you're retarded. There you go.
Okay. Just now? Not yet.
Okay. Well, I can do it again, but I'll be watching.
Okay, good. So there's a picture of, I think the story of the flood is a picture of salvation. And then, Jesus says is in the days of Noah, that sort of thing, right? That's what he says about his coming or whatever. And so with that in mind, I think God writes history like that kind of thing in mind, right? Like there's pictures. The Old Testament, the Israelites were a example for us, right? So, anyways, I think this is interesting that Methuselah begets Lamech, I think, right? Or Methuselah.
Well, to quote Captain Jack Sparrow, there's a difference between what a man says and what a man is.
Okay, so at 300, then Methuselah lives. Then Methuselah lives 187 years. So we got 300, and then 187, and then I believe
divide by 2.
No.
Oh, times by 2.
So yeah, so you got 300.
Could be C squared.
And then he lives 187 years right here. And then Lamech, let's see.
Get to the point. Land the plane.
When you add them up, and then it says Noah. So the 187 plus 182, 369.
Land the plane.
369.
Land the plane. I'm not a mathematician. Land the plane.
And then it says
1,656.
No, not the 300. Just the 182. I think is when Lamech is born, and then he has Noah at 182, 180, and then 182 and 187. That's 369. And then it says in the 600th year, Noah.
Just ask Raw Matt. He's actually the expert on this stuff, but he follows
the fountains of the great deep blow open at 600 year of Noah's life. So you add those up, and it's 369 from Methuselah to Noah. Okay, 969. So the flood comes the year Methuselah dies. He dies at 969. So Methuselah died from the text. Methuselah dies.
Wait! Breaking news: Smokey's volunteered to come in and shut you down if anybody would like or upon request. Just station identification.
Those are just facts. Those are just facts.
He's never gonna shut down the queue.
Let Jamie finish his point.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is with you Americans and butting in. Here in Australia and especially in the Europe, we allow people to talk.
It's called ADHD, Rob. Jamie and I have a very severe case of it, so we understand one another. So there you go.
All right, I forgive you, son.
I seriously do want your input on this. On a serious note, Kenny.
Me or Rob? Because I haven't been paying attention to you because you're retarded.
I'm still waiting for Rob's response, but
Rob needs to respond because I've concluded that you're a retard, and I just haven't been paying attention while I've been picking my nose. I've got this booger that is really bothering me.
He's just mad because I'm a better drummer than him.
So Methuselah died.
I doubt it. I'm just joking. No, so there's more to it. My point is this: I think God, this is like providence or whatever. But so Methuselah to Noah, it shows in the text from the numbers given. At least I think it's the Septuagint version, because I know there's different. It's different in the Masoretic or whatever. But you see that Methuselah dies the year the flood comes. Now, I know all the scholars say his name should be translated only by 2 roots. So there's a couple different options that have been offered over the years: man of the dark, man of war, etc. But that's only But if you do break the word down into 3 roots, it can say at his death it comes. Okay, and so I don't think that's a coincidence that he dies and the flood comes. And you see in 2 Peter And I always want to
think I get where you're going. I think
yeah,
I think they're both and. I think they can be providentially designed. For example, that Methuselah died this year on this day, and it can fit within the symbolism of the ancient Near East way of communicating. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah. In Second
What do you
Peter,
think, Rob?
I disagree.
Sorry.
Second Peter, even
beautifully disagree though.
Does it more?
That's the only time I don't allow concordism.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, okay, but like with what Jesus says, the picture of the story. Okay, does that mean it's fake? I think no. I think it's both and in that sense too. Like God's providentially ordering.
Okay.
But hold on, I'm almost done. Almost done.
Okay.
By the way, I'm not a progressive dispensationalist, so I don't really find the already not yet hermeneutic motif
I love that.
usable, but I think philosophically it's a necessary distinction. Anyway.
So in Second Peter, if you want to share it, you can. I was just going to look at it real quick. It seems to me the context of Second Peter, whenever we can correlate what they're saying in the Old Testament, it makes sense. So he's talking about prophecy and the flood, and God, and he says God's long suffering. And I think he may have had in mind Methuselah lived more years than any other man before, and that's when God sends the flood. And in that sense, God's long suffering because he affords.
Man.
So my point is just that when you correlate the fact that the ages correlate with that idea, and then you look at the data that Standing showed with the decay curve, it seems to be like it's actually a thing. And so that would also tie the flood within those ages or whatever. I don't know how you can make that. Maybe you can make that work with the old Earth model. I don't know. It doesn't. But it seems to me that those things can't be ignored. I don't know. Go ahead. I'm done.
I've heard absolutely nothing tonight that is contrary to the reasons to believe old Earth, young Adam, humanity model. Everything perfectly fits in.
I've heard absolutely nothing tonight that suggests that we can be separated from the love of Kyle or Ken.
Well, thank you.
I give data points.
I'm working on a song, by the way, and this is serious. I'm going to redo Johnny Cash's "Hurt" because it's kind of a life theme. But I'm going to dedicate it to you there, Rob.
Last thing to close with that. The scholars do not seem to be sure or proficient about how we should understand the names and the possible translations. It seems like they're kind of out to lunch on that, or they're just not sure. Maybe we just can't know, but I don't think that can be ignored anyway. Thanks.
By the way, Ken, I suggested that basically what I'm saying is we can't be separated from your love. That's what I was saying. So.
Amen.
Okay, well, let me dedicate this to you. Oh, it's out of tune. I hurt Rob's feelings today,
Johnny,
because I didn't agree. I can't do it with the guitar.
Oh, dang, that was good.
I have standards. I
gotta say, Kenny, that's actually pretty good as I eat this cereal here. Keep going.
You know, I actually can sing and play guitar, but I'm a much better
he's
drummer.
a drummer too.
Yeah, that is my specialty is drumming. I'm a teacher. I'm a legend in my own mind. I'm arrogant, but I'm cute.
Yes. All right. Now to answer Jamie's question. In fact, just to, again, show everyone here, this is what specialists in the field of biblical linguistics point out. So here's a little sidebar. This is the Faith Life Study Bible. So Lexham Press. They'll point out, look, there's this thing called the Sumerian King List. And it's interesting that if you were to add up the ages from Adam to Moses, it comes down to 12,600 years, which is similar to the 1260 figure in Daniel and Revelation. And so then scholars with respect to Daniel, the Daniel tradition will add this point and wonder, like, did Daniel get this 1260 figure, and did John and Revelation get the 1260 figure by the Second Temple edition of adding up Adam to Moses? So that's point number one. Point number two is here's a specialized study on basically it's a commentary on Genesis, but in hindsight of the ancient Near East. And here's a particular table, how the concept of numbers may have changed over time. So here you have prior to 2000 BC, base 60, what's known as sacred numbers, 60 and 7. Then you have in Egypt, you have the decimal numbers. Then you have in Palestine, decimal numbers. So preferred and figurative use of numbers at the time of Egypt, but then by the time you reach Palestine, you have real numbers but religious. And then it becomes more and more, more scientifically orientated the way you and I use it. And then over here's a whole list showing from Adam all the way down, each designated number in the list. So notice the text says 130, then 800, then 930. Seth is 105, 807, 912. What they'll point out is that there's a common value of 0, 5, 7, and 2 in all the ages. That is a bit too precise. Why does the ones place always have 0, 5, 0, 0, 5, 5, 7, 2? Because all those numbers correlate with a base 60 schema. And then again, this particular scholar will point out, look, over here. Here we go. So then the total number of the years for those men, if you go from Adam to Moses, is 12,600, or 70 times 180, which total reflects both the sexagesimal, which is base 60, so 60 times 3, which is 180, system of the Mesopotamians, and the Mesopotamian Hebrew preferred number 7, or 70. So it is inconceivable that all of this should be accidental. This is a deliberate polemic, sort of like, you guys have your... Because look, I can even show you here, in another Genesis commentary over here. Yeah, this is by John Goldengay at Fuller Seminary. He says, so it is the lifetimes and the families that are in focus, not their reigns, and the lifetimes associated with them are modest compared with those of the kings. So Genesis 5 might thus have an effect on its readers parallel to the effect of Genesis 1 in light of the comparison and contrast with, what he's saying. It went on high is the phrase, El Elyon and the Bereshit in Genesis 1:1. So it might provoke the thought, those silly Sumerian statistics? Well, here are some less outlandish ones. You see, that's the polemic. How can you take this and then force a modern genetic statistical, decay curve on top of what was originally meant to be a polemic against the Sumerian king list? That's all this is meant to be. That's my question.
That premise could be totally wrong. That's why.
But how is this wrong?
We have in the book of Numbers, we argued over the word Aleph, but it does say use the word hundreds in that same passage in Numbers, and then it uses that same MEOWT, however you pronounce that. It uses that for the patriarchs.
Hoffmeyer.
I mean, why is there a problem with that? Why can't that be right? Just because some guy found these numerical coincidence, that takes precedence over just a plain reading, and then also the genetic stuff.
Hoffmeyer.
I'm just pointing that out. You can't. There's no way that you could assume that this is absolutely right.
Yeah, but this is Hoffmeyer, the Egyptologist, who is also an evangelical Christian, and he says numbers in the Hebrew Bible do not utilize numerals, so one cannot dismiss this as a scribal error by someone adding too many zeros. Rather, the numbers written alphabetically, and the critical word is Aleph, which was commonly been translated 1,000, but can also mean clan. And then he goes through some examples, and then he's like, look, it should be read as 600 units of 3,450 warriors. How it's linguistically impossible to force.
I said that's fine, but it also uses the word hundreds in that same passage. So I mean,
What in which passage in Genesis 5?
I'll look it up.
I mean, he clearly says here that
Okay.
Therefore, 600,000 able-bodied Hebrew men would have outnumbered the entire Egyptian army by a rate of between 15 and 24 to 1. The Israelites could have walked off the job and easily overwhelmed their masters.
No. So the passage in Exodus 18, I'll give you the verse, 18:21.
Exodus
18:1 uses the word also, and rulers of 50, rulers of hundreds, MEOWT. Rulers of 10 and rulers of 50 and rulers of hundreds. Are you saying that the word hundreds is not really 100? It's something less than 50 or 10? So
that matches.
I'm just saying logically that would seem. Are you saying that that word MEOWT? I can't pronounce.
But that matches.
Is that
no,
100?
but that matches. But that matches. So notice you're reading Exodus 18. Go back to Exodus 12. In Exodus 12, which is just before the Exodus, it clearly says 600,000 Israeli men traveled from Ramses to Succoth on foot, not counting children. So this figure, well before the Exodus 18 verse you're talking about, would then naturally mean that you're talking about, if you took it literally, 3 to 4 million people. Logistically, this is impossible.
Yeah. Well, I have a different point. I can understand why you misunderstood the point I'm making now. Okay, so this is the Jethro passage when he's talking to Moses on how to manage, and he says, you pick these people, there'll be rulers of tens and rulers of 50, rulers of hundreds, and rulers of thousands. Yeah. I'm focusing on the word hundreds. Because if you go to Genesis 5, it doesn't describe the ages of the patriarchs in terms of thousands. It describes it in terms of hundreds. Mut, or however you pronounce it. So you're saying in this case, you're going to interpret Mut as being literally 100 in Exodus 18, and then you're going to use your whatever hermeneutic to say, oh, it's not really hundreds for the ages of the patriarchs in Genesis 5. So you're fine with that flip. Is that correct?
But when do you think this would take place in Israelite history? When did this happen?
No, I'm just look. I was just asking. You think the word is going to be hundreds in Exodus 18:21, and it's a different meaning in Genesis 5. Is that correct?
No, the age. You can't transpose Exodus 18 and the text here about the population of Israel that's to come, and then equate that to be, since I'm going to take this literally, I'm going to then try and take the numbers in Genesis 5 to be literal, when Genesis 5 has nothing to do with the Exodus account. Genesis 5 is a literary product associated with the Sumerian king list. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Exodus story.
How do you know that? You're just making an assumption here.
No.
Is that correct?
I'm not making any assumption.
Did you say
this is
a statement to say
in Hebrews hundreds. It's the same in Genesis 5. So you're saying that you're gonna but then you have to Genesis 5.
But then you have to
mean another thing in Exodus 18. Is that
you have to take into account. I'm not denying that there's the term for 100. What you have to take into account is that when you look at the numbers in Genesis 5, it has a numerical pattern that matches a base 60 schema. Naturally, you'd have to have the word 100 associated there to even make the translation like 800 or 930 or 105 or something like that. The point is, you have all these numbers fit a base 60 number schema. That has nothing to do with Exodus 18, speaking about the population of Israel post-Exodus.
Hey, Donnie.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know how you can come up with that. That seems pretty fast and loose with just a very simple reading of numbers. You're now saying that it doesn't really mean 100 when it says 100. It doesn't. You're saying in Genesis 5, it doesn't mean hundreds.
It has to read the word 100
Genesis
has to
5,
be
and
used in
it
Genesis
doesn't
5
literally
for it to
mean
even have
hundreds in
a
Genesis.
value of 100.
What? I'm sorry.
The Hebrew word for 100 has to be used in Genesis 5 for there to even be the word 100 in Genesis 5. That's not debatable. What's debatable is when you look at the numbers in Genesis 5, you can have 100, you can have the number 100, okay, or say 130 there. I can write 130 both in a base 10 form and in the base 60 form. It does that is a non sequitur to suggest that just because I'm seeing 130 here in a base 60 form means that I ignore, the base 10 form later on in the Exodus account, because I already clearly showed you here in this table, you have an evolution with respect to the use of numbers. By the time you reach Egypt, you have a more general form going down towards a base 10 sort of use. But before then, in a Mesopotamian context, which is before Egypt, it's sexagesimal. But you still have to use words like 100 to still be utilized within that same context.
Why was Smoky blocked then? Any idea?
The Smoke Man and the SFT are fighting right now. I hope to moderate a coming together amongst my sons one of these days, but they're pretty, mad at each other in public.
So if we could get back to the topic or whatever we're talking about here, Rob, I'd recommend you definitely check out this this technical article. You can find one on Answers in Genesis and one on creation.com. The
translation, Donnie wants you to check out something, Rob, because Donnie's been checking you out all night. Just saying.
So it's called the Antediluvian Patriarchs.
I expect 2022 to be the year of unexpected bromance once the international flights open up.
I have to say, guys, I really, really hate it when you guys don't get along. I don't mean this patronizingly or anything like that, but I really do see you guys as like sons. Those of you that I have their phone numbers and communicate with and stuff. It really does hurt me that you guys really are fighting and there's animosity. I have to tell you, it just, as Jordan Peterson says, I'm a very agreeable guy. It's very hard for me to even disagree with people. And it's very hard for me to stand up against somebody I love and say, hey, you're wrong here or whatever. Very, very hard. I don't like it at all. Anyway, I'm rambling.
The original question is a fair question. And I hope, Standing sort of sees that, because my initial question to him was, I appreciate the all the time and energy spent in trying to give a mathematical statistic on, look at this, like that, right? And I appreciate that, but at the same time, when I venture out into other literature by people who may not be aware of, say, what Standing is sharing, and they're doing their own thing, right? And they come across and they conclude with reasonable certainty that this is the explanation for the data. Then because I'm like it's kind of like a tennis match to me, because I'm a bystander going, hang on a second, is people like Standing aware of this? And are people like Walton aware
Hey,
of
somebody in the
Standing,
name
and
of
vice
chat
versa?
asked if I ever stopped talking about myself, and the answer is no.
And I still didn't get an actual age of these people before the flood, and or why God said he's going to reduce the age to 130 or whatever it was.
God doesn't say he's reducing the age.
Yes, he did.
No, he doesn't.
No, I think that
But
says they've got 120 years max until the flood comes to.
Yes. Has nothing to do with reducing the age.
no, there's a verse that says it's going to reduce the lifespan to 120.
No, that's not.
No, it's talking about 120 years until the flood comes, that they would have the
And
opportunity.
I agree with standing on that. Yeah.
No, it's
But-
120
no,
because
but you
120 is the
never
perfect dance
told
beat.
me-
120
you
beats
never
per
told me
minute.
what is the actual? What are their actual ages, though? What are the actual ages?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me just conclude my thoughts on this, because and we'll get back. We can still continue to talk about these data points as long as it relates to the topic. But it's interesting what Rob's putting forth here. I don't think it's necessarily a problem to what we've been saying from the young Earth creationist perspective when we take the ages literally, and I'd recommend maybe Rob check out this article, and I'll check out the ones that he has for sure. But as a young Earth creationist, we find this fascinating that when you, as we pointed out earlier, that when we plot the ages before the flood and then after the flood, we see this exponential decay curve that has a less than 1 chance in a quadrillion of being true if this data was either just symbolic and it just happened to turn out this way, or is fabricated, or so on and so forth. So I guess, Rob, you'd have to also answer that question: is how did that line up so perfectly?
I'll need to look into if you have like an official paper by I don't know, Danny Faulkner or something, or someone equivalent with this curve and all that. I want to see the mathematical argumentation of how they, because I know you're just putting in the numbers as it is into the system, but I want to see the bivariance in which you're I just hope there's no like ad hoc reasoning in this. So,
by the way, Danny Faulkner, Dr. Danny Faulkner, is a very, very good Christian brother.
Yeah, I like Dr. Faulkner for sure.
He's honest because he says that there is no evidence for young Earth whatsoever in science. He just has to believe it by faith. And I don't mean that as a dig. I'm just saying that is my observation as well. Anyway.
But did you notice that the lifespan was cut in half twice, once by the global flood and once in the days of Peleg, and then it just goes down from there?
It has nothing to do with my old Earth model.
It has to do with the breakup of the continents in the days of Peleg.
No, it doesn't. No, the Hebrew has to do with splitting the tongue, not splitting the continents.
No,
it's the days of Babel and Peleg.
There's the Earth. God.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Let's be honest about the biblical text. I'm not going to use it and say that it means old Earth, and I'm not going to say that it means young Earth. But let's be honest. The biblical text has to do with the splitting of the tongue, not the continents. That is foreign to the context.
But I can prove it though with the evidence too. I got evidence.
No, you can't prove it. I just told you you can't.
I got evidence to back it up.
Can you repeat what you just said? What was that?
No, I can't because I have ADHD. What did I say? You repeat it.
The P-like thing, splitting.
Yeah, it means splitting of the tongue. That's what it has to do.
No, the Earth was divided in the days of Peleg.
No. It has nothing to do with the actual Earth. It has everything to do with the fact that God split up the tongue. He changed the languages at Babel. It's the only thing it means.
But hang on, Kylo. What about Emperor Ross saying that's to do with the land bridges?
But I got evidence, though. I got evidence to back it up.
Well, I think that might be a secondary issue, but it's not a literal young Earth. The continents are literally drifting now.
Oh, I agree
at
with
an
you on
exponential
that.
rate.
It's not the continents drifting, definitely not. But someone like Ross will say there's the land bridges are sort of like disappearing, and so therefore.
Sure, but the splitting, the dividing primary is the languages, and God providentially allowed for the geographical diversity
that would make sense.
Of those languages.
Exactly. That would make sense. If there's a reduction of the land bridges, that would explain the differences in the languages that prop up. And that fits perfectly with what you're saying.
Yeah, either one could be the cause of the other. It
When
doesn't
the
necessarily
continents
have to come
broke
about by a
apart,
supernatural act of splitting the languages. It can definitely
s-
be a geographical thing that happens naturally.
they separated into family groups and began speaking their own languages. Makes sense. But the continents were broken apart because there's
No, not the
fossil
way the young
No,
earthers
that is
say
not
they were
what the
broken
text is
apart.
saying.
Yeah, it would
I'm
destroy the
saying
world.
there's
The young
fossil
earther says there was
evidence.
Pangea, and literally the continents
There's
broke apart,
sedimentary
literally.
evidence. There's fossil evidence. There's glacial evidence
The
in
fossil
India going from
record has
south
nothing to
to north.
do with the Noahic flood.
You're
Nothing to do with
you're
it.
not even listening to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm not, and I apologize for that because you're not listening to me. I'm trying to tell you.
You're just flat out
I'm giving
saying
you.
no.
I'm giving
Okay,
you
guys,
some
this is
insight
getting
from my
too
informed position. You can reject it, and that's your prerogative. But I'm giving you an informed opinion, and I know I'm a younger man, and you're not obligated by any means to listen to me. But I'm telling you, as a student
But
and
you're
as a
not
proven
listening.
scholar, I'm telling you that that's not what the text means. Cannot be used as a proof of text for young earth nor old earth.
Have you ever read it? It says the earth was divided in the days of Peleg.
Yes, I've
Have
read
you
it a
ever
few
read it?
times.
Okay, have you
Yeah.
noticed that there's glacial markings in India going from south to north because it was connected to
Again,
Antarctica?
I believe
at
in
the
an ice
time?
age 12,000 years ago. The
On
Younger
top of the
Dryas, there was a
sediments.
comet or asteroids
Are
that
you going to listen or are
that
you
hit
just
the
going to talk?
North American continent. We have the asteroid
Greenland.
impacts
Are you going
now.
to listen
We
or are
have
you
it down
going
to
to talk over me?
12,000 years
Okay,
ago.
guys, stop talking over each other. Grow up. I want to ask Jackson a question. You know what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the topic of the debate. This after show is about Jackson's debate. Jackson, I wanted to ask you a question about the.
Fair enough, but watch the sassiness, please.
Well, here's the thing. For the last 5 minutes, Kenny and Jungle Jargon have been talking over each other. That's not fun for the audience. What's going on here?
Cutting in half the lifespan twice.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
that's what it's about. Cutting the lifespan in half twice.
I'll behave.
I'm gonna mute.
And I can prove it. I can prove it.
Okay, go ahead,
I got
Kenny.
evidence.
Donnie, did you like the HIV calculation I did? What'd
Well,
you
let's
think
give
of that?
the bad Jedi himself. Okay, what are your thoughts to what Jungle said there, Kenny? Or do you want to move on?
Yeah, I'm gonna just take a break here. Technically, I didn't know I was talking over anybody because I had to plug my phone in and I don't have my hands free, so I can't hardly hear anybody. I'm trying.
I don't know why such hostility. I'm saying something. You're talking.
Oh, I'm very angry right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
you guys are
very hostile.
I'm just sharing evidence, which is not completely out of the ordinary for young Earth creation teaching.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting just be honest with the text. It affirms what it affirms, but you can't use it to affirm what it doesn't affirm. That's all I'm suggesting.
Well, you have to look at
be
the
an
evidence,
honest scholar.
This is just a random. I'm going to ask a random question to Jackson here. Jackson, are you a Christian or an atheist or what? Like, what's your religious
already asked that.
perspective?
You already asked it. Or
No, I didn't say atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist. Okay.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I'm open to God as a possibility, but I don't see any evidence for it.
Okay.
So Jackson, you brought up viruses in the debate.
Yeah.
As a refutation to genetic entropy. I was curious if you looked into the H1N1 research that Dr. Sanford and Dr. Carter published in the secular literature, showing that the H1N1 human version went from a red hot pandemic to a whimper to an extinction event in just 90 years based on a linear accumulation of mutations, demonstrating genetic entropy at work in real time?
I read that. I mean, I read part of it, but read something else. It was kind of a refutation of it. I don't remember the details exactly.
Do you remember what any part of the refutation was?
Not really.
Because Sanford, see, here's the thing. The only so-called quote unquote refutations that have been put forth against their work that was again published in a secular journal, okay, not in like a Young Earth Creationist journal or anything like that, has come from either YouTube videos or blogs. There's never been anything published in terms of an actual response. And they demonstrated that the virus started off more human in its codon usage and ended up randomized. It became worse at interacting with human DNA over time. And if it is using the wrong codons, that means it will be less efficient at replicating in human hosts. So this decline in functionality, Jackson, matched up perfectly with genetic entropy related expectations. So I guess my whole point in bringing this up is that you brought up viruses as a refutation of genetic entropy, but Dr. Sanford and Dr. Carter have demonstrated the reality of genetic entropy through their viral work. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Hey, Standing, who is this cat person in the chat? I really like them. They're trolling me really quite a bit, and they're very funny.
Are you getting trolled there, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're getting my humor, and I love it.
I'll have to scroll up and see.
Well, viroids have the highest mutation rate of anything, I think, and they've existed since at least the 1920s, and they've been doing fine. So I don't.
Repeat that. I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat. Go ahead, Jackson.
Viroids have the highest mutation rate of anything, I think, and they've been in existence since at least the 1920s when the symptoms were seen on plants, but obviously they've probably been around longer than that.
And this is an example seen in viroids that have a high mutation rate?
Yeah, very high mutation rate.
I guess the response I'd have to that is genetic entropy was originally derived or meant to be tested on higher mammals. They tested it with the H1N1 and published some pretty solid results that suggested it went extinct due to linear accumulation of mutations. But you're pointing to an example of viroids with high mutation rate that have not yet been extinct. I guess I'd have to just look at the details of.
Yeah. But what did you think of the HIV calculation I did that came out to like 4.7 million years of I'm just drawing a blank. I'm so tired.
That's okay. Yeah, go ahead, Sal.
I just say I think it's moot because we have more accurate measurements now. I mean, it's commendable you did that, but it's of interest to a lot of people what the actual numbers are for humans, and the best estimates are 100. So we don't actually need the viral one. It's available in numerous publications. So do you feel, Jackson, do you feel comfortable going with the numbers that are about 100 mutations per individual per generation?
Oh yeah, that's what I did in the calculation.
Okay. So I mean, I'm just saying it's commendable, but you don't need it at this point because we have what are considered better numbers.
Are those better numbers with humans? You're saying, Sal?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Because I mean, there's a lot of reasons it would be of interest for human health. So if you want, I can dig up where the sources are. I can do that right now, and I'll dump it in the side chat.
Okay. Why is C Science Film Labs always talking about Lucy's sacrum? It's very old.
Jackson, can you send me that paper on the viroids?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
You can even do it after over Facebook if you want.
Okay.
I was just looking for it here on Google and then. Can't seem to find it
about
right now.
hammerhead thyroids, things what they were called.
Yeah. So, I think when it comes, kind of bringing this back around to what we were talking about hours ago, is the fast mutation rate in humans. The fact that we now know the human genetic functionality is a lot higher than we ever predicted. And Sal always makes the point that even if I believe Sal, and I don't want to misrepresent you, but even if the genome was only 10% functional, that's still too much for human evolution, because that's still 10 deleterious mutations getting through the next generation that selection can't do anything about. Now we know the genome is a lot more functional than 10%, but the point is calculations and numerical experiments have been done demonstrating that even if the genome was only 10% functional, it's still too much. Humans will still degenerate.
Guys, I'm too tired to argue. I'm gonna have to get off here.
No, that's, you've been at it for literally 6.5 hours, Jackson. So,
I'm not debated out.
More than a good excuse.
Yeah.
Make sure that you send me that paper on the viroids if you could, through Facebook.
Yeah, you'll have to remind me because I'll probably forget.
I'll remind you tomorrow.
I'm fading out. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. All right. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man. Good debate tonight. Fun after show. Take it easy.
Yeah, it was fun.
Anybody want to hear the evidence for the breakup of the continents 100 years after the global flood?
I know Kenny does.
Kylo Ken does.
Yeah. I wanted to add one data point.
Evidence.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Sal.
Regarding the mutation rates, one of the first papers that commented on it, when it was giving the figure between like 100 and 175, they said this is irreconcilable with the fact we're alive, which is the usual comment, that it's irreconcilable. So that, they have these measured numbers. So Nachman and Kroll is one of the papers. There's so many others, and every major geneticist. So I did have a question for Rob, if he's still on.
I'm still here.
Oh, thank you. What were the references to the paper that you were showing in your slides? If you can put that in the chat, that'd be very helpful.
So I recommend you'd get, it's by Carol Hill, A Worldview Approach to Science and Scripture. That's by Creedal Publications. It's a 2019 book where she synthesizes the biblical scholarship and the scientific details on how she reads Genesis. There are a few disagreements I have with her, but she more or less, I think her and I overlap like 90% in regards to like the Persian Gulf, for example, the Persian Gulf flooding and the Persian Gulf location for Eden and all that stuff. And so she points out the chronologies in Genesis in this. She basically repeats what Walton says and all that. And the other one would be if you're looking for a general very good up-to-date Genesis commentary, I recommend John Goldengay's Genesis commentary by Baker Academic. It was published in 2020.
Very good. Very good. Yep.
Yeah.
John
Goldengay.
Yeah, I have his systematic theology in PDF if anybody wants me to pass it along.
Yeah, and if you want, say, Hoffmeyer's thing on the Exodus, probably the best book and the most up-to-date book on it was published last year, actually, by Zondervan. It's a 5 views on the Exodus by Scott Stripling, Hoffmeyer, Peter Feynman, Gary Rensburg, and Ronald Hendel. It's the Counterpoint series, so it's 5 views on the Exodus for the...
fantastic series.
Do you have access to the comment section or the private chat? Just to make sure that I'm spelling the names correctly.
So Carol Hill.
I got Carol Hill. I just saw it on. I just did a
James
Google search.
Hoffmeyer.
Scott.
John Goldengay. Those are just some of the names for now. Another one I think you'll find very interesting is by it's a book called The Liturgy of the Calendrical Liturgy of Creation. Let's see, by a guy named Michael. I don't know how to pronounce this last word, but his name is. This is his name.
You know, there is another book out there.
Lefebvre or something.
Yeah, there's another book out there called, I think, the One Who Is, The Doctrine and Existence of God, something like that. That's a good book. Has nothing to do with the Exodus, but good book nonetheless.
And he does a very interesting job. Let me show you.
Has Dr. Falk written anything?
Oh yeah, Falk. The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context by David Falk. Falk.
Yeah, Dr. Falk's a bad butt. Yeah. He's almost as cool as I am. Not quite, but almost. He doesn't have any hair to blow in a fan, you know, as one other very prominent personality out there has the ability to do as well.
Check this out. I'm going to quickly share my screen again. The dimensions of the ark, okay, also fit a base 60 number. And quite curiously, it matches the dimensions of the tabernacle in the wilderness, like proportionally. So what this means then, and this is by this guy, Michael Lefebvre, the Liturgy of Creation, Understanding Calendars in the Old Testament Context, IVP publication, see John Collins forward. So he goes, it is noteworthy that both stated stories, which is the flood narrative and the Exodus journey, are sanctuary stories. It has been often noted that the dimensions and features of Noah's Ark identify it as a floating temple. If this is correct, both of these stories feature the construction of a mobile sanctuary that carries God's people through a barren wilderness to a new land of bounty. And so, in other words, how can we read the ark? How can Ham construct an ark to the size that he's constructed it when it shouldn't be the case? When really it's at the literary level, you know, in the context of its own genre, this is the theology associated with it, with the dimensions of the ark.
It's because we're all descended from the 16 grandsons of Noah.
You know what? I'm just not even going to answer that.
No, the 16 ancient civilizations are the 16 grandsons of Noah. You know, it's very, very important to know. And they have a Y chromosome associated with the ancient civilization.
You know, Standing, I have way more respect for you than other young creationists.
What's wrong with known human history, known ancient civilization? What's wrong with that?
How the heck do you get what I just said about the ark, this beautiful theological imagery of the ark being a mobile sanctuary?
Oh, you didn't follow the reason.
And then you connect that to Noah's sons? Like, what the heck?
Because you're trying to spiritualize the ark as being passing through some kind of trouble or something. When it's
Is it time for a song yet? Maybe.
Then you start criticizing Ken Ham when it's a real family.
Oh, Ken Ham
genealogy.
is definitely a curmudgeon of a person.
It's a real family genealogy, which is your family. It's your genealogy. It's your descendancy from an ancient civilization. And no, Ken Ham is a nice person, not somebody you want to defame.
Ken Ham lies in order to paint Hugh Ross as a villain. Ken Ham lied about Richard Howe, Dr. Richard Howe from Southern Evangelical Seminary, founded by Dr. Dorm Geisler, President Richard Land. He actually came out and called him a compromiser when Dr. Richard Howe is actually a young earthist, young earth creationist, happens to be a Thomist, and said nothing in principle that Dr. Ross is doing is contrary to solid scientific methodology and philosophy. But Ken Ham is such a retard, he doesn't even know how to differentiate a friend from foe. He's stupid. Sorry to rant.
Well, people make mistakes and they can change.
No. You don't vilify a fellow brother in Christ.
Can
period.
You change? Can you
What's
change?
That? Absolutely. By the power of the Holy Spirit. Yes, I can, dude.
Okay. Now I'd like to see a change.
Oh, well, I can show you many changes.
How about
no,
this?
I have a righteous indignation to lies, dude. I have a righteous indignation against lies, against twisting the truth.
Talking about serious things.
I am serious. Don't you hear my voice? I'm very serious about the nonsense. Well, now I'm serious, dude. Now I'm serious. Now you have serious Kenny. Don't mess with serious Kenny. I'm telling you right now, young earth creationists, brothers in Christ, have vilified old earth creationists. And they're sinful for doing that. I have heard nothing but disdain for Rob here for the last couple hours, dude. I've heard nothing but disdain for Rob for the last couple hours, and I'm sick and tired of it.
As if we're not.
Listen, sir. Like how about you pump your brakes for a minute and let's consider Christian morality. Right? Let's consider Christian morality for a moment. I've been a pastor for 30 years. I know what I'm talking about.
You're a pastor?
I have been a pastor for 30 years. Yes, I'm a pastor. Yes, I am. Insult me, please. Insult me. I'm a pastor. Insult me. Tell me, Jargon, how more superior you are in intellect and ethics. How about I don't take myself? How about I don't take myself so seriously? How about I don't take myself so seriously that I'm an asshole to people? How about that? I like to have fun. I like to be serious. How about you be an idiot? Hey, asshole.
Yeah, how about being
more you're an asshole. You're an asshole. How about that? You're an asshole. Be honest, dude. Be honest. Don't talk to Christian brothers as if they are evil.
You're vilifying us. We're getting the worst.
Dude, I have had nothing but slander, and I have had dear brothers treat me as if I am some sort of devil because I changed my view from young earth to old earth. Don't mess with me, man. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. How about shut your mouth for a minute? How about shut your mouth? How about shut your mouth? How about that? And listen to somebody who's been a pastor and has been around the block. You're just some doofus pontificating on your lack of knowledge and your lack of comprehension.
Why we believe in a young earth? How about
I know why you believe in a young earth, and I support you. Don't misrepresent us. Don't misrepresent us old earthers. That's what I'm saying. You piss me off now, and I can't even freaking talk.
It's a one-way street. You think it's
a one-way street? It is a one-way street. Trust me, I can bring up plenty of stuff with young earthers misrepresenting, lying about their own evidence. Read some Kirk Wise if you want to about the absolute intellectual dishonesty of young earthers. Listen, Jargon, you're a doofus, man, and I'm done.
Well, have you listened to what I was saying?
No, you're a doofus.
Okay, so then you can't tell me anything then.
Oh, no, I can. I can say you're an absolute doofus. And I'm done with you vilifying people that believe in old earth like me.
So where did I vilify somebody?
I'm done.
Where did I vilify somebody? I didn't vilify. I had a discussion with Gavin.
You're
tonight.
asking Rob
Go watch the
questions
discussion
that are very
I had with
probing.
Gavin tonight, and
I
see
don't
if
care
I
about
vilified
Gavin
him.
and your conversation. I'm talking about right now,
Okay,
Rob,
see
and the
if I vilified
cross-examination that
him.
you've been doing to Rob, and the condescension to Rob, who's a dear brother of
No,
mine.
it's
I
his
disagree with him, but he
condescension
is
of
a
us.
deal brother. You listen,
You think
man. Why
it's a
don't you
one-way
stop for a
street?
minute? Stop under talking me, dude. Because what I have
You
to
think
say
it's
is
a
far
one-way
more important
street?
than what you have to say right now. Okay? Not in all circumstances, but right now, what I have to say is
So
far
I
more
can't
important than the
disagree. I
nonsense
can't
coming
call
out of
him
your
out.
mouth.
I
Stop
can't call him
treating
out.
fellow Christians as if they are villains because they believe that God used eons instead of 24-hour days. Period. Stop, you idiot.
Well, what if we have reason?
Kenny, can I interrupt and ask what these lies you earthers have been telling? I'd really like to know more about that, please.
Oh, well, let's see. Hugh Ross has been called an evolutionist, which he's not. Actually, young earth creationists are Darwinian radical evolutionists. But no, nobody wants to say that. They call them evolutionists.
No, but you're making a
Shut up, dude. I'm
mountain
done.
out of a molehill.
No, I'm not. No, I
If
am
it's a
not.
lie, it's not a
Somebody
molehill.
else back me up right now because I'm done talking to this idiot.
Well, Kylo Ken, let's go and have a beer. You need to cool off.
Yes, I do. Would love to. Matter of fact, I think I need 2 beers. What a sinner I am.
I'll shout you 2 beers and a scotch.
Rob, thank you for the references.
By the way, Sal, just so you know, in light of what Kenny's just saying, I hope I didn't come across as rude to you personally. I
You
do
did.
appreciate the questions.
Not in this discussion, but when we met on S.J. Thomason's channel, you called me dishonest to my face. I've never forgotten it. I didn't call you out on it because S.J. and she's your friend.
All right, brothers, let's reconcile this. Let's get this out and let's be brothers.
I was about to say I repent and I apologize right now over that, and I should have told this to you, some time back ago. Like, I'm sorry it's taken this long. I didn't hold any I haven't held any.
You called me dishonest to my face. I didn't argue with you. I was just giving my testimony to S.J. Thomason. You started interrupting me when I was talking. You're trying to ask me to explain things, and you accused me of being dishonest. I didn't have any hostility toward you. I did nothing to provoke you calling me dishonest, and you did in front of everyone. That's not cool, dude.
Australians don't interrupt.
Shut up, jargon. Shut up, jargon. Let them talk.
Okay, and I apologize.
That is not cool, dude.
All right, Rob, there's a real offense here.
I don't go up to people and call them dishonest to their face the first time I meet them. You have no manners, bud.
There's a real offense here, Rob. Address this for the sake of the body, if you would. And
oh, definitely. I'm apologizing right now, and please believe that I'm taking it quite seriously in my apology to you.
I appreciate that. I just got to tell you, I don't think I've ever gone up to anyone the first time that I meet them, and there's no hostility exchange. Just call them dishonest to their face. I did nothing that deserved you calling me that. So I had a very low impression of you from that point.
Okay, I understand. It was in the context of that discussion, but I shouldn't have gone out of my way to, to say that you're dishonest or anything like that. And since then, let's not forget that I'm not making an excuse here, but there's been a little bit of a growth on my end, because since those initial discussions with not just you, but with many young Earth creationists, I think standing allowed a platform of discourse, especially on his channel. In other words, building up bridges. And I think all this animosity that that Kyle or Ken is talking about, all of that has been ironed out. And in other words, you may notice that I'm actually conversing more freely with Standing himself on these issues, because it's a give and take situation. And if there's a way to build a bridge with you, I'm all for doing that. And I apologize for, hurting you that way.
You know, if I'll tell the audience something, I've researched. I was an old Earth evolutionist. I became an old Earth creationist, and then a young Earth creationist. Much of this was driven by my research, and I stated this research on S.J. Thomason's channel. I had also praised Hugh Ross, and in that same show, I'd said I personally thanked Hugh Ross for helping me in a difficult time of my life. He and I don't have the same views about cosmology today. So there was nothing about me attacking old Earth creationists personally. And then Rob, and I was just stating my reasons for accepting young Earth. As I stated it, in terms of what I believed was scientific evidence, I didn't even appeal to scriptures. I said, this is what the data shows me. He starts accusing me of being dishonest. Right there. Not even giving me the benefit of the doubt that I might be just mistaken. Uses the word dishonest, interrupts me when I'm trying to answer his questions. And that is just not cool. I've had a very negative view of you ever since, because no one has shown so much hostility toward me when it was a very nice conversation. There's no reason for you to just, to my face, while we're there, my face on the camera, you said I was dishonest. That's just not cool. You could have tried to refute the facts that I put on the table. You just said I was dishonest. So
I still,
I'm sorry, Rob. You have a very negative impression on me, and it's not going to erase, because that's my first impression of you. So
that's fine
whether I forgive you or not,
I don't require forgiveness
you
from
can't
people.
take back what you did.
All I'm doing is I'm doing my duty in light of
thank you.
Building bridges, to suggest that I went a bit too far in my assertion.
So now we can't actually discuss the science without you calling me dishonest.
Well, I think he apologized for that there, Sal. I think he's
dishonest.
I think he's apologized for that. I don't think you can make that kind of a statement after the fact, because that's not really being honest about accepting an apology.
Now you're questioning me.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying what you said suggests he said he apologized for that. He's no longer going to accuse you of dishonesty.
Not just that, I take it back as well.
Right.
Thank you. So you're mistaken and you were in the wrong. Is that right?
I'm not mistaken for my disagreement about you and the discussion that we had. But for me to
so you're saying I was dishonest? No, let's just settle this. Are you saying I was dishonest, but you shouldn't have said it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think
you're saying I was dishonest.
Like, for example, in this discussion when I tried to share with you
were saying
the scholarship.
I was dishonest. Okay. You're saying I was, is that correct? You were saying I was dishonest, but you shouldn't have said it, but you still think I'm dishonest. Is that correct?
Well, how else am I to judge your engagement with the data that I'm sharing with you, even in this discussion?
I could be mistaken. I mean, this is...
And if you're mistaken, then I take it back. The word dishonest.
All right. No, okay. So you think I'm dishonest, but you're apologizing the fact you called me that to my face. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you think I'm dishonest. And given you think I'm dishonest, it's like, well, you're just going to be try to polite, and I can't really expect to deal with you because you view me that way. I mean, it's just, given that you've just confessed that you view me as dishonest, it's going to be hard to have a dialogue. So,
How
I will
to view you
as
any other
someone
way
who-
if you don't respect the fact that just as you lay out your arguments, I also lay out my arguments, and that's that. At least I'm not being dishonest as far as the youngest arguments go. I check out the arguments. You obviously haven't evidently checked out Hofmeier's arguments, Golden Gate's arguments, and so on. And it's a very good question I raised to Standing. It's not to put Standing or the youngest creationist model down. It's just a legitimate argument that here you are forcing something on the text, and I suggest that that's being dishonest with the text. You're not actually consulting the scholars. And here's the thing: when I do raise the scholars, right, immediately, and this is Kyler Ken's point, those scholars that I quote are evangelical Christians. They're thoroughly evangelical. And then people like yourself, especially Jungle Jargon, will throw them under the bus and suggest that they are the ones being liberal and they're not really Christian. And
Jargon, you're on my poop list. You need to shut up, dude.
I didn't even respond. I didn't even respond to your argument, Rob.
So Sal, what I'm saying here is, I, being a sinner, would have probably lost my patience very quickly and presumed unfairly that you're just like some of the younger people that I come across. And so that's why I'm apologizing, and in fact I repent and take it completely back, because it hurts me to know that you were hurting. And I don't.
So who did I throw under the bus?
And I think Sal is an honest guy.
Yeah,
from my observation. Shut up, Jargon. Shut up.
Who did I throw under the bus?
Shut up.
Who did I throw under the bus?
So Sal, when you asked me,
okay,
when you asked me for the names of these individuals, that really spoke volumes to me. So I'm just like, wow, okay, and this is why I'm apologizing.
No, but you just said earlier you still think I'm dishonest, and that's fine. Thank you for being honest, okay? And I do appreciate the fact you still think I'm dishonest. I respect you for being transparent about your feelings. I'm just pointing out, given that's the way you feel about me.
It's not attacking you as a person, Sal. And I'm not even counting your salvific process in the whole thing. All I'm suggesting is your methodology is selective, and that's being dishonest. Like, for example, the other day, when you were asked a very simple question about the identity matrix in mathematics, you didn't know what that was, but yet you claim to have proficiency in mathematics.
I have degrees in it. Are you saying I'm lying about it? I wanted to make sure I don't use the identity matrix very much. It's just
but anyone who does algebra and matrices will know what an identity matrix is. I'm not.
Are you saying I don't have a degree?
I'm not even suggesting that.
No, he's just saying you weren't informed in it. I don't think the two are related.
I studied matrix algebra, linear algebra, but I know enough not to say it's that when I had the book right in front of me and I could check.
Yeah, but a determinant of an identity matrix should be, it's like saying 2 + 2 is 4. That's the first thing you should know if you learn matrices.
Off the top of my head, you have the ones across the diagonal at zeros, but I did want to double check. That's just in my nature. You interpreted that I didn't know. Just because I didn't answer immediately, I knew, but I wasn't 100% sure that I knew it correctly. I mean, it's been years. It's been 20 years since I took it. And then I was asked also what a vector space was. So you're saying that I'm dishonest with the facts. I represented myself as having degrees in math. I didn't say I was necessarily that competent in it. And I don't, I've used my specialty. Two of my co-authors in my paper, my recent chapter in Springer Nature, were mathematicians. If they thought I was an idiot, I wouldn't have been with them. So what's me being dishonest about saying I knew something about math? I'm competent enough to do the stuff that I was doing. We didn't use identity matrices. We didn't use vector spaces in that.
In multivariable calculus, obviously you'd use matrix math and identity matrices and so on. That is part of the Lagrange points and, you know.
I mean, it's been like 12 years since I've done classical mechanics, okay? But you're accusing me of not knowing it? I just wanted to make sure I had it right because I'm sometimes confused. I had the book right there. What do you think I'm doing with the book on linear algebra and matrix algebra? See, and a big deal is made about this, that Sal's misrepresenting his credentials. Specifically, one person on S.J. Thomason's channel said, no, I don't believe you had a degree in these disciplines.
If you feel threatened by the statements, then if I was to reverse psychologize that, then maybe there is some form of legitimate reason of why people question your ability in the maths to begin
Maybe it's
with.
an ad
But
hoc.
I'm not going that far, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think
no, because there's a lot that I don't remember. Okay.
There's reasons why people believe what they believe, and you should at least listen to what they're saying and see if it makes any sense.
First coherent thing you've said all night there, Jargon. That's hyperbolic. Just joking with you. I have nothing against you, playing with you. I'm playing with you, dude. Dude, I just told you it was a joke. Hold on. Just told you it was a joke, man. Relax. Don't take yourself so seriously. Don't take yourself so seriously. Relax. It's a joke, man. It's a joke.
Remember that one-way street?
Okay, slam. No. Go ahead and slam me.
We're the bad guys. Remember that?
Slam me. Go ahead. No, let me tell you. The widow of Dr. Malcouch, once she found out that I was working with Hugh Ross, disassociated with me. I was the leader on the project to write articles in honor of Dr. Malcouch called Evangelical Doctrine. Just because I was associated with Malcouch, I lost a very, very dear person to me because the young earth was so ingrained in her that she could not conceive of the fact that anybody could be of a different opinion. Dude, I'm telling you, the young earthers are far more culpable in this accusation. Yes, old earthers are guilty too. Rob is clearly guilty here. I have been guilty, maybe taking jokes too far. But I can tell you, there is nothing like the vile venom that comes out of Ken Ham, Kent Hovind, and some of the other one-off young earth creationists. It happens. Trust me. Dr. Ross has been slandered. Shut up, Jargon. Dr. Ross has been slandered. Dr. Ross, who is somebody who is autistic and on the spectrum, was bullied on the John Ankerberg show by Kent Hovind, the degenerate wife now, because he's got a deranged interpretation of scripture. He single-handedly was responsible for the growth of RTB because he is such a curmudgeoned idiot.
Okay, is it okay if people have convictions about what?
Yes, have convictions, but don't slander. Don't pick on a dude that has autism. What is your problem, Jargon? You don't get that you don't pick on those that have disabilities? Don't you get that, you idiot? Don't you get that, you idiot? It's not about convictions. It's about what is right and what is wrong.
That's a conviction.
Okay, Rob, so we can talk a little bit now. So given your view of me, you know, we're going to have a little bit hard time talking to each other. But the important thing is some of the arguments you put forward today, if I have time, I'll look into them. I have not spent time because I have an extremely low opinion of Walton or people that believe in evolutionary theory. because I used to believe in it too, and it doesn't hold water scientifically. So the way it appears to me is they're trying to reconcile viewpoints that are not obsolete with they're reconciling obsolete viewpoints with trying to find an interpretation of the scriptures with it. And I mean, how, you know, even back as far as I could tell, there had been some debate that Augustine mentioned about the ages of the patriarchs. So some of this is floated around, but in light of what we know now, it seems to me that literal interpretations are quite reasonable now at this stage. They're on the table. And Walton and company, who believe in evolutionary theory, I don't hold in high regard. They're not worth my time, except to study now to understand what their arguments are.
Is that called numerology? Is that a study
I
of numerology?
yeah, I don't know what it's.
That's what it sounds like.
I was trying to understand why we have the word 100 in Exodus 18, and then it doesn't mean 100 in Genesis 5. And I saw this table, and before I could read it, and the font's not really clear on my StreamYard connection, I was trying to process it. So I don't know how that, I mean, if everything in the scripture is can be so redone based on the opinion of a linguist, it's like, okay, you know, what will ultimately decide what is accurate? If we have access to new data points that might enlighten us that the literal reading is accurate, why not use those? What would take precedence at that point? And I gave some data points today. The collagens in the dinosaur bones indicate they're not millions of years old. That would destroy a lot of Walton's viewpoint right there. If he's, to the extent he and the other evolutionary interpreters are arguing the fossil record and evolutionary theory correct and reconciling it with Genesis based on their linguistic approach, because it fails from the empirical. It may strongly fail from the empirical facts.
Is something I didn't realize is that they don't really believe in a global flood.
Yeah, see, that's another thing is.
And that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that one with the ark and the proportions of this is the tabernacle. I'm like, okay, how does that preclude the ark from being large? I don't get it.
Right.
If you deny the global flood, which there's evidence for all around the world, then you're denying reality. That's the problem.
See, the thing is how does a dinosaur that big get fossilized? It can't take millions of years for it to be buried in sediments. It's going to be scavenged. It's going to be decayed. It was buried very quickly.
I mean, there's so much evidence. They were all drowned. The ones that are intact, they're all drowned.
So I don't see there's a lot of point for these other hermeneutics or linguistic approaches. There's evidence of a cataclysm. I mean, the mainstream will deny it, and that's the way they'll be.
But why get so worked up about it? We're just looking at the facts and talking about the facts.
So,
or the evidence.
Yes. So the word for hundreds is in Exodus 18, the passage when Moses was being advised by Jethro to set rulers of tens, of fifties, hundreds, and thousands. And then it uses the same word for hundreds in Genesis 5. What I didn't get is how come it means something other than 100 in Exodus 18. I saw a table that said, oh, there's a change in the base system. So there's something interesting there because, and I remember this, that even before Dan had its lands, it would identify parts of Mesopotamia as Dan in the modern word, Dan. So 100 in Exodus 18, it's reasonable then that it means 100 in Genesis 5. I mean, if there were a change in the basis of the number systems, and the word is 100 in the text, throughout the Hebrew text, why can't it be accepted as 100? So let's say that there was a change in the base system, then you just convert it to the you convert it to the new language if you're recording it in the new language. Why is that outrageous?
Yeah, but the problem is why did Noah live to 800 years, and why did all of his descendants live 500 years or less? And then in the days of Peleg, it was cut in half again, less than 250, and then it just kept on going down. I mean, why?
Oh yeah, come to think of it, that's a good point. That's a really good point. As you said, the ages were cut by a factor of.
It was cut in half, and
yeah, good point.
And that's what I was trying to bring out, and this guy's yelling at me and not letting me even talk.
Yeah.
I mean, all I'm doing is talking what the evidence is. Anyway,
that's a really good point. Let me look at that passage again.
I believe the days of Peleg was another catastrophic event, not quite as severe as the flood, but it was enough to shake everybody up and stop building the Tower of Babel. And then that's when they spread out and started speaking other languages.
So that's, well, it doesn't even have to be cut in half. It's right, that general decline. Go on.
Yeah, but the decline would have been increased slightly because of isolation, right? Isolation of genetic information from different cultures going to different places.
Everybody spread out with different places and went to the extremities of the earth. Yeah.
Oh, was that you, Wesley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, can you repeat that again?
Oh, I said that once all the cultures after the Tower of Babel were spread out, their genetic information is less than the entire population. They've isolated, so they've created less genetic diversity essentially what I was going for.
Oh, okay.
Decreasing
Okay.
lifespan.
So this is the book of the generations of Adam. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. Male and female, he created them, and blessed them, and named them man when they were created. And when Adam had lived 130 years, he fathered his own, a son in his own likeness after his image, named Seth. The days of Adam after he fathered Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And I happen to have an interlinear. It's a little slow loading. Let me look at it on my other computer. That verse was verse 4. And it uses the word mute, M-E-O-W-T, hundredth. And he begat 100 sons and daughters, and begat years. Uses the word 100. And 30 years, uses the word 100, the same one in Exodus 18. And so there's an explanation given by Rob how some linguists have said, well, in Genesis 5, we interpret that word to mean something other than 100, but in Exodus 18, literally 100. And there has to be some justification why the same word is used and has very different meanings when it's referring to numbers. And I was genuinely curious how they could come up with that. That, you know, suffice to say, I don't have a lot of hope if it's someone that is interpreting the Bible through the lens of evolutionary theory, like Walton, that he's
they're bound to make mistakes. I mean, if they make
Yeah.
one mistake, they're going to make other mistakes.
that it's simple as that. His knowledge base is not, you know, in my view, sufficient depth.
And
I mean,
you know,
yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, go on, Jungle. I'm sorry.
I don't. They think they seem to think they have a right to have more authority than the young Earth creationists, and they slander us and put us down, and they don't see it as we're the ones being persecuted. And besides the point that we're the minority, probably, anyways.
Okay, so I was reading through Genesis 5, and it just keeps listing. And we have Methuselah, who lived 962 years. We also had Jared, who lived long. Let's see. Jared lived to be 962 years. Methuselah, 969. But after Noah's 500 years old, Noah fathered Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So now let's look at the. So which one got cut in half, Jungle?
You broke up a little bit.
Where was it cut in half? It was after the flood?
It was cut in half 100 years after the global flood in the days of Peleg, the second time. because that's when people started speaking different languages, was in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided. I believe it's exactly what it says. It says the earth was divided, and there's evidence of that. And the word divided, incidentally, came to mean, in Aramaic, it came to mean as the waters flow.
Okay, and Shem lived after he fathered Arpachshad 500 years. Okay, so this is Genesis 11. These are the generations of Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he fathered Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he fathered Arphaxad 500 years and had other sons and daughters. So he's about half as old, a little bit more than half as old as Adam. And when Arphaxad lived 35 years, he fathered Shelah. And Arphaxad lived after he fathered Shelah 403 years, and had other sons and daughters. So Shem lived about 600 years. So 100 years and then 500 years equals 600. And then Arphaxad, after he fathered Shelah, 403 plus 35.
Because you could see right on the graph that they're living just a little less than 500 years, with the exception of Noah himself, who was born before the flood. And I mean, what is it? The sons? The sons live like 500 years. But anyways, it was cut in half again in the days of Peleg to like less than 250.
And Eber lived 34, and he fathered Peleg. And Eber lived after he fathered Peleg 430 years and had other sons and daughters. So how do we get away? You see, let's say the linguists have their point. They're going to have to reconcile more than just, they're going to have to reconcile things. It's going to say 100 doesn't mean 100.
Right, exactly, because it just keeps on
That's
going
pretty
down.
sharp, actually.
Yeah, it's a sharp decline. Yeah. And it's right in one
honestly,
text.
this sounds like evolutionists. This sounds like evolutionists trying to going through gyrations to figure things out. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
And after Peleg, Reu lived 209 years and had, when Peleg lived 30 years, he fathered Reu. And Peleg lived after he fathered Reu 209 years and had other sons and daughters. So even here, even in this one passage, they're all declining in age.
The single passage, yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah. So the argument goes something like the numbering system is different for each age.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
and that's why these numbers don't.
It's morphing from base 60 to base 10. It's morphing.
Yeah, to account for this. The thing is that the one who has written this, who may be aware that there was a base change or whatever. I mean, when I'm translating numbers from hexadecimal or binary, from hexadecimal or binary or some other base, octal, I translate it in my final copy. It's, if I'm aware that something was written in one base and I'm writing in my current base, I don't mix the two up. So if they're saying, there was a change in bases, are they saying that was accounted for in the beginning of this? Yeah.
Well, the whole point seems to be to deny the global flood, get around the global flood, and to put in millions of years. That's what the whole point seems to be.
I mean, I'd be interested if these authors believe in evolutionary theory. I mean,
because I'm trying to figure out how do old earthers believe, and I'm having a discussion with Gavin. I'm talking about, well, was it before the first day, or why does it have to be the 6 days of creation weren't a day, that were more than one day? Why do you need more time? And then when I get to the end of the discussion with Gavin, I realize, oh, he doesn't even believe in a worldwide global flood. You know.
and when Nahor lived 29 years, he fathered Terah. And Nahor lived, after he fathered Terah, 119 years and had other sons and daughters. Let me look at the interlinear here in Hebrew. Yep, it's used the word mute, or I can't print. I'm not Hebrew. Yes, they keep using the word for 100 that we use in Exodus. So the problem is, even in the one chapter there, it's going to change the different bases to explain 100 doesn't 100. Starting in Genesis 5, and in Genesis 7, we just keep ratcheting down the meaning of 100.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense at all. Or it doesn't make sense at all. They're base 10 or base 60, whatever it is, I believe.
Unless you have some strange theory, unless you have a theory that it's just being handed down from generation to generation and not accounting for the base change, and they're just going to take it as numbers. Without being cognizant that numbering system.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. There was one thing he was saying about the number of the children of Israel in Egypt that left, and who was making some points about that, and that it was something else, meant something else, you know. But I didn't criticize his statement, but I questioned it because of his other statements.
Yeah, so Rob here presents to being dishonest with your methodology. I'm just like, I only had like less than 30 seconds to see all that laid out, and he's saying, why don't you look at it? And I'm just like, oh, I only have 30 seconds to look at this. Look how long it's taken me just to read the passage and think about it.
Go ahead.
And then accusing me of being dishonest because I don't sign off on it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's
the problem. Part of the problem is
on.
that he's assuming that you should know this specific argument, like you're dishonest if you haven't heard of this argument or something.
I've heard,
and then calling you dishonest for that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's actually calling you like dishonest. Maybe he means like you're just misinformed or something like that. Because I don't think he was trying to say that you're like intentionally lying or something like that,
And that's neither here nor there.
There was another discussion,
maybe
another platform, because I think most of the people believed in the old Earth on that discussion, that stream, right?
Well, dirt bike action cams. Is my mic still okay, guys? Can you hear me? He mentioned my mic is breaking up.
Your mic is okay.
Every time what happens is every time I overload my computer, like with the Google search or something, it'll break up. So I'm doing my Google searches on another computer now, and I'm shutting off some of my windows. But
yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
You had I want to say jungle jargon. I don't think Kylo was right calling you all those names. That's just there's just no need for that.
I'm used to it.
There's no use for that. I mean, there's no need for that.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Well, he's got hurt feelings. He's got a lot of hurt feelings.
I mean,
we're talking about Kenny.
Yeah. I didn't
Sorry.
see that you insulted him or anything. The way he was insulting you and calling you, vulgar names. There's no need for that.
No, but it's the reaction when you come out and you say something and you have a reaction like that. I'm just looking at people and say, why are people so upset? Why is everybody getting so upset about it? I'm just stating points of fact or evidence as I see it. There's no reason to get upset.
Well, there was no call to call you those vulgar terms that I'm not going to repeat.
Right, but it's
not
that
family
same
friendly.
hostility. It's that same hostility that you saw here tonight that they direct toward people like Ken Ham and Ken Hovind or whoever, anybody that's young earth, So I'm not saying they're perfect people, but I think Ken Ham's a nice person, and he has a lot of opposition, you might say, and he's doing what he believes that he should be doing. He's got convictions, and he's going through following his convictions, and he gets a lot of hostility for it, just like what we saw tonight.
Yeah. Well, I want to tell you, Jungle Jargon, I'm sorry I had to cut you off once when I was asking Rob questions because I wasn't sure I'd have another chance to get after him.
Right. No, it's no problem.
And I was just pointing out that he believes in evolutionary theory, and there's a lot of evidence against it. A lot.
Right.
And I had an axe to grind because he called me dishonest to my face. And I said, I'm not going to do the same, but I will ask him about what he believes. And then when I pointed out, so I said, you can believe that about the feeding of the loaves to the 5,000 and turning water into wine.
Yeah.
But the idea of Adam being formed from the dust, he'll take evolutionary theory over that.
And Kenny accused you of poisoning the well there, when I think that's an entirely valid and legitimate question to ask. Is if you're willing to accept that God performed miracles in, say, like for him, like the Big Bang, right? Like in the creation of everything, or in the miracle of Jesus resurrecting from the dead, or other miracles during his life. If you're able to accept those kind of miracles, why not accept all the miracles that are claimed in the Bible? Because Jesus is affirming the Bible. He's not trying to contradict what has already been written.
That was my point.
It's a perfectly valid point, but I don't know if it was actually understood.
Yeah, that's all it was. And I was saying, Kylo just went in there and he said, that's not fair. And just like, what's unfair about this? This is a legitimate question. And if it's because of linguistics, it's like, well, linguistic analyses, which I'm continuingly now, as I just read that passage in Genesis 11, it's just looking kind of sketchy. Because of all the things that would have to happen, all the base changes at the right time, when the most parsimonious would be that they were deteriorating genetically. And I decided to study, to me, if God were trying to communicate a message to me, that to humanity, that we've been physically cursed, and evidence of that is people dying at younger and younger ages, and that this would be confirmed by modern genetics in this day and age. There's something beautiful.
I think it's amazing that what we have suspected for, at least for me, 50 years now, is being substantiated by, discoveries like what you're doing, Sal, and what other people are doing. But we've suspected it all along. I mean, that there's no junk DNA, all these things.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. And Rob was bringing up an Egyptologist. There's obviously the Egyptologist, Dr. David Falk, who in one of his articles, he writes that the wages of sin could have accelerated death by diminishing potential lifespans. And this is someone who doesn't know about genetic entropy. This is what he's just reading from the text. And he talks about how there are unconventional lengths of lifespan in Moses' ancestors, like Levi lived to 137. And then Kohanth, 133. He lists a few, and then he says, there doesn't appear to be anything symbolic about these numbers. These numbers are not numerologically significant factors, such as 7, 12, or 40. So he's
wow. Oh, ow. Good one, Wesley.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like,
can you drop that in the private chat? Who was the scholar?
Yeah, sure. He's a well-known Egyptologist named Dr. David Falk.
Falk, yeah.
Yeah. He has a YouTube channel. It's called Ancient Egypt and the Bible.
Yeah. He's doing a series right now, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, so Falk does believe in the Exodus, and he does give many valid reasons. So
I'm back.
Yeah.
Very thorough.
What did I miss?
We were talking about you, but that's okay.
Yeah. We read Genesis 11, and I was commenting the 30 seconds that you flashed that and expected me to assent to it. I thought that was unreasonable because it took longer to actually read through Genesis 11. And so the problem that Jungle Jargon was highlighting of the declining ages still is there. So all those base changes had to happen and not be accounted for in the space of one chapter. The other, that seems like a stretch. And then now Wesley was pointing out, what was that about the ages of the Levitical priests?
133.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So these are this is from, and so just out of curiosity, Rob, what is your opinion on Dr. David Falk?
He's a good friend. I've speak to him privately all the time, just as friends, and he's a thorough scholar. He's one of the reasons why I've solidified my position on the date of the Exodus to be the 19th dynasty, Ramses the Great. So in other words, the 13th century BC date for the Exodus, so the 1200s. I was on the fence. I didn't know whether to go for the 1447 BC date, which is the 18th. So Amenhotep II pharaoh. But he pointed out something to me that I was kind of shocked by, and that is the 1400s date is actually done by the liberal scholars, not by the conservative scholars. It was the conservative scholars that held to the Ramses pharaoh, not the liberal scholars. And a lot of the scholars in the late 20th century who jumped on the early date, Exodus date, they did so without realizing that they were defending the liberal scholarship, not the conservative scholarship. And
does it have to be liberal or conservative? Isn't there like some misunderstanding or not being able
So the
to
Wellhausen, it was to do with the Wellhausen
nail it
school
down.
in the 19th century that was trying to disparage the Bible to try and show that there's a if you look at 1 Kings 6 and you take the 480 years literally, which there we go again. If we take that figure literally, you come to a 1447 BC date for the Exodus. But then that causes chronological problems with Egypt, and then that's how they use that to try and discredit the Bible. Whereas the conservative scholars, in fact, not just scholars, but even early Christian church fathers, held to the Ramses period as the date of the Exodus.
I mean, is there a
So that was
possibility
the
we
traditional
can?
date.
Is there a possibility we can find out what it was without saying this liberal or conservative or whatever? You
I don't know how else to say it. I just said, well, the Wellhausen school that came up with the JEDV hypothesis was trying to discredit the Bible by taking the numbers literally and then showing, look, if you take the 480 years in 1 Kings 6 literally, that means you run into chronological issues with Egyptian chronology. And so then that obviously contradicted early church Christians who dated the Exodus to the 13th century. And so then scholars like Hofmeyr and Falk, now with the with newer research and evidence done on Egypt and so on, now are going, hey, hang on, guys, the traditional, basically the traditional fair of the Exodus and all that stuff was always correct. So to go for the early date means you're siding with the liberal scholars who attack the Bible.
No, it doesn't. It just means that you have reason to believe that it was a certain time or date. It doesn't have to be, oh, I'm siding with this person or that person.
It's the people who are trying to discredit the Bible that came up with the early dates to begin with.
It's
That's
what
the
you're
point.
convinced. It's what you're convinced of, and why you're convinced of it. Instead of saying,
Wesley, I hope that answers your question.
This guy's a good guy. That guy's a bad. Wesley had a question. He didn't ask it yet.
I'm pretty sure I answered his question.
No.
Wesley, did I answer your question?
Well, you did answer my question. I was going to ask a further inquiry.
Go for it.
So you're aware that David Falk is a biblical literist, right? He's a young Earth creationist. Okay.
No, he's not a young creationist.
Well, he said that.
No, he doesn't take a position on it.
Okay.
He himself has said many times on his streams he doesn't take a position. He's not young Earth, nor is he evolution.
Well, the question was whether or not you respect him, right?
I know him personally because I talk to him nearly every day.
Right, but that's what the question was. And then he had a follow-up question.
And Wesley was pointing, before you just arrived, Wesley is pointing out to something in Egypt in the Bible, which is that David Falk's website?
Yes.
It's called, Egypt in the Bible.
So,
Ancient Egypt in the Bible, yes.
The other thing I'm reading this verbatim, the other thing one might notice is the unconventional length of the lifespan of Moses' ancestors. Levi lived to 137, Kohath to 133, Amram to 137 years. There does not appear to be anything symbolic about these numbers. These numbers are not numerologically significant factors, such as 7, 12, or 40. Now, I wouldn't say that people living to 137 years is out of the question. Early calendar systems had idiosyncrasies that could account for some extended dating. Not to mention that the wages of sin could have accelerated death by diminishing potential lifespans.
But
The wages of sin could have accelerated death by diminishing potential lifespans. And he does say, but I think their simpler solution is also possible, and he goes on there. So,
especially by the global flood,
yeah.
which cut down the lifespan.
You know, see, the thing with your lifespan is it doesn't matter if your calendar changes, I think. I mean, you know how many years have passed.
It's a X. It's like wait, let me just look real quick.
I mean, there are people that are born on the 29th of February, but they still count the number of years that have passed.
It's called. It's on his website, right? It's called.
Yeah.
It's a blog.
Understanding genealogies in the Bible.
Part 2.
So, I mean, to be fair, I'll read it, but I think, okay, in many Toledot, the chronicler may not be using the length that the person was alive. Okay, so just to be fair, for example, in Exodus 6:20, the chronicler says, the years of life of Amram were 7 and 30 and 100. The years of life may be referring to living memory, which is the years that others have a living memory of the person. This would abbreviate the genealogy for the authors while using a definition for life that is part of the repertoire of the ancient Near East.
Yeah, so just to read
a living memory of a person.
He said this. I've seen him even live on air say this. But don't forget, this is dated 2019. So the latest live on air, stream he did, a super chat question. He was asked this very question, and he says in part 2, I think that a simpler solution is possible. In many Toledots, the chronicler may not be using the length that the person was alive. For example, in Exodus 6:20, the chronicler says that the years of life of Amram was 7 and 30 and 100. The year of the life of may refer to living memory, which is the years that others have a living memory of the person. This would abbreviate the genealogy for the authors while using a definition for life that is part of the repertoire of the ancient Near East. There you go. That's exactly what I've been arguing.
So what's living memory? The other, which is the years that others have a living memory of a person.
Mm-hmm.
What is the years that?
It's to do with that. What I showed you with Hoffmeier. It's to do with the clan. It's to do with the quality of that person. It's to do with like in the house. If you saw the movie Dune recently,
no.
For example, the house of Atreides in the movie Dune. It's to do with comparisons and clans and. So for example, the 480 years in the First Kings 6 verse 1, it's 40 generations. It's 40 year of 12 generations. That's literally the 480 figure there. It's not literally 480 years since from Solomon back. So it's that symbolic use of 12 generations back, and then 40 is a symbol of, say, an average lifespan of a person or a clan, and but in actual fact, if you were to count it back to the actual date, you'll arrive around, say, mid 200s, early 300s years that's transpired between Moses and Solomon. Not exactly 480 years.
But did we change subjects about the base 60 to this other one?
No, it's in the same vein.
But what does base 60 have to do with, counting a person's lifespan or age or whatever?
That has everything to do with it.
From Exodus to before the flood?
So, like in the book of, if I'm understanding what Jungle Jargon's question is when we're reading Genesis 11, and you could see the descending lifespans. Are you saying that those descending lifespans are because of a changing base system? I couldn't read it in your chart. I'm sorry.
Over time, yeah. As that book I showed you, yeah.
No, there's a disconnect
Yeah,
here. Something's
both
not computing here.
I mean, honestly, that looks just. What I was complaining about was, if anyone in that generation knew that there was a base change, they could account for it in the writing. So, did they just take the number, and when they're recording it, they're recording it as is?
The point is, it's anachronistic to take Arabic numerals and the decimal system and shoehorn that into Mesopotamian math.
Wait. So,
like the
I mean, when was
like
this?
For example, the recent discovery in Babylon of a tablet, a cuneiform tablet that had the early primitive edition of the quadratic formula.
But
wait
a minute,
for example, Norman Weilberger recently wrote a piece on this.
You didn't hear what the thing was. There's a chronological order of people, of a genealogy. It goes from people living, say, around 500 years down to 100 and some years.
Yeah, these books are not written at the same time.
No, it's a single chronology. It's a single passage.
But Genesis and the events of Genesis occur decades, centuries, but well before Moses.
So you're saying Moses didn't understand the chronology?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You have, specific to Exodus and the rest of the Bible, you have certain Egyptian terms from the 19th dynasty onwards, and not in Genesis. That in itself shows it's a clue that Genesis is a much more ancient text.
See, because, and I
don't think
pointed,
you're following. You're not getting it.
Yeah, because there are other anachronisms where it mentions Dan, and it before it even
exactly. Why do you think that's? Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think that's the case? Exactly. So why do you think that's the case? In Genesis 14,
that's because it got
Dan.
revised to the understanding of the time when it was being.
Why was it revised?
For the audience that's reading it.
Exactly, and why? Why change it to Dan? What was its original name?
I don't know off the top of my head.
So in Judges, I think it's either in Judges 7 or somewhere in Judges, it actually clarifies that Dan was originally called Laish. So yeah, you have the Bible sort of countering itself to suggest to us we know what originally it was called. But Genesis obviously occurs well before the period of Judges. And then a redactor in the 6th century and the 7th century deliberately puts in the text Dan. And that's why you have the Wellhausen school going, oh, see, look, the Genesis text was written in the 6th, 7th century. Well, obviously that's circular reasoning. But the point is, now that we have in the Bible that there's editorial updating going on, that should tell you that the text is a lot more ancient than the occurrence of Dan in Judges. So for example, the fact that this is even edited to begin with means it's a text that's a lot older than Moses, and naturally that would involve, updating of certain place names and so on for the current audience.
Well, you see, the point I was making with that is then, if Dan is revised, are you suggesting that somehow the base changes were not accounted for and missed the editing process? Because it's the same word. I mean, are they,
it didn't need to be accounted for, and here's why. Because Genesis 5, the way it is, would have comfortably been associated in the 7th century or /6th century Babylonian exilic period. The ancient tradition of Sumer and everything to do with the Babylonian religion. So everything in Genesis and even in Daniel and Ezekiel are comfortable polemics against the Babylonian myth.
So,
and are
again,
you arguing
Genesis
that?
So,
11,
for example, Genesis 3. Some scholars
it,
think Genesis 3 is a completely redacted form of an original proto Genesis 3 text, and so the Genesis 3 text we have today is nothing but a post-exilic, completely edited, version of a prior text.
So then what you're going back to Genesis 11, you're saying that what do the declining ages represent? Is it base changes, or is it some sort of redone message? Why is it that Shem is 100 years old and then 500? Shem, he fathered Arphaxad, 100 years, and then
Wait, sorry, the internet cut for me. What did you say?
So we look at Genesis 11, and Shem is about 600 years before he dies. By the time we get to Nahor, he lived 29 years. He fathered Terah, and Nahor lived after he fathered Terah 119 years. So why is there a decline again for the ages of these individuals? Was it the base change over each, span of time, or what's the other explanation for this decline?
The decline, the decline of the ages here is because there's a decline in the Sumerian king list. And what's happening is, here's why there's a decline. So, the Apkallu myth in Mesopotamia, the Apkallu myth is under the category of what's known as the Adapa myth. The Adapa myth is basically the equivalent of Adam. Adapa and Adam are interchangeable. The Apkallu are the sons of God of Genesis 6. And so what's happening is the first 10 names since Adapa down is all to do with ever since the first man of the ancient past, right up until this thing we call the flood of Utnapishtim, which is Noah's flood, and then everything post Noah's flood up until the figure for the Jews would be Abraham. So what they're doing then is they're saying, look, the periods associated with pre-Noah, or basically up until Noah, are vast periods of time up until the present time that we are writing the Sumerian king list, which means that what's happening is they're sort of like, they're trying to truncate, say, long periods of time in the first 10 names, and then it starts to speed up. So the shorter time spans means we're getting closer and closer and closer to the present time. And then in the Genesis account, literally the turning point is Genesis 12, when Abraham is called, moving forward into the Exodus. So by the time you have the Jews in the exilic period, that whole history suddenly comes at a head stop, so to speak, at the exilic period, moving on, and then you have natural numbers associated with the kings and so on. Have you ever wondered why in Chronicles you have no numbers associated with any of the names? And nowhere in Numbers, in Chronicles, do you have Adam was 930 years, or Seth was so many years. Chronicles is all to do with who begot who. So the number situation is unique to Genesis and unique to the literature, sort of like this crescendo effect. It's this build up until the present time.
So that's why you don't believe.
How did they decide to put? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jungle.
No, that's why you don't believe in the global flood, or you don't believe in the global flood.
That is a totally different question. That has nothing to do with what I just explained.
No, because it's the global flood. Are you going to deny that the animals were larger back before the global flood?
How does that have anything to do with explaining numbers in the ancient Near East?
It's because that's what the context is. The context is of the global flood with the declining ages in humans after the global flood.
Well, then, if you're going to marry human ages with global flood, then obviously, if I'm explaining to you the actual context of the numbers, means it destroys any global flood interpretation.
You're
obviously.
interrupting. It has to do with the decline of lifespan after the global flood and after the breakup of the continents in the days of Peleg. The lifespan was cut in half a second time. So it's two degradations.
Well, that contradicts David in Psalm 104, verse 9.
What's that say? What contradicts David?
Look at Psalm 104, verse 9. David says, according to the Genesis account, once the landmass appears, never again will the whole earth go back to day one, which is a water world. So when he says, when the day 3 landmass occurs, never again will go back to day 1.
That has nothing to do with the breakup of the continents.
Yes, that has everything to do with that.
No.
That there's going to be no global water world flooding, according to David.
Who said there was a flooding?
David.
No, there wasn't.
King David.
The breakup of the continents, there was no flooding. It was a breakup of the continents.
You're saying there's a breakup of the continents after the flood in your model?
100 years after the global flood, there was a second cut in the lifespan of the person. They were already cut to 500 years. It was cut.
That is even more radical of a belief than even Sal's young Earth global flood model.
That's irrelevant.
Because the young Earthers will say that it's the global flood that caused the separation of the continents. And you're saying there's a separation on top of a separation.
Speaking and let me explain it. There was a cut in the lifespan.
Model.
There was a cut in the lifespan.
He's agreeing with whose model?
Human beings down to less than 500 years. That's a step. You can clearly see the step. Then, in the days of Peleg, it was cut in half a second time. There's another step. And it was cut to less than 250 years. Two times the lifespan was cut in half. And then it just went down from there. So there was two cuts in the lifespan, not just one.
So where does Genesis 47 even suggest this?
No, just the ages. That's the ages of the people of the lifespan.
So it's an assumption on your part.
No, it's the given ages that you're trying to deny is the actual ages. And it's all because of the global flood. I think your problem is because of the global flood. Or you don't believe in the global flood. That's what the problem is. If you believed in the global flood, it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, now you're laughing. Nervous laughter there, right?
Not really. It's just ridiculous.
No, so you don't have a problem with the global flood?
I don't believe in it because the text doesn't suggest it.
That's explained. It's all explained.
And David basically contradicts
that.
I'm a biblical maximalist. In other words, I respect David's commentary on Genesis 1.
I mean, you might have some good points, and it'd be worth.
By the way, just so you know, I'm talking about King David here.
By the way,
David
you're
Hawke.
interrupting me again.
Yeah, I'm talking about the author David of the Psalms.
Australians like you don't interrupt people. Remember that?
I know. It's a clarification.
No, you are constantly interrupting. And I don't even think you're originally an Australian anyway, so that's another thing. No.
No worries, mate. You think that?
No, I thought you were from South Africa or Switzerland or somewhere.
Wow. South Africa and Switzerland, they're total polar opposite countries.
So where are you from?
Not necessarily an accent.
Where are you from? South Africa?
I'm from Perth, Australia.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's, I've heard you say that you're
Where is
originally
Perth,
from
Australia?
I don't know. Western Australia? I don't know.
So
I'm the closest you can get to Antarctica.
Okay, you're trying to derail the top of the subject here going on.
Not really. You were the one that brought that up.
Yeah, so you're trying to jump on the rail and take off. Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand your position, Rob, is that...
By the way, Sal, just before you continue with that, I sorry that I had to disappear. I don't know, because I tried to, apologize and make amends, and I don't know what happened after. But so again, I just want to repeat that apology to you now that, it's just a few people left, I suppose. So.
Well, you did put up some questions about my math. Before I go back to Genesis 11, what were you saying about multivariable calculus needing matrices? I could see where that is used, but a lot of times when you're doing differentiation, you're doing partial differentiation, you do it one at a time. I mean, at least that's when I'm doing it. I don't necessarily use the matrices immediately, and unless I'm going to grind through everything all at once, which is rare. You also mentioned something about, you made a reference to mechanics or something where they're matrices. Yeah, I mean, you have to use them when you're calculating inertia tensors, but I don't use identity matrices because it's just, you multiply the matrices by an identity matrix, you get the same thing. So unless you're trying to use the identity matrix to make sure that you found the inverse of the matrix, I don't use it. And there are other formulas where you could use. You can arrive at the inverse just kind of using procedures. So, I'm just trying to point that out. And there's not a lot of charity around here, and people are just picking on me for stuff like that.
It's because they don't believe in the global flood. It's all because of that. I figured
it out. I'm just. This is a point. This is the point. Yeah. See, the point is to smear me, and you reinforced that feeling when you came up and accused me of dishonesty right away. There was no hostility on my part toward you. So this happens a lot. I anticipate it now. I didn't.
I don't know why you're even bringing this up again. I literally just.
Yeah,
I literally just approached you again just to clarify that I'm apologizing.
You can be prepared for hostility from people that believe in a local flood.
Yeah. So anyway, Genesis 11. So you're saying that this is a message, that the numbers don't mean what they do. So how were the numbers arrived at? Like say 35, 403, 30, 34? I mean, because like Arphaxad lived 35 years, he fathered Selah. Selah lived 30 years, he fathered Eber. Eber lived 34 years, he fathered Peleg. So how were those numbers picked out to give the message? Why 35, 30, and 34? Were they using some sort of scaling factors or something to say, hey, we need to have a message here, and so we have to, apply this formula? Those aren't the real ages? How was that arrived at?
Secret message and nobody understands, only people that figure it out.
What was Arphaxad's total lifespan?
438.
Right.
Less than 500.
So you have Shem 600, Arphaxad 438, Shelah 433, Eber 464, and then it drops from 464 to 239 for Peleg.
Yeah.
So now all of these figures, literally every single mathematical figure from Adam, the 130, 800, 930, Seth 105, 807, 912, all the way down to Abraham Cum is 100, and then 75, and then a total of 175. All of these are base 16 numbers.
But it was
because they have a
consistently-
clean, consistent ones place value that fits a sexagesimal system. If
But it
there,
was
let me
consistently
just
like
suggest,
900 years
Jungle,
consistently.
let me finish my point.
Until the global flood.
So Sal, this is how I would expect you to counter this argument. In fact, this is how I would counter the argument. If there is one number between Adam and Abraham, at least up until Abraham, I can go on into Moses, but for the sake of charity, I'll stick with Abraham as the end point. If every single number, if there's one number between Adam and Abraham that does not fit a base 16 number, then you have an argument to suggest you can't say that this is a base 60 symbolic value. That is the challenge I propose to you.
Peleg? Verse 18. How much?
Okay, what number are you talking about?
Verse 18. Peleg lived 30 years.
Hmm.
Peleg lived after he fathered Reu 209 years. What does that add up to? Is that base 16?
209. 200. Are you saying 209 is base 60, or not base
wait.
60?
Are you going by the total age or?
Each number, whether you're talking the 30, the 209, or the 239.
Okay, so
all three numbers are base 60.
239 divided by 16.
Why are you doing 16?
You said base 16. Did I get you wrong?
I said base 60. This whole time I've been talking about a base 60.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So 239 divided by 60.
No, you don't divide by 60. Base 60 numbers. So, for example, 30 is 60 times 6, and then there's an MOS calculation in the Sumerian text. And MOS is to do with how many times does. So, in other words, a base 60 value is 60 into 1. But 30 is half of 60 into 1. And 209 is 40 by 5 years into a base 60 value, into this thing called a base 60 unit, plus 5 years, again, into times it by 1 into a base 60 value, plus 6 times and then 8 of that base 60 value. I'm just going according to the already the chart that's been developed and put together here.
Okay, thank you.
What I'll do is I'll post this in the let me just post this in the chat so you can see it. So here is, with respect to 30, there's that. With respect to 209, it's that. And then with respect to 239,
And that means there was no global flood?
Yes.
But there was a global flood. And there was 8 survivors. 8 people survived the global flood.
How did the Nephilim survive?
So, just for clarification, how do
didn't.
you mind, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
Just for clarification, how are you working out base 60 so that you can see whether it flows with that? Like what kind of equation or whatnot are you using?
Okay, so think of it. This isn't. So, for example, 2 plus 2, I think, equals 11 if it's base 2, if memory serves me right. Now, if you're going with base 10, which is just a natural, like say base 10 logs, right? So 2 plus 2 is 4. 5 plus 5 is 10. Like that's just a standard counting base 10, counting and calculation. Base 60, we still utilize base 60 in our time management. So 60 minutes in 1 hour, 60 seconds in 1 minute. So notice, instead of saying 10, okay, let me use base 10 as an analogy.
So I'm just curious now, how would that be written out?
Well, kind of like what I'm showing you there in the private chat.
Oh, okay, wait.
So if I went 10 minutes in 1 hour, or 10 seconds in 1 minute, now I'm using, in a very weird way, I'm using base 10 as a clock rather than base 60. So it's a whole different way of counting. You have to think and base 60 works in a very it's actually a very clean way of calculating, because base 10 you can do the times table with the base 10, but you can't do it with base 60.
Okay. Wesley, I actually see the math.
Yeah.
But
I was just going to ask
you're
him,
saying
one important question. What source text are you using? The Masoretic? Are you using the Latin? Are you using the Septuagint?
Oh, that opens a can of worms, because the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Masoretic text, and the Septuagint all disagree about the ages. But the funny thing is, all have base 60 numbers regardless. But you will come to different ages for each person depending on what you use, which in itself should tell you if there's differing ages between the Septuagint, the Samaritan, and the Masoretic text, then you can't trust that these are the actual ages of the persons.
So,
well, actually, there's a valid reason for changing in the Masoretic the text, because it has to do with a specific prophecy. Like
what prophecy is that?
Is the one with forget his name. It starts with an M, but someone brought it up earlier. It's
Methuselah.
Yeah, Methuselah.
What?
There's
what prophecy is that?
There's essentially I can actually just send you a video that would do a better job explaining it than me.
Is it a prophecy to do with the flood?
No, it's a prophecy to do with the Messiah. It's a messianic prophecy.
Okay, so thank you for answering that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that to date any like messianic dating. Or
basically, what happened is they just cut 100 years off of the birth dates of some of the patriarchs, so that it would fit where that you could say that Methuselah is Shem.
Yeah, that's total out of that sounds like, well, my question is when.
How about before you judge it?
When and where did this person? Yeah, sure, I'll watch it, but that's already giving me red flags. Like that shouldn't.
Why?
That is ad hoc reasoning right there.
So
not really. There's motive, right? And the Septuagint was written.
Yeah, but who did it? Did Second Temple Jews do this? Did Rabbinic Jews do this?
Because the Masoretic was actually written after Christ had already performed all his miracles and resurrected and everything.
All right, then send me the text, the video.
Okay. Sure.
Thanks for answering Wesley's question. So thank you for clarifying the base system through verse 10 of Genesis 11 through.
Sal, I put the link in for you on that. That's the counting system that they're using.
So verse 10 through 31 is the same base. Is that according to the theory that you subscribe to? It's the same base of 60 throughout. Okay.
Yep.
So that partially answered the question I was saying, how were the numbers chosen? And that's reasonable. And then you're saying then that it was trying to impart a message. That's why the lifespans were just reduced. So it's not because of the base changes that the lifespans are reduced as it's going over time. You said something about the Sumerian kings or something. I mean,
yeah, the Sumerian kings.
Where were the numbers? How did they decide? Oh, I'm going to put. Okay, let's say they're rounding it off to this base 60. But in general, how do you get? You start off with 600 for Shem, and then go down to Nahor at 29 years, and then 119. That'd be what, 148? About 148. How is that? How did they pick the numbers to be? Granted, it's going to be 60, but why did they pick those numbers? And you're saying
but Sal, you're asking very good questions as to the scholars like Walton are still trying to figure out why those same numbers are used in the Sumerian king list. It's the same question we're asking. What we've discovered so far is that there's a direct relationship between the king list and Genesis 5. That's what we can say confidently, that there's a relationship there. But as to the significance of the numbers, that's a different question.
And you don't, and you're going to gather from that they did not die younger, just because it corresponds to the Sumerian king list. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They didn't die younger. No.
Just because it corresponds to. Yeah,
we don't die younger.
But what Wesley brought up is a good question because Adam is 130, right, in the Masoretic text, and then the Septuagint is 230. Seth is 105, but the Septuagint is 205. And as he said, that they shaved off 100, and the total from Adam to Noah in the Masoretic is 1,656 years, but then in Septuagint the total is 2,262 years. But who do we go by? The Samaritan reads 1,307 years. So this should show that okay, there's a shaving off of a century or two here and there, but that should tell you that these people so for example the Jewish scholars who did the Septuagint, they didn't take these ages as literal. There's some form of polemic or symbolism involved with the numbers here. Otherwise they would have, if you think about it, if there's already a fudging of all the ages but at the same time the ages are literal, that is a big sacrilege. You can't do that to the text because now that just destroys chronology, and you can't have that going on.
Besides, there was still a global flood anyways. Probably the Bible is more accurate.
The Bible is more accurate, Jungle.
Probably, yeah, because it's always borne out to be the more accurate text.
I agree.
You just don't agree about the global flood.
I'm saying it's more accurate, and I don't have to hold to global flood to say that.
But that seems to be what the problem is the global flood.
So you made the global flood an idol then? That's what you've done?
No. It's evidence. It's evidence.
Because that's the only way the Bible can work, right?
No, it's our history. It's human history.
So how do you explain Psalm 104 verse 9?
It's your history, our history. You already asked me that.
Well,
because the water deposited sediments all the way down to the great unconformity. You can't have water deposited sediments without a global flood, all the way down to the great unconformity. And
Okay, here's
no,
here's a
and,
simple
no fossils beneath that great unconformity to speak
Here's
of.
a
Do you
simple
want to pull up the Psalms passage? It's similar. I'm guessing it's similar to the passage in Job. I think Job 40 or something.
Job 38 and
Job 38,
Proverbs
yeah.
8 as well. Yeah, and also Jeremiah 5. In fact, Jeremiah 5
if you want
really
my
explicit.
if you want my sort of personal sort of vague answer to this, because I've read those verses like maybe a couple times a while back, but I didn't like really dig into them.
Mm.
What I'd say is that the narration of the Genesis account that's occurring is taking place in retrospect from the position of the writers of those passages. So they're adding elements from history that sort of parallel parts of Genesis to the passages.
Okay, so in what context are you
So let's
trying to
pull
answer
up Psalms and we can talk about it. Okay, it's like Psalms. Is it Psalms 30? Sorry.
Psalm 104 verse 9.
Okay.
And correlate that with Proverbs 8 verse 22 and Job 38 verse 9. Well, around verse 9 like that. And Jeremiah 5 verse 22.
Well, that's the 1,000 year. 1,000 generations.
I'm gonna use the NASB 1995. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. You want to start from the top or?
Let's see. I'm gonna open the NASB as well. Is this the? Do I have the 985? Let me check.
That's the
Yes.
current version.
Yes, I have. Well, the current one is 1995, not the 85.
Oh, that's what I have. 1995.
Oh, so I have the 85 or the 95? The 95 is the updated one.
Yeah.
Oh, 95. All right, sweet. Yep, 95.
Okay.
Yep. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So, verse 1. Okay. So it says, "Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, my God, you are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty, covering yourself with light as with a cloak, stretching out the heavens like a tent curtain." Okay. So I've heard it laid out, and I'm assuming you agree with this, that these are representative of the days of creation, right?
Yes, but not the days of creation first. There's something. Okay, in these 4 verses. Well, actually, in the first 5 verses, but you read the first 4 in the NASB.
Mhm.
There's something going on with, for example, you are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty, covering yourself with light, right? Stretching out the heaven, then they're laying the beams, blah, blah. But then it goes into this, you walk upon the wings of the wind. He makes the winds his messengers, flaming fire his ministers. What is David thinking of first but at the same time, obviously we know he's using Genesis 1, but what is his primary polemical point? Who is he responding to in this psalm?
He's just talking about God's greatness. Not even necessarily about creation.
I'm talking to Wesley here.
So
you gotta take it whichever way you want to take it.
So he makes the winds his messengers. If that's a passage you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so his messengers, like what specifically are you trying to focus on here?
What I'm saying is, why did David write the psalm? What was his reason for writing this? Something prompted him into going, you know what, I need to do something about this. Bang, he writes a psalm.
Well, it seems the title of this psalm says the Lord's care over all his works.
Mm-hmm.
It seems something along the lines of God sustaining like his creation through the lens of the creation event.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I would say.
Yep. But again, David's in the 9th/10th century BC. Actually, most of 10th and 9th. And how I know it's David, by the way, this is why I don't appeal to older translations like the NASB, because see how it doesn't really say this is a Davidic psalm? Newer scholarship with respect to the Dead Sea Scrolls in translations like the ISV will point out that in Qumran they found that basically the manuscript evidence 4Q Psalm and also 11Q Psalm saying that this is Davidic. That's how I know it's Davidic. Now, that being said, in his day, you have the Aten creation hymn, the Egyptian Aten creation hymn, and in the Aten creation hymn, so when you look at verse 2, you're wrapped in light like a garment. By the way, I'm reading from the ISV. That's from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So you're wrapped in light like a garment, stretching out the sky like a curtain. In the Aten creation hymn, the Egyptians had Shemesh, the sun god, and in the text it says, "Your radiance spreads out like a net over the world." Right? And then
Sure.
and the Aten hymn is basically stressing the sun god's provision. This is now I'm reading the scholar's translation of the text, like a paraphrase. The Aten hymn stresses the sun god's provision for his creatures. So David then, as a polemic, is saying, yeah, you guys have that about Aten, but Yahweh is the one who wraps himself in light. Yahweh is the one that stretches out the heavens like a tent, because again, tent. Well, where did tent language come from? Oh yeah, when you go back to the Aten creation hymn. If you go, a very interesting one is if you go to verse 6, and in verse 6, using the NASB, it says, "You covered it with the deep as with a garment." So verse 5 is, "He established the earth upon its foundations, so that it will not totter forever and ever."
So to you, this is, sorry, I don't interrupt, but you're saying sort of there's polemic aspects to this also.
Primarily, first and foremost, it is.
Right.
So what I'm going to show you is a very key, interesting connection here with verse 6. So you covered it with the deep, meaning it being the earth, right? You covered it with the deep as with a garment. The waters were standing above the mountains. Well, in the Art and Creation hymn, it says, "For thou hast set a Nile in heaven, that it may descend for them and make waves upon the mountains like the great green sea to water their fields and their towns." Now notice the Nile. The Egyptians were thinking of the Nile. So for thou hast set a Nile in heaven, meaning the blue sky above. That's a massive watery thing above, that it may descend for them and make waves upon the mountains, flowing water down the mountains, like the great green sea to water their fields and their towns. So David is like, look, yeah, your deities made the Nile, but I'm talking about the earth, generally speaking, back in the Genesis 1 account, that, hey, back then in day one, the whole world was covered with water. And then when he speaks about the, the valleys, mountains rising, the valleys sinking, and then he clarifies, now that there's a boundary set in place, never again will it go back into a chaotic water state. So the whole thing is David using Genesis 1 to further his argument, and it's not just original to him, because he's a serious Bible believer. He believes the Genesis story, and he's rebuking the Egyptian creation.
So never again will there be a global flood.
If David's talking about the conditions of the earth before the flood, so if there is a global flood, he's contradicting himself in verse 9. It's not never again will there be. Yes, there was, using the old earth model, yes, the earth was a water world after the Hadean epoch.
No, in Genesis 1, it was a water world.
Yes. And never again will it go to become that same water world in day one. If you say the flood is global, then it's going back to day one conditions. But David is saying never again will it go back to day one conditions.
That seems, though, to be fair, it seems that he is quoting the flood account when the covenant is made with Noah.
How?
Because he says so that they will not return to cover the earth. He set a boundary that they may not pass over.
Yeah.
This is clearly referencing
that's not from the creation account. I mean, that's not from the flood account. Because it's a creation hymn. It's because David is saying,
right,
because he has in mind the Egyptian hymn that says, "You set a Nile in heaven, that this Nile descends down to water the earth," and David is saying, yeah, in my text, I believe that the earth was covered with water in day one, but then day 3 takes place. That's why he says the valley sinking and the mountains rising. That's exactly day 3. And now that there's a differentiation between land and ocean, as God says in day 3, never again will it go back to day 1. It's set. It has not. There is no like later on. By the way, that somehow there's a boundary after the flood. No, the boundary was set in day 3.
Except that there's
if you want, just quickly, Wesley, in the same NASB, if you want to see God himself clarify that the boundary was set in day 3, now go to Job 38, because Job 38 is explicit.
Well, I'm thinking of in Genesis 9 when it says, like when he says, never again shall the water become a flood to destroy all flesh, or like when he says
he's got to get out of having a global flood any way he can.
There's no mention of a boundary in Genesis 9 or Genesis 8.
There's 8 people that survived the global flood. 8 people.
So in Job 38, it says, verse 8, it says, "Who enclosed the sea with doors? When bursting forth, it went out from the womb." And that's all it says, because that's the NASB here. And then verse 10 says, "And I placed boundaries on it, and set a bolt and doors, and I said, thus far you shall come, but no farther, and here shall your proud waves stop."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like overtly like the flood account, but I don't know where you're getting
Wesley, go
when the
to Job
rainbow-
38 and go to verse 5, where God clearly says, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth?" And then he says,
So the rainbow was nothing.
"So where were you when I laid the foundation of my earth? Tell me, since you're so informed, who set its measurement? Who stretched a boundary line over it?" And then verse 8, "Who enclosed?" Enclosed is a specific word to mean an enclosure. There's an enclosure, the sea, with limits. Even though it gushed out of the womb, when I made clouds to be its clothes, and thick darkness a swaddling blanket, that's the darkness stuff in day 1, the darkness that was on the face of the deep. But then verse 10, "When I prescribed a boundary for it, set in place bars and doors for it, and said, you may come only this far and no more." Jeremiah 5 is even more explicit.
Maybe if I could clarify where I'm coming from in that passage, it would help you see where, I don't know, I'm getting the flood. So when I hear who enclosed the sea with doors, when bursting forth it went out from the womb, I'm hearing like basically where God literally closed the door of the ark.
No.
And well, just let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. And it says, when a cloud its garment, and thick darkness its swaddling band, is seeming to me like the extreme weather, and I forget what exactly it is called, but it's like the water is pouring down from the sky. The fountains of the great deep open up, and the heavens, I forget what it's called, but that's what it's making me think of. And then then it says, "And I placed boundaries on it, and set a bolt and doors." And I'm just, what I'm seeing from this passage is this protection that God is placing over the ark during the flood. And then it says, I said, thus far you shall come, but no farther, and here shall your proud wave stop. It seems, at least to me, that this is God's hand preventing or protecting the ark, preventing it from any like waves, right?
Yeah. Okay, do this for me. I want you to do the same exegesis on Proverbs 8, because Proverbs 8, Job 38, and Psalm 104 are all saying the same thing. So if you're right that Job 38 is about Noah's Ark, please explain to me Proverbs 8 and read carefully from verse 22 down to verse 30.
Okay. So it says, "The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his way, before his works of old. From everlasting I was established, from the beginning, from the earliest times of the earth. When there were no depths, I was brought forth, when there were no springs abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills I was brought forth, while he had not yet made the earth, and the fields, nor the first dust of the world. When he established the heavens,
Okay,
I was there.
very quickly, from 22 to 26, this is basically John 1:1. Even before the creation, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and God was the Word, right? That's to use Christian polemic here. Verse 20 to 26 is wisdom, logos, the Word of God, well before creation. Now, 27 is now Genesis 1:1. All right, so keep reading.
Okay. From 26?
So you just read 26. So while he had not yet made the earth and the fields, nor the first dust of the world. Yeah. Now 27 is now the next sort of like perspective of wisdom now.
Sure. So it says, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when the springs of the deep became fixed, when he set for the sea its boundary, so that the water would not transgress his command, when he marked out the fountains of the earth,
foundations
of the earth, then I was beside him as a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. Is that where you wanted me to stop?
Yep.
Okay.
Now explain to me 27 to 30. When did this happen?
It seems to me this happened at the. Well, let me just look over it a few more times just to make sure I'm reading it right.
Yep, go for it.
So what's the reference for that? Proverbs 27?
Okay. So so it's this is in Proverbs 8, and it's verses 27 through 30.
Are you using Bible Gateway, by the way, Wesley, or what?
Yeah.
What are you using?
That.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using that right now.
Is there a way you can compare? You can do like a side-by-side Bible comparison?
I think so. Let me just try to figure that out.
So put the NASB 95 next to the International Standard Version.
Maybe if I type in the verses. Oh, okay. So I figured out how to add a parallel.
Yep.
So, okay. So, what version do you want me to parallel it with?
International Standard Version.
Okay.
And you can put them side to side. 20 Proverbs 8.
Okay. So I can read the difference real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So it says in the International Standard Version, when he crafted the heavens, I was there. When he marked out the circle of the face of the deep, when he made the clouds from above, when the springs of the depths were established, when he set a boundary for the sea, so the waters would not exceed his limits, when he marked out the foundations of the earth. Then I was with him, his master craftsman. I was his delight daily, continuously rejoicing in his presence. Yeah, okay. That's pretty similar.
A very quick also comment. This is not connected to the topic. I'll just say this as Christian brothers here. If you ever come across a Jehovah's Witness or anyone who denies the Trinity, that phrase in verse 30, his master craftsman, that's a direct parallel in Revelation 3, because John, if you want to quickly go there, in John in Revelation 3, has Jesus saying, and this is in verse 14, so Revelation 3:14, that he's the Amen, the witness who is faithful and true, the originator of God's creation. The King James sort of like does it a bit sloppy. The King James says he's the beginning of the creation of God. But basically that entire phrase, the Amen, the witness who is faithful and true, the originator of God's creation, there is a translation, or you can make a translation that reads the verse like this. Let me get it. Verse. Here we go. I'll put this in the side chat for you, in the private chat. This is by David Orn, his Word Biblical Commentary on Revelation. So it reads, "And to the angel of the church in Laodicea write, thus says the master workman, the faithful and true witness." Oh wait, that's all the footnotes. Let me remove that. Master workman, remove that. The origin of the creation. There you go. So remember that next time when you talk to JW, because that master workman is directly a quotation from Proverbs 8.
Yeah.
But the limits of the sea are according to his command.
So there was a purpose for taking up the ISV, I'm assuming.
Well, okay. Quickly go to Psalm 104 verse 6 in the ISV and see what the translator decided to do there. And then compare it with go back to Proverbs 8 if you need to. What does verse 6 say?
Okay, wait a second. Sometimes my Wi-Fi. Okay. So you covered the primeval ocean like a garment. The water stood above the mountains.
Okay, so verse 6. Primeval ocean. What does primeval mean?
Similar to like
because see,
like
it's as clear as day. Proverbs 8 is saying from verse 22 down to 26, before anything existed, I existed. Okay, we get that. Now when things come to existence, 27, when there's this clarification of God establishing stuff, I'm still there. Even when he laid a boundary on the sea, which is day 3 in creation, he's still there. So Job 38 repeats the same language. Psalm 104 repeats the same language. The ISV clearly translates the Hebrew, and not just the Hebrew, but emphasizes the force of the Hebrew, that you're talking about the primeval state of things, which is the creation. So you covered the primeval ocean like a garment. And what garment was that? So that's the garment that Job 38 is talking about. It was dark on the surface. The whole clouds and the swaddling blanket language. And he clarifies and says, although this primeval ocean was covered, the water itself stood above the mountains.
I see.
That's exactly what you see in day 1 and day 2.
Okay.
And Proverbs 8, which is talking about creation, says that. So that notice the NASB brings this out. There's a comma after command, so that the water would not transgress his command when he marked out the foundations of the earth. This is during the foundations of the earth. Has nothing to do with the flood.
Right, I agree. Yeah.
Right. But that is the same argument God's making in Job 38, and that's the same argument David's making in Psalm 104.
Okay. Does verse 6 of 104 not seem similar to the flood account in Genesis, though, when the waters were above the mountains?
What's before verse 6?
Oh, so it says, he established the earth on its foundations so that it never falters.
Yep. And then David goes, oh, by the way, because don't forget he's countering the Egyptian polemic here, right? By the way, even though the earth is solid and firm and it never falters and it has foundations, blah, 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 there was a time when it was covered. But then he clarifies and says there's this tectonic uplift that goes on. And now that there's boundaries in place, which is evident to the naked eye, because he can use his own eyes and see he can see the shoreline. And never again will that water pass over the known territory that he's standing on. You have to admit, this is Genesis 1. He's thinking of the creation account as a Jew, because day 1 and 2, the whole earth is covered with water. And then day 3, you have the lands rising up, and God himself saying, I'll call this now land, and I'll call this now ocean.
It can't apply to both.
Why are you...
So
see,
here's what I'm going to say.
This is the bias now. Can't you see the bias kicking in? It's like, oh no, but I have to have the global flood working.
I actually
because the language
the interpretation
is pretty,
of the global flood.
Language is pretty strong as far as
So as far as I can tell, it seems like verses 3 through 5 and verses 6 through 9 are separated. Is that true on yours?
Yes. It's a song. It's a stanza. These are all stanzas,
right.
But they build
it
on.
Seems,
in Hebrew parallelism. They build on each other.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think in verses 6 through 9, it's consistent with an idea of a flood, and in verses 3 through 5, it's consistent with the idea of.
Is David literally thinking it's a flood? So are you telling me he's thinking of Genesis 1? and then randomly thinks of the flood in verses 6 to 9, and then goes back to he randomly thinks of the flood in 6 to 9, and then goes back to the creation again.
He's not just thinking of the flood here. I think he's thinking of so it says mountains rise up and valleys sink to the places you've ordained for them. I think he's thinking of
it's all by his command.
Yeah, just instances where it seems like when he's saying mountains rise up and valleys sink to the places you have ordained for them, that he's experienced that phenomenon.
Wesley, who's the one forcing, a forced interpretation of the text when the text clearly is David is using Genesis 1 to respond to the art and creation hymn. A creation hymn versus another creation hymn. Why should he go to Noah's flood of all places?
I mean, Noah's flood is a significant point in creation.
Noah's flood has nothing to do with creation.
Well, it does, because it's the sort of the destruction and the I guess the reorganization of creation into a less order. So it has to do with sort of the breaking down of creation.
Okay, what does verse 10 down to 14 say in Psalm 104? This is straight after 9.
Yeah. It says, he causes springs to gush forth into rivers that flow between the mountains. They give water for animals of the fields to drink. The wild donkeys quench their thirst. Birds of the sky live beside them and chirp a song among the foliage.
It's the greatness of God again. That's all.
Keep going. Up until verse 14.
Okay. He waters the mountains from his heavenly rooms. The earth is satisfied from the fruit of your work. He causes grass to sprout for the cattle, and plants for the people to cultivate, to produce food from the land.
All right. Go now to Genesis 1 and read from verse 9. Actually, read from verse 6 down to verse 12. And you can use the ISV if you want.
Six to 12?
Yes.
Okay. So where it says, and God said, let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water. So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening, and there was morning the second day. And God said, let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear. And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas.
What translation are you using?
Sorry, I'm using the NSAB, or the New American Standard Bible.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we know it was a water world in the days of creation.
Okay, so
keep going down to 12.
Okay, so I'm on 11, right?
Yep.
Then God said, let the plant produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds. And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seeds in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. and there was
All right.
evening, there was
Yep.
morning, the third day.
Yep. Now,
Mhm.
notice the progression. You have day 1 and day 2. So I'll read verse 2 from day 1.
Okay.
When the earth was as yet unformed and desolate, with the surface of the ocean depths shrouded in darkness, and while the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters, God said, "Let there be light," so there was light. And then there's an alteration of day and night. And then he goes, "Let there be a canopy between bodies of water, separating bodies of water from bodies of water." So God made a canopy that separated the water beneath the canopy from the water above it. And that is what happened. God called the canopy sky, and then the twilight and the dawn was the second day. Now, just that first introduction, now compare it with Psalm 104 verses 1 to 5. So see, although God is clothed in the splendor and majesty and so on, although he's wrapped in light like a garment, stretching out the sky like a curtain, notice this verse 3. He lays the beams of his roof loft on the water above. There's a canopy of water above the canopy, making clouds his chariot, walking on the wings of the wind, right? Verse 5, he establishes the earth on its foundation so that it never falters. Now verse 6 to 9 is when you go to Genesis 1 verse 9. Then God said, "Let the water beneath the sky come together into one area, and let dry ground appear." And that is what happened. God called the dry ground land, and he called the water that had come together oceans. And God saw how good it was. Now, Psalm 104 verse 6 to 9 says, "You cover the primeval ocean like a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. They flee at your rebuke. They rush away at the sound of your thunders. Mountains rise up, valleys sink to the place you have ordained for them. You have set a boundary they cannot cross. They will never again cover the earth." Now, verse 10 in Psalm 104 goes straight into because of what happened in the prior verses. That's why you have a gushing forth of rivers, for animals to drink and blah, 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 blah. Now go to verse 14 in Psalm 104. Then it goes straight into he causes grass to sprout for the cattle and plants for people to cultivate, to produce food from the land. This is written it's not saying it's happening right now. He's saying it in hindsight of the grass is to sprout for the cattle, which is something that's yet future. He plants for people to cultivate. Now go back to Genesis 1. In Genesis 1, verse 11, then God said, "Let vegetation sprout all over the earth, including seed-bearing plants and fruit trees." Vegetation, this is verse 12, vegetation sprout all over the earth, including seed plants and fruit trees, each kind containing its own seed. David is correlating chronologically through the Genesis 1 account. How can you suddenly, while he's reading Genesis 1, suddenly his mind goes into this tangent and it's like, oh wait, no, I need to talk about the flood for a moment, and then I'll go back to Genesis 1. That makes no sense. It breaks the flow.
Well, because the promise was made never again to flood the earth, and the rainbow, the sign of the rainbow was given.
I've done my best. It's up to you guys now.
Okay.
I've done my best to explain this.
Right.
I can't. Honestly, I just don't know what else to say.
You can't exclude that from a song that people are singing, because you have to say that it will never again flood the earth, because that's what the promise was given.
I'll say one more thing. I'll do one more thing here.
Okay.
And this is the last. Otherwise, I don't know what else to do. Go to verse 26 in Psalm 104.
Okay. Okay, do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. There is the deep and wide sea, teeming with numberless creatures, living things small and great. There the ships pass through. Leviathan, which you created, frolics in it.
Actually, it's very good you read 25, because I said 26. In fact, go to...
Oh, sorry. I did read 25.
No, it's good. I'm glad you did. In fact, go from 24 down to 26. But 26 is the key verse. Yeah.
Sure. How numerous are your works, Lord! You have made them all wisely. The earth is filled with your creations. There is the deep and wide sea, teeming with numberless creatures, living things small and great. There the ships pass through. Leviathan, which you created, frolics in it.
Okay. Here's how you can disprove. I'm just saying hypothetically. Here's how you can disprove any Genesis 1 connection. What is odd about verse 26?
It's describing sea creatures, and then it brings
Ships.
up Leviathan.
Yeah,
Ships
is
and
Leviathan
and
in Genesis
ships.
1?
Oh, right.
Yeah. But is Leviathan in Genesis 1?
Why not?
Well, sea creatures are created.
Yeah, Leviathan is a sea creature.
No, but Leviathan specifically, is Leviathan in Genesis 1?
No.
In the
sea,
English translation.
The sea creatures are in Genesis 1.
Yeah, I know. Listen to the question. Is Leviathan in Genesis 1?
Is Leviathan a sea creature?
Is it named in Genesis 1? I think is what
Yes,
Rob's
it's a
saying.
sea creature. Leviathan is a sea creature.
No, it's not. Yes, it's a sea creature, but it's not named specifically.
But it's a sea creature.
Is Leviathan as a word,
It is a sea creature.
is Leviathan in Genesis 1?
As a sea creature, it was one of the sea creatures that were made.
Listen to the question. Is Leviathan as a word in Genesis 1?
You're asking if it used the word Leviathan?
Yes.
No, but Leviathan is a sea creature.
Okay,
So
I'm just going to
what's the point?
not the.
That's
Sorry,
what
that's
I'm
not.
trying to figure out. What's the point?
Yeah. So. Sorry. Go on.
Okay. Go to Genesis 1.
It is a sea creature, right?
Sure.
Yes, I agree with you, it's a sea creature. But is Leviathan as a word in Genesis 1?
No, this is not Genesis 1. This is Psalms.
He's just asking a yes or no question.
You know, Wesley, I'm just going to focus on you now.
What's the point?
So
What's
Wesley,
the point?
read Genesis 1, verse 20 to... You can go down to 22.
Okay.
I don't think ships are there either.
So it says, and God said, let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth, across the vault of the sky. So God created the great creatures of the sea and every living thing, with which water teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. God blessed them, and said, be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water in the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth. And there was evening, and there was morning. Yeah.
Now, this is make or break for my hypothesis. I mean, I'm quite certain the whole psalm, literally every verse is used in Genesis 1. Here's a classic, probably like a make or break. I can't make it any more simpler than this. So at first reading, it sounds, hang on, if David is using Genesis 1 in Psalm 104, where the heck did Leviathan come from? Now, but before we get to the Leviathan question, look how it's the same language in verse 24 and 25, and even earlier in the psalm where it talks about the birds and so on, right? But specifically in verse 25 where it says, in which are swarms without number, animals both small and great, right?
Yeah.
The earth is full of your possessions. That's exactly Genesis 1 verse 20. Okay?
Not exactly, but it's similar, yeah.
It's literally teemingless. Oh, let the ocean swarm with teemingless nefesh. But that, okay. Verse 21 says.
It says sea creatures, sea monsters, or whatever.
So verse 21 says, so God created every kind of magnificent marine creature. I'm using the ISV here, right?
Sure.
the NASB says. Let me just open.
Just
the
says
NASB.
it says the same thing, different words. So God created great creatures in the sea.
Some translations will say, "Jungle, I'm talking here." Some translations will say, a great whale or something. Now, do you have an interlinear there? Can you open your interlinear?
Yeah, I can.
To the Hebrew.
Okay.
What is the Hebrew word for magnificent creature?
Are you using mounts or?
Sorry?
What version? What? Oh, sorry. Are you using mounts? Or what? Interlinear.
An interlinear means you.
No. I mean, which one are you using? A particular one?
Oh, any. All I need is for you to see the Hebrew itself. I want you to tell me what the Hebrew word is used for the translation magnificent marine creature.
Okay.
What they use for ships?
I might have to just type in and look at the verse. What? So sorry. 1 second.
Okay, here I'll put in the private chat. Here's the Hebrew word used in Psalm 104, and here's the Hebrew word used in Genesis 1 verse 21. This one.
Cool,
here.
cool. So I just pulled up Strong's Concordance. If that's okay.
Yeah, that should do.
Okay. So it's okay, I'm looking at the word. Lava, I'm guessing.
Nope.
I'm not a Hebrew speaker, so how do you pronounce that?
Let me open the Strongs to see what you're saying.
Oh, sorry, that's a root.
Wait, you're looking at the Psalm 104 word that I've sent you. That's Leviathan.
Yeah. Okay.
Now go to Genesis 1:20 in Strong's. 21 in Strong's.
Okay.
And the King James has whale, great whales.
Leviathan is like a sea monster, basically.
Okay. So it says in verse 20.
21. What's the Hebrew word for great creature or whale?
Okay, so it says, looks like sea creatures is Hataninim or something.
Tanaim.
Yeah, ha is the, and then ha tanin.
The Tanim, yeah.
Okay, Hatanim.
Yeah.
That's the dinosaurs.
The tanin. So ha is the, and then tanin is the equivalent of Leviathan.
Okay.
So literally dragon, monster. Tanin and Leviathan are interchangeable. So when David says, and Leviathan frolics, if he's not dependent on Genesis 1, the question is, why does he mention it?
Right.
He's already quoted verse 20, and then exactly the very next verse talks about the Tanin, which is the Leviathan.
And it threw a ship in there too.
Yeah, and
he says the ships pass through. Yeah. It has nothing to do with. He's saying the ships are in Genesis 1. He's saying in the chaotic creation account where we saw the Tanin in verse 21. This is a literary parallel. This is smoking gun evidence that he's using Genesis 1.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and he threw a ship in there.
Well, that's the extent of my
Okay.
my patience in this.
I'm sorry.
No, by the way, Wesley, it's not about you. Definitely not. I can go hours with you on this. It's a good friend in here that likes to be a bit sassy.
So, Rob, if you want, we could discuss this some other time. It's kind of late for me, so I'm gonna head out. But anyway,
well,
but
I
God
appreciate
bless
you, clarifying if you wanted to clarify this stuff. So
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I agree that it Psalm 104 is a I don't know the best word to describe it, but like a parallel, I guess, of the creation account, right? Is that okay to
Sure.
say?
I would say parallel, but I would force it more to say Genesis 1 is like David's cheat sheet. In other words, imagine being a fan of Genesis 1, right?
Mhm.
And like imagine you being a fan of Genesis 1, and that's all you need. Okay. And one day you decide to make your own, poetic sort of song version of Genesis 1. That's what David did.
Sure.
He made a psalm of it.
Everything.
And then
Everything
he's
is by
responding
God.
to an Egyptian creation hymn at the same time. So in other words, he's hitting two birds with one stone.
Yeah, interesting.
Everything. The moral of the story. The moral of the story is that everything is by God's command.
All right. God bless you, Wesley.
Yeah.
See you, John.
Thank you
Let's see,
for
Rob.
discussing this.
And don't
God bless.
ignore evidence of the global flood. It's all over the place.
Bye.
Indeed, Jungle. Indeed.
Especially with the 16 grandsons of Noah. All right, take it easy. I gotta go. I gotta go too. Oh, we'll make it to 7 hours. All right.
All right. Gotcha, mate.
All right. Can't find my mouse here. All right. God bless everybody. Take it easy. Table of Nations. That's what it's about.